Chapter 1. After drinking too much, he got a certificate with the school beauty. My head hurts. After the hangover, I feel like my head is about to explode. Lin Xuan was distracted and didn't want to go to class. He was only dumped by his childhood sweetheart girlfriend yesterday morning. He thought his girlfriend was just playing around, but before he could give her the gifts he bought, she posted a photo of her new boyfriend in her circle of friends. He racked his brain trying to figure out why his girlfriend, who he spent every day with in high school, would fall in love with someone else in college. How long are you going to lie there? Hearing a cold, motionless female voice, Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. It turned out that he was lying on the sofa in a hotel, not in his school dormitory at all. And sharing the room with him was Jiang Wei, who looked a little haggard. She is 168 centimeters tall, with long, slender, straight legs that are as white as jade. She has a slender and graceful figure, but probably hasn't had a good night's rest, as her long, chestnut hair is a bit messy. Her originally delicate and snow-white melon-shaped face has a pair of cold, beautiful eyes that look a bit tired from lack of sleep, and she looks a bit dazed. Judging by the way she is rubbing her temples, she has probably just woken up. Jiang Wei is the famous school beauty at their university, and she is also in the same club as him. A beauty like this comes from a wealthy family and is not at all worldly. Even during normal club activities, he can only see her from afar. The only time he has interacted with her is yesterday afternoon at the club dinner. You and I yesterday? Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. He quickly looked down and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his clothes were all neat and tidy, and he had slept on the sofa, otherwise it would have been terrible. Jiang Wei frowned, her delicate features crumpled. She got up, picked up her bag, and was relieved that nothing had happened. I'm leaving, the driver is here to pick me up. Before leaving, she stopped again, took out her phone's friend QR code, and added, I seem to have paid the room fee, add a WeChat, and send the money to me. Lin Xuan thought it was reasonable. Although nothing had happened, he still couldn't let the girl pay the room fee. He quickly took out his phone and added the friend. After the beautiful figure had disappeared, Lin Xuan quickly took out his phone to ask his friend what had happened. As he looked down, he noticed that something had fallen next to his feet when he had taken out his phone. He picked it up and saw that it was a small red notebook with the words marriage certificate written on it. Holy shit, whose marriage certificate fell here? Is this so awesome? Lin Xuan felt that there were just too many unbelievable things today. Just as he was feeling strange, he opened the red booklet and saw that, damn it, it actually had his own name on it. Moreover, the name next to his own name was Jiang Wei. Lin Xuan drew a breath of cold air. The photo was also of himself and Jiang Wei, except that his face was unnaturally red, while Jiang Wei's expression looked a bit angry. This is a prank, right? It must be. Lin Xuan just felt dizzy and breathless. And dialed Su Chang's number, a fellow club member and roommate. Xianzi? Let me ask you, what happened after I got drunk yesterday afternoon? I was in morning class. Xianzi lowered his voice. Yesterday afternoon, you were upset after a breakup and had a few glasses of white wine. When Jiang Wei was drinking a drink, she accidentally had a glass of white wine too, and it went to her head a bit. You guys don't know why you were arguing about whether you needed a household registration book to get married. I tried calling you many times but couldn't get through, and I wanted to ask you, did you get beaten up? I heard that Zhang's father is a real estate tycoon, her mother is a professor at our school, and her brother is a gangster who is not to be messed with. Lin Xuan was silent. So, you had a fight with Jiang Wei and then the two of you went to get married? Lin Xuan covered his forehead in pain, his tone desperate. He was ruined, he was finished. She was the school beauty queen, and she came from a powerful family. He had ruined her, turning a rich young lady into a second wife. What's wrong with you? Nothing happened, did it? Xianzi asked. Lin Xuan was dumbstruck and unable to voice his grievances. He was just an ordinary junior college student with an ordinary family, ordinary looks, and ordinary abilities. He had thought that he would spend his time in college in an ordinary way and then marry his childhood sweetheart and start a family. Who knew that in just 2 days, his life would change beyond recognition? He guessed that Jiang Wei must also be in a daze and hadn't noticed the marriage certificate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just calmly walked away. The most urgent task is to quickly correct the mistake and break up. Xianzi on the other end was confused. Lin Xuan hung up the phone, and only then did he add Jiang Wei's WeChat. He quickly sent a message to Jiang Wei to set up a meeting, but the message went unanswered. He glanced at Jiang Wei's circle of friends, which was very small. Occasionally, she posted a selfie, but mostly she posted fragments of her life. However, it was obvious from the places she went that she came from a wealthy family. Lin Chuan hurriedly left the hotel and went back to school. He had only just reached the dormitory when he saw the petite girl sitting on a bench. His heart ached, and he couldn't help but pause. It was his ex-girlfriend. He had tried to go unnoticed, but she had spotted him. Lin Chuan? Su Xiaowan's voice was full of doubt. Don't you have morning class today? You haven't changed your clothes. So it's true what they said about you drinking yesterday. Lin Chuan looked at Su Xiaowan's pretty, soft face, suppressed the aching in his heart, and smiled nonchalantly. Drinking? For you? I would never. I just stayed up all night surfing the internet. After all, I'm single, and no one will care if I play games now. Su Xiaowan frowned slightly. You're not taking care of your body. Lin Chuan let out a breath. Thank you, but what position do you have to tell me? Su Xiaowan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Although we broke up, we had agreed that we would remain good friends. We both came from a county to study in a city, and we both graduated from high school. We will still run into each other when we go home during the holidays. So as friends, I can still care about you. Lin Chuan shook his head. No need. A man from the dormitory walked over, wearing glasses, a white shirt and suit pants, and holding a few books in his hands. Wan, let's go, it's late and there are no seats in the library. I still have to give you a good catch-up lesson today. With your current grades, there is still some gap between you and me if you want to take the same graduate school. Su Xiaowan quickly hid the concern on her face, looked at the man in admiration, raised her hand and intimately took hold of the man's arm. Senpai, let's go. The man glanced at Lin Chuan, snorted, and said, in the future, avoid hanging out with people like this. As long as you get into graduate school, I'll let my uncle arrange it for you, and we'll go into a state-owned enterprise together. Su Xiaowan didn't dare to look at Lin Chuan's expression, and with a guilty heart, she hurriedly walked away. Lin Chuan watched the two walk away, unable to help but squeeze his hand, which hung at his side. Su Xiaowan, so this is why you dumped me? Chapter 2, Ex-Girlfriend and Legal Wife Meet. Back at the dormitory, he changed his clothes. By noon, there was still no reply from Jiang Wei on his phone. Although Lin Chuan was anxious, he didn't want to keep sending messages. After all, the other person had also drunk too much and was probably still catching up on sleep. When he went to the cafeteria for lunch with Su Chang, Su Chang saw Lin Chuan looking down at his phone from time to time, and thought that he was still waiting for a message from Su Xiaowan. Brother, don't even think about it. I asked around in class today and found out that Su Xiaowan's new boyfriend is called Zhao Jingyang. He's a local from City A, his family is quite well off, and he's the vice president of the student council. He also got a guaranteed place in graduate school. Su Xiaowan met him in the student council, and last month, the two of them went camping alone in Qingpingshan, so I guess they hooked up then. Su Chang looked sympathetic. You, don't even think about her, she's not worth it. I'm not thinking about her. Lin Chuan put away his phone and took a few bites of rice like he was chewing on sawdust. It was impossible not to care when you hear Su Xiaowan's name. They were in the same class for 3 years of high school, fell in love right after graduation, and even applied to the same university. Gee, I can see you've been looking at WeChat the whole time. Su Chang thought for a moment and came up with a bad idea. You're so sad, but actually, you haven't been in a relationship long enough. As the internet says, the fastest way to get over a breakup is to start a new relationship. Hey, why don't we set up a double date? You find a new girlfriend, and as long as you switch girlfriends quickly, there'll be no sadness, just love. Lin Chuan shook his head. It's annoying enough as it is, but to make new trouble for yourself, isn't that just adding to the misery? Just as he was saying this, his phone rang. It was Jiang Wei's WeChat call. Lin Chuan nearly choked on his rice and quickly answered the call. Jiang Wei asked him where he was and hung up. He thought that later Jiang Wei might give him a big slap in public, which was a little creepy, and his face became a little ugly. Lin Chuan? Su Xiaowan followed Zhao Jingyang to lunch, where she had her usual chicken and rice dish. Lin Chuan usually ate with her, too, so it was no surprise to see them together. Zhao Jingyang followed Su Xiaowan with his tray, deliberately placing it on the table next to Lin Chuan's. His tone was provocative. What a coincidence. It seems that as long as you want to create a chance encounter, it's not that difficult. It's just that it's ridiculous to go to all that trouble just to annoy people. Su Xiaowan also thought that Lin Chuan was doing it on purpose. Senior, let's eat, don't worry about him. He and I are already in the past. Su Chang sneered. Yes, I'm afraid that some people are being cocky now, but in the future, whatever you gain, you will also lose. You still can't laugh too soon. Su Xiaowan frowned. How can you say that? Su Chang had no desire to argue with this kind of woman. He took Lin Chuan's arm and said, let's go eat somewhere else. The people here are really off-putting. Lin Chuan was upset and looked at the door. Xiangzi, it's fine, I don't care anymore. We'll leave later, I'm still waiting for someone. Su Chang looked at Lin Chuan with a disappointed expression and sighed heavily. As a friend, who doesn't know that Lin Chuan has poured his heart and soul into Su Xiaowan? Even when Lin Chuan's parents came to a city, they would take Lin Xiaowan out to buy new clothes, bring her food and drinks, give her pocket money, and they were really going to get married. The result? Su Chang really can't stand the way Su Xiaowan and Zhao Jingyang behave. Wan, didn't you say you were hungry? Eat up. Zhao Jingyang took out a set of car keys from his pocket and placed them on the table. You did well with the practice questions today, so this afternoon I'll drive you to the mall to buy some clothes. Su Xiaowan was a little conflicted, but when she saw the Mercedes-Benz keys on the table, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, and a little longing was suppressed in her bottom of the eyes. She then sat down next to Zhao Jingyang with a calm face. She looked at Lin Chuan with a condescending air. Lin Chuan, I was with you before, mistaking friendship for love. It wasn't until I met the senior that I realized that I had never liked you before. So, you should stop deliberately appearing in front of us, because it's not good for anyone. And, the senior and I are planning to get married right after graduation, so it's completely impossible for me to be with you anymore. You'd better give up and find a new girlfriend. Lin Chuan was so angry that he laughed. The day before, they had been sweet and affectionate, but yesterday, she had become cold and distant. Today, they were complete strangers. He had never realized before that his girlfriend was such a disgusting woman. He held back his anger and said deliberately, "You're overreacting. I only used you for entertainment. I was already tired of playing with you." Su Chang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. But even though Lin Chuan was acting tough, when he saw the two of them being intimate in the car keys on the table, he couldn't help feeling dejected. At some point, the noisy cafeteria became quiet. However, the four of them didn't notice that a pretty figure had appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria and, amidst everyone's gossiping and staring, walked towards Lin Chuan's seat. Everyone lowered their voices and whispered. Is that the school beauty? She's so pretty. Wow, I thought she looked good in the photos, but she's even better in person. There's no doubt about her looks. She was even approached by a director before, but she's a rich kid and has no interest in the entertainment industry. Jiang Wei is even prettier than the popular actresses. Damn, she's the graduation project of Nuwa, and I'm just a nobody. Jiang Wei had changed into a different outfit, wearing a light blue skirt. Her limbs were slender and graceful, and her tall figure looked very good. She had a delicate and petite face with a standard melon-shaped face and exquisite facial features on her pale white skin. As she walked, her long chestnut hair swayed lightly around her waist. However, compared to her beautiful, attractive appearance, her expression was very cold, with an aloofness that didn't take anything seriously and kept people at a distance. Walking in the noisy cafeteria, she made people's eyes shine brightly, again and again. Jiang Wei was indeed very beautiful, flawless in her beauty, and her cold temperament gave her a sense of mystery. She stopped next to Lin Chuan. Many people were already wondering. Is the school beauty coming to the cafeteria just to find a guy? Who is that guy? Su Xiaowan and Zhao Jingyang were both dumbfounded when they looked up. The former was surprised, while the latter was stunned. Su Xiaowan's face was ugly. Did Lin Chuan really just say that he was waiting for someone? Was the person he was waiting for the famous school beauty Jiang Wei? Then what about the self-righteous thing she just said? Are they familiar? How is that possible? Su Xiaowan's eyes fell upon Jiang Wei's face and tall figure. Even without any makeup, she was beautiful, and she made her, as a girl, feel inferior. Some complex emotions welled up in her heart, and she looked at Lin Chuan, her tone unconsciously questioning, "When did you two meet?" Lin Chuan paid no attention to Su Xiaowan at all, and in an instant, he speculated about Jiang Wei's face, mood, and his own fate. He suddenly felt a sense of crisis, as if a knife hanging above his neck was finally about to fall. He stood up. This place was really not the right place to talk things over. Moreover, he hoped that Jiang Wei would not do anything extreme in public again. Thinking so, he gave a kind smile and said, "I'm done. Let's go. Let's talk somewhere else." Jiang Wei lowered her head, glanced at the other people at the table, and without dropping her gaze, looked at the door and then walked out first. Chapter 3: The whole family knows that the school beauty has gotten married? Su Shaoan clenched her fists, feeling very dissatisfied with Lin Xuan's indifferent attitude towards her. When she was in a relationship with Lin Xuan, there was not a single ambiguous contact in his phone address book. She could just check up on him whenever she wanted, and he also didn't hang out with women. Why did the school beauty queen come to see him today, just after they broke up yesterday? Lin Xuan is just an ordinary person who is unremarkable even when he is in a crowd. Besides, the reason why she broke up with him was also because his family background was ordinary and he didn't have any prospects. It's just that such a person standing with the school beauty is also too abrupt. What is the relationship between Su Chang, Lin Xuan, and Jiang Wei? Ha, you mean Lin Xuan and the school beauty? They, yesterday, had a lot to chat about. Su Chang was secretly happy in his heart. Although he was puzzled, he still looked provocatively at Zhao Jingyang, who was still in a daze. You, quickly stop staring, it's useless to look, the school beauty will only look at Lin Xuan, she won't look at you even once. Zhao Jingyang's expression instantly soured. Jiang Wei was indeed the dream goddess of many people, beautiful in appearance, and a real rich girl. Her personality was hard to pin down, and the more unattainable she was, the more people were driven to like her. He was the vice president of the student council, and also came from a good family, excelled in both character and studies, and was very handsome. When Jiang Wei first entered university as a freshman, she attracted a lot of attention, including his. He thought that he could use his status as an older student to befriend the younger one on the pretext of looking after her, but he was ignored. And ignored countless times. He wanted to accompany the freshman to get familiar with the environment. Someone else was kindly accompanied by a school leader. Help carry luggage? Someone else has an assistant. As for serving tea? Someone never eats or drinks anything from strangers. Someone else has an exclusive driver, doesn't live on campus, and doesn't engage in meaningless socializing. Even if they are from the same school, it's like there's an invisible wall, and they can't get close at all. After Zhao Jingyang's frustration and abandonment, he comforted himself, thinking that a high and unattainable iceberg beauty like Jiang Wei, her future other half, would definitely be a rich second generation, not an ordinary person. So, would Jiang Wei look down on Lin Xuan, an ugly duckling who doesn't add up to more than 500 yuan from head to toe? The possibility is zero. Senior, do you like Jiang Wei too? Su Shaoan frowned and looked at Zhao Jingyang. She had been too caught up in her own amazement to notice Zhao Jingyang's expression. I'm not interested in the school beauty. Zhao Jingyang coughed awkwardly and said insincerely, but when he thought about the way Jiang Wei had looked at him just now, his heart still throbbed a little. To put it in a more literary way, there are white moons everywhere, but there is only one moon. Unfortunately, the moon cannot see his overflowing talent and charming soul. In a private room of a tea house. The young girl is sitting on a mahogany chair, her long, slender, shapely legs crossed. Her firm, slender curves spread from her thighs to the hem of her skirt. Her waist is so tiny that it can hardly be held in the hands. Her long, soft hair winds around her collarbone and shoulders, making her skin look even more white and snow-like. She has clearly defined, slender fingers holding a teacup, which she idly rubs. Her face was lowered, her long, thick eyelashes curled, casting a shadow under her eyes. Her rosy lips were slightly pursed. Her face seemed to be no bigger than a palm. But the skin on the palm of a hand is rough, so how can it compare to her delicate skin like white porcelain? The usually meticulous and cold appearance seemed a bit laid back at this moment. Her beautiful eyes lifted, and through the white mist of tea fragrance, she looked at Lin Xuan with a somewhat unfriendly scrutiny. Are you convinced? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Ah. Lin Xuan didn't hear what Jiang Wei said clearly at all, and subconsciously thought it was an accusation, so the loud sound was an apology. But when he came to his senses, he realized that the other person wasn't accusing him. What was he apologizing for? Jiang Wei took a small sip of tea, and her lips became moist. Didn't you bet with me yesterday? You got the marriage certificate directly with your ID card, are you convinced? Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. Is this the point that should be focused on? Isn't the more troublesome thing now that the big school flower inexplicably became a second marriage? You have to know that, regardless of gender, the value of the first marriage and the second marriage is like heaven and earth. Lin Xuan's expression was full of regret. You didn't mention it this morning. I thought you didn't know about the marriage certificate. I really blacked out yesterday. I didn't even remember what happened yesterday. And it's outrageous that the staff could register us when we were both drunk. Jiang Wei nodded, not showing the rage that Lin Xuan had expected, but instead being very calm. Indeed, I also blacked out. When I got home, the marriage certificate was in my clothes pocket, and it was taken out when my aunt took it to the laundry. My parents know, my brother knows, and I'm the last one in my family to know. Lin Xuan's expression was a little out of control. Your whole family knows? He remembered what Su Chang had told him. Jiang Wei's family background is not simple. The father is a real estate tycoon, the mother is a college professor, and there is also a brother who is involved in the underworld. He took a sharp intake of breath, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Suddenly, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, with a thorn in his back, and as if he were facing a great enemy. He forced himself to calm down. His palms were soaked with sweat. So, how do you want to resolve this? I do bear half the responsibility for this matter. I will do my best to cooperate with whatever I am required to do. Jiang Wei suddenly smiled, her mouth slightly raised. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Am I going to eat people? Lin Xuan had a hard time explaining himself. He was just an ordinary person, and he had abducted the daughter of such a family. Actually, I'm a good person. I just drank too much. Can I ask you to hit me in front of the hospital? Because I think that way, the rescue will be more timely, and I shouldn't be left disabled. Jiang Wei's smile deepened at the corners of her mouth, as if she had heard a funny joke. Her cold face was like a smile of ice and snow, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze, charming and also dangerous. Lin Xuan, I'm not in the underworld. And my family won't beat you up. Jiang Wei put down her teacup and just told you, maybe my brother will come looking for you, so be prepared. Lin Xuan had felt a slight sense of relief at Jiang Wei's words, but before he could let his guard down, it was raised again. Can you ask your brother to meet you at the emergency room? Chapter 4, Registering for Divorce, and the school beauty is still not happy. It's not that the ambulance is not good enough, but it's more cost-effective to walk there yourself. Lin Xuan saw that Jiang Wei's expression did not change, and continued, I looked it up. If we want a divorce, we need to register and then wait for 30 days before we can calm down. When do you have time? Let's go through the formalities together. The earlier we register, the sooner we can get the divorce certificate. What he didn't say was that then he could go back to his old ways with Jiang Wei, without having to worry. After all, he wasn't going to dream of a toad eating a swan. This kind of misunderstanding should be corrected in time. Jiang Wei's expression slightly cooled down. Unfortunately, I have to go abroad in the next few days. I'll contact you when I return. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh, that was indeed quite unfortunate. However, she had the time to chat with herself here, and it didn't take long to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He couldn't help but take out his phone and search for the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was one within 800 meters nearby. He asked tentatively, Are you free this afternoon? Jiang Wei looked at Lin Xuan with some wariness, her eyes a little bit of indescribable complexity. There was still time for a meal. That's great, it's already 1:50, we'll be there just as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens. Do you have your ID card? Let's go register. Jiang Wei's face was expressionless, as if she wasn't surprised that Lin Xuan would mention this. She put down her teacup, stood up, and said, Let's go then. Half an hour later. Jiang Wei and Lin Xuan stood in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The staff member who had just registered them had tried to persuade them for a while, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xuan revealed incomprehension. After all, Jiang Wei was very beautiful, a top beauty in the eyes of other women, and he was just registering for a divorce? Why can't you think straight? Lin Xuan set a schedule on his phone for 30 days later, and I will notify you to come and pick up the certificate at that time. Jiang Wei didn't say anything, her head hung low, and Lin Xuan only then noticed that ever since just now, she had been resting her right hand on her stomach. Are you okay? From Lin Xuan's perspective, her shoulders were very thin, her neck was long and slender, her waist was very thin, and her figure was very delicate. She looked like a very weak butterfly. Jiang Wei waved her hand, saying that it was nothing, that she had just not eaten today. Lin Xuan then realized that after Jiang Wei had gone back in the morning, she had probably just washed up and rested. She had hurried to find him at noon, but she hadn't eaten anything, just a few sips of tea. Thinking about her current situation, he realized that it was still related to himself. Lin Chuan quickly said, "There is a seafood porridge restaurant nearby, the taste is quite good. My ex-girlfriend coughed, and I used to go there when my stomach was upset. It's quite good for the stomach. If you don't mind, I'll treat you." He was prepared for a rejection. But Jiang Wei might really be feeling unwell, and she even agreed. After arriving at the porridge restaurant and sitting down, Lin Chuan looked at the menu and saw the porridge he used to order for Su Shaowan. He handed the menu to Jiang Wei and said, "You choose." Jiang Wei pointed to the shrimp congee on the menu, saying, "I don't eat green onions or cilantro, and if the shrimp isn't handled properly, it will upset my stomach." Lin Chuan heard this and realized that this young lady was no longer in the mood for breakfast. The proprietress of the small shop was handling the ingredients in the kitchen, so Lin Chuan went to the kitchen to place the order, and he specifically mentioned Jiang Wei's request. "Hey, isn't Xian usually a big fan of green onions? Why doesn't she want any today?" Lin Chuan often came to buy congee, and even if he didn't bring Su Shaowan with him, he would come to pack up the morning's congee for her to take away. So over time, he became a regular at the congee shop. That's why Sister Qin also became familiar with this sweet young couple. "It's not Shaowan, I broke up with her." Lin Chuan's face fell. "This is a classmate from one of my clubs. I saw that she wasn't feeling well after not eating, so I brought her here." Sister Qin's face showed a little pity. "Oops, I heard you say before that you were in the same class in your first year of high school and have known each other for a long time, but don't break up just because you argue. It's emotional. It's really hard to meet a sincere partner in society." Lin Chuan's expression became even more difficult to hold. She already had a boyfriend, so there was no need to mention her, it was all in the past. Sister Qin was taken aback. She was a little more familiar with Lin Chuan. It was very thoughtful of a university boy to insist on buying seafood porridge for his girlfriend every day in the middle of winter. She felt that, with Lin Chuan's intentions for Shaowan, they should not break up. Sister Qin smiled awkwardly. "Seafood porridge, no green onion, right? It will be ready in a moment." Jiang Wei, who was looking for the bathroom outside the kitchen, heard their conversation and her eyes were a little thoughtful. When she saw Lin Chuan coming out, she returned to her seat as if naturally. However, she deliberately looked out the window and pretended to have heard nothing. Lin Chuan admired Jiang Wei's temperament. If she were Jiang Wei, she would have been inexplicably married to an unremarkable man and the sky would have fallen. How could she be so calm and sit here? Jiang Wei suddenly said, "You just mentioned your ex-girlfriend. Did you often bring her here to eat? Were you not afraid that she would misunderstand if she met us together? Didn't you see her at lunch?" Jiang Wei thought about it. At noon in the cafeteria, there was a table for 4 people, and there was only one girl in it. So, was that the girl? Lin Chuan's ex-girlfriend? The man next to her looked a bit familiar. "Do you like her very much?" Lin Chuan didn't deny it. If he didn't like her, they wouldn't have been together. Although Su Shaowan directly denied her past with him for her new boyfriend, he could not go against his heart and say something untrue. Jiang Wei casually asked out of curiosity, "If she asked to get back together with you, would you say yes?" Lin Chuan shook his head. "No, I don't have any special preferences, I don't like to make things difficult for myself, it's just a breakup, I'll get over it soon." From the tone of his voice, Jiang Wei could tell that he hadn't yet come out of it. She had learned from Lin Chuan's drunken words yesterday that he had just been heartbroken. She propped her side of her face, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Chuan, making him feel a little uncomfortable. She wondered what she was thinking about, her expression became increasingly unpleasant, and her tone of voice changed. "Lin Chuan, 30 days later, I can cooperate with you to go through the procedures, but the prerequisite is to see how you behave. I have never been in a relationship, but somehow I have to become a second-time wife. You should make it up to me." Jiang Wei's tone was not negotiable, and her eyes looked coldly to the side. "For these 30 days, you are not allowed to get involved with other girls, you must be available at all times, you must not say a word when I say one, you must not go west when I say east, and I want you to keep the marriage a secret. And when it comes to my family, you cannot hide from them when they meet you, you must respect them, and even if they say something unpleasant, you must not get angry. Otherwise, forget about getting a divorce." When it came to the end, her tone had already carried a hint of cold coercion. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded when he heard it. Is this a divorce request? Why is it the same as a dating request? These days, does divorce still have to go through such a process? And who is in a hurry to get a divorce anyway? After getting this certificate, it feels like Jiang Wei is the one who was at a disadvantage, right? Why does it seem like she's not happy about it? Chapter 5, A Face-Off with his ex-girlfriend's family. Lin Chuan accompanied Jiang Wei to finish eating, then went back to the dormitory to sleep. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. He subconsciously took out his phone and opened WeChat to take a look. Jiang Wei hadn't sent him a message. That's good. Before, he would always get lost in his thoughts and feel sad because of Su Xiaowan, and he would worry about her, but now, because of a deadly mistake, his attention has been diverted, and the sadness is not so overwhelming. Xuan, are you going to class today? Do you want me to ask for you leave? Su Chang had already gotten up. No need to ask for leave, I feel much better today. Su Chang laughed, you were so tired when you came home yesterday that I didn't have time to ask you why the school beauty was looking for you. Do you think there's hope for you? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Chuan got out of bed. Do you think she'd look at me? Don't be ridiculous. That's true. Su Chang licked his lips, if it's someone else, it's possible. Jiang, the school beauty, definitely doesn't have a chance. There are so many guys after her, and she hasn't looked at any of them. She's a real goddess. Lin Chuan thought to himself that he was lucky to have hidden his marriage certificate well. If someone found it, what would happen? There was a large class in the morning. When Lin Chuan arrived at the classroom, the class had not yet started. He saw Su Xiaowan, who was in a different class but in the same department, sitting in the front row. She was wearing a very nice skirt that looked expensive. People who didn't usually dress up much had also started wearing makeup, which made them look much more refined. Xiaowan, your boyfriend is the vice president of the student union, eh? Judging from the car you posted in your circle of friends yesterday, it's his, right? Yes, he bought a car for her before he even graduated from college? His family must be very wealthy. She still needs to find a rich partner, otherwise she will just be walking the streets every day. Su Xiaowan is surrounded by a few of her best friends with whom she gets along well. In the past, Lin Chuan also treated them to dinner quite often. Su Xiaowan didn't notice that Lin Chuan was here, and there was a hint of pride in her tone. Of course, where's the new Mercedes-Benz, worth more than 400,000 yuan, a gift from my boyfriend's family for being accepted into graduate school. He even drove me to see his wedding house last night. It's an urban house in Kaifeng, bought a long time ago, and it costs 30,000 yuan per square meter. The decoration is very nice, and it cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Su Xiaowan said, her face was flushed, and her eyes sparkled. It seemed as if all those things already belonged to her. Damn, that's awesome. Her best friend Su Lu was extremely jealous, and she asked, does your boyfriend have any good friends? Su Xiaowan smiled with pursed lips, I'll ask him when I get back. Everyone was envious again. In fact, there weren't many locals from City A in the class, and there were more students from other smaller cities than from City A. Therefore, the locals from City A had a sense of superiority here. Zhao Jingyang was the vice president of the student union and had been accepted into graduate school at another university in City A. He usually wore a white shirt and a pair of glasses year-round, and looked very knowledgeable. Although he is a bit short and his appearance is just so-so, he seems more mature than his peers. Therefore, it is not an act for those girls to envy Su Xiaowan. Su Chang listened with his teeth bared again, and said, let's talk about that after you marry him. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan looked over and her face instantly turned a little uglier. However, thinking about Lin Chuan's attitude towards her yesterday, and the way he egged his friends on to taunt her like this, she snorted and averted her eyes, pretending not to see Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was also hoping for this. Everyone else who knew about the couple also had complicated looks in their eyes, quietly acting as onlookers. Su Xiaowan wouldn't have cheated on someone, would she? That's not it, her character is still okay. When did they break up? It seems like it was seamless. It could also be cheating. I saw Su Xiaowan and Zhao Jingyang last month at the backstreet private photography job, a man and a woman going to a private photography job. But Su Xiaowan's best friends still defended her. Heh, it's just some people being jealous and spreading rumors. Xiaowan, fortunately you broke up with this kind of person. Yes, some people are just jealous of how well you two are doing. Su Xiaowan glanced at Lin Chuan, who was sitting in the back row, and, seeing the rumors that had arisen because of him, hurriedly defended herself. I was ignorant in the past, I have never liked Lin Chuan, I have never cheated on anyone, I only started going out with him after we broke up, the innocent will prevail, time will tell. Su Luoluo nodded in agreement. Yes, I can prove it. It was Lin Chuan who was licking Xiaowan like a dog. Xiaowan broke up with him a long time ago. It was him who got tangled up. Su Xiaowan hung her head sheepishly, but seeing that Lin Chuan didn't say anything, she felt much better. During the break, Su Xiaowan went to the bathroom and received a call from her mother, Wang Suihua. Wang Suihua's tone was condescending. Xiaowan, do you know who just came to our house? Su Xiaowan was in a bad mood. Who? Lin Chuan's parents. Wang Suihua laughed. They came to give us mooncakes, but I gave them a good scolding and told them not to bother us anymore. They don't know how outstanding my daughter's new husband is, and they think he would want to be with a family like theirs? They really don't know their place. Lin Chuan's mother had such a miserable expression when she left, it made me laugh. Su Xiaowan thought to herself as she heard this, Lin's mother had always been so kind to her. When they were in high school, she had received a lot of help from the Lin family because her family was poor. But then she thought, Lin Chuan treated her like this, slandering her. There was no need to be polite to them. Anyway, she didn't ask them to treat her well in the past, they did it of their own accord. Thinking this way, she felt better about being the subject of rumors. Lin Chuan also learned about this incident. However, their parents were being tactful, just asking them indirectly if they had had a fight. Lin Chuan felt a little strange, so he asked a few more questions. My mother then explained, isn't it Mid-Autumn Festival soon? I went to give the in-laws some mooncakes. But when I got to the building complex, I saw the in-laws chatting with a bunch of people. I went over to say hello, but she said you guys broke up and told me not to go over there anymore. And her attitude wasn't very good, and she spoke harshly, telling us not to be a pest. Lin Chuan thought about his mother's personality, and she was able to say that the other person's attitude was not good, so it can be seen that she was being bullied. You have to know that my family has a house and a car in the county seat. Although we are not wealthy, we can live comfortably. Su Xiaowan's family only rents a house and lives in a modest environment, so they used to be very kind to my family. Now that you've broken up, you're turning your back on them? Lin Chuan was suddenly angry. Mom, Su Xiaowan and I have broken up. Her mother's attitude is such that I want them to return the 66,000 yuan red envelope I gave them for the New Year's dinner. His mother hesitated for a moment. That was the engagement gift. In case you two get back together in the future. Never mind. Son, I shouldn't have told you about this. You two should just talk it out. You should just give in to her and coddle her. Lin Chuan sneered. She had already broken up with me because she was already with someone else. The transfer records are still there. If her family doesn't pay back the money, sue them. If you don't get angry, you really treat people like idiots, don't you? Chapter 6, Break up, fine, but pay up. Seeing Lin Chuan's firm attitude, her mother finally agreed. Su Chang overheard the conversation and cursed, shit, you all gave her family tens of thousands of yuan in red envelopes? Su Xiaowan didn't mention anything about paying you back when she broke up with you? Yes. Lin Chuan had previously been immersed in her grief. Now, gradually coming to her senses, she thought, even if we broke up, she shouldn't take what doesn't belong to her. After all, no one's money comes from thin air. Since Su Xiaowan's good senior is so rich, she must not value these pennies and nickels. Su Chang was also furious, and asked her to return not only the tens of thousands of red envelopes, but also the money she had given him normally. That was all for the purpose of getting married, and since she wasn't marrying you, she should return it all. Lin Chuan currently only wanted to get back the 66,000 yuan, so he didn't respond to anything else for the time being. Su Chang was speechless. Look at her smug face, what are you hesitating about? With that attitude, does she have any respect for you? Besides, she cheated on you. Lin Wang, her friend, chimed in, yeah, I can't watch anymore. If you don't want to do it, give me your phone and I'll do it for you. Lin Chuan saw their attitude and had no choice but to say, okay, I'll calculate the amount of money involved this afternoon and print it out then. Su Chang nodded in satisfaction, that's the way to do it. When class ended, Su Xiaowan received a message from Lin Chuan asking her to stay behind for a moment. She frowned, a little on her guard. Her best friend Su Luoluo volunteered to stay in the classroom with her to prevent Lin Chuan from doing something impulsive. When everyone had left, Su Xiaowan glanced at Lin Chuan, who was walking slowly towards her, and felt a little nervous. She glanced at Su Luoluo and thought, what if he begs me to get back together? After all, we have been friends for so many years, I can't say anything hurtful. Su Luoluo lowered her voice and looked disdainfully at Su Xiaowan. I'm here, if he dares to be delusional, I'll show him what it means to be humiliated. Su Xiaowan waited until Lin Xuan was close, then quickly distanced herself and said, Lin Xuan, if you have something you want to say, just say it. I'm going to the library with my senior later, and I don't want him to wait long. Besides, he already had some misunderstandings yesterday, and I don't want him to misunderstand that you and I are still together. Lin Xuan couldn't help sneering in his heart, but he kept a poker face. Don't worry, I just want to tell you that since we've broken up, you took all that money from my family, and you have to give it all back to me within 2 days, or I'll sue you. What? Su Xiaowan's eyes widened, and she suddenly stood up from her seat, looking at Lin Xuan in disbelief. What money are you talking about? You're not going to ask for all the money you spent during the relationship just because you're breaking up, are you? Lin Xuan, we're still friends after all, so why are you being so extreme? You really make me feel strange. Yes, this is too low. Su Luoluo defended Su Xiaowan. How can a man be so stingy and disgusting? With your family's financial situation, how much money have you spent? And you want people to pay you back? Aren't you afraid that no one will dare to go out with you after this gets out? Lin Xuan was overwhelmed by the barrage of accusations, and seeing Su Xiaowan's open and honest face, he felt ridiculous. Just wait and see if you'll be sued. He had already walked out of the classroom door, but he could still hear Su Xiaowan crying behind him. Lin Xuan, how could I have been with someone like you for so long? I really misjudged you. If that's the case, I would rather have never been with you. Lin Xuan squeezed the hand that had fallen to his side, quickened his pace, and left. If he felt any remorse, it was more on his part. After the breakup, he had been sad, but not angry enough to blame anyone. But today, his parents had suffered along with him, and he was really angry. If it weren't for their family, Su Xiaowan wouldn't be in the situation she is in today. She asked herself, if she hadn't been taken in by her mother to study at home during her senior year of high school, would she have been able to improve her grades so quickly and get into a university? But Lin Xuan didn't want to talk about any of this. He had met a white-eyed wolf, and seeing through it was enough. There was no need to deal with such a person anymore. He just needed to settle the score with Su Xiaowan, penny for penny. In the classroom, Su Xiaowan's eyes were red with tears as Su Luoluo scolded Lin Xuan for being heinous from the side. Don't cry, either. When you add it all up, how much is there? Su Xiaowan thought about it, just the money transactions, what was given and borrowed, was at least 150,000 yuan, and with the money for cigarettes, alcohol, and jewelry, it could total 200,000 yuan. Su Luoluo was a little surprised. Was it money for the wedding? No. Su Luoluo was suddenly dumbfounded. She had thought Lin Xuan was a stingy man, but she never imagined that he had actually spent so much money. No wonder he was so angry. As a good friend, she knew exactly what was going on between Su Xiaowan and Zhao Jingyang. To say that there was no cheating would be self-deceptive. So she can only pay back the money, right? Su Luoluo was also a little angry. You just let your family pay it back. How can you have that kind of money? Su Xiaowan was silent. Her family was poor, and she had a younger brother who was studying in a technical secondary school. The money she received from the Lin family was used to pay for her brother's marriage. There was absolutely no way she could repay it now, otherwise she would not be crying so hard here. Su Luoluo lowered her voice and said, Didn't you say that you and Zhao Shuayuan had slept together? But you haven't slept with Lin Xuan, you're still a virgin. This 200,000 yuan is not a small sum, but for Senior Zhao, it's not much either. Since he already has everything from you, it's reasonable for him to pay this as a bride price. No way. Su Xiaowan shook her head. I asked before, and he said that girls in City A don't pay a bride price when they get married, and he won't give it either. Besides, he's afraid that I'm Voldemort, so he won't give me any money before marriage, only buy me things. Su Luoluo's face suddenly turned slightly strange, and she said in a strange tone, he can't possibly not give anything, right? In that case, he's not as good as Lin Xuan. At least he gives you a few hundred yuan every month for milk tea, and he doesn't want your body. Su Xiaowan's face suddenly turned ugly. She stammered for a long time, I know Lin Xuan's personality. He's a nice person. Maybe he's just angry and won't really demand that money back. At that moment, the classroom door was knocked on. A beautiful woman wearing a white silk blouse and a black fishtail skirt stood in the doorway. Her face was very kind and beautiful. 2 little students, may I ask, did you just get out of class? Do you know Lin Xuan? Can you contact him for me? Su Xiaowan quickly wiped away her tears and turned her face away. Su Luo was a little puzzled. He just left, he shouldn't have reached the bottom floor yet. What do you want with him? The woman smiled and explained, oh, I need to talk to him about something. In that case, I'll go first. Su Luo was surprised. This auntie is so pretty and looks familiar, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Su Xiaowan didn't hear a word Su Luo said, but was thinking about the 200,000 yuan. Chapter 7, The Mother-in-Law Has Her Back. Lin Chuan was standing at the school gate waiting for the bus. There was a message from Jiang Wei on his phone. He didn't know what the young lady had planned, but since he had already agreed to be on call for 30 days, he didn't refuse. Hey, isn't that Lin Chuan? A car pulled up and stopped in front of Lin Chuan. This kind of person can still make our sister-in-law cry. Inside the car window was a completely unfamiliar man. And in the driver's seat was Zhao Jingyang. Lin Chuan disgustedly averted his eyes. There was nothing to talk about between him and Zhao Jingyang. Zhao Jingyang's eyes held contempt. After all, in his opinion, a native of a city like him was born with good educational resources and a house in a city, unlike Lin Chuan, a bumpkin who could only afford a down payment on a house in a city for his entire life. The starting point he had at his fingertips was the end of Lin Chuan's struggle. For someone like Lin Chuan, he is not even worthy of competing with him for a woman. Lin Chuan was speechless. What do you guys want? Zhao Jingyang laughed. This was the first time he had dealt with Lin Chuan privately. Lin Chuan, don't you understand the situation yet? You and I are from two different worlds. When I was drinking Starbucks, you were still playing in the mud in the village. When I had a computer, you were still buying fake Adidas at the street stall. I was trained by famous teachers in high school, and what about you? You got lucky and majored in adjustment. You don't think you're also at a university, just like us, do you? Lu Baikong in the passenger seat laughed out loud. Brother, when you told him about Starbucks, he knows nothing about it. We drink it as water, and he probably hasn't even tried it. Lin Chuan laughed. Zhao Jingyang is really pompous. Usually in class, he wears a white shirt and black suit pants, and carries a shiny black briefcase. If you didn't know, you'd think he was a civil servant coming to work. This kind of thing he says now is also embarrassing. Seeing Lin Chuan's expression, Zhao Jingyang continued, Lin Chuan, I'll be kind enough to give you some advice. This society is not like your small place, and the rules of the game are not something people like you can grasp. If you dare to provoke Wan again, I can make sure you can't get by at a university. My uncle is the director of a university, so it would be really easy to get you into trouble. If you know what's good for you, you'd better just go away and never show your face in front of Wan again. Lin Chuan hadn't said anything yet, when a woman's voice sounded elegantly. This student, what you said is terrible. A university is not your family business. If someone who came to visit a university heard that, they would think it was the mafia and be scared away. The three of them looked at the woman who was walking over together. She was about 35 years old, with a mature and pretty face. Her hair was wavy and curly, and she looked like an elegant and intellectual older sister. She had a warm smile and a very charming demeanor. Lu Baikong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, froze for a moment. Seeing that the woman was either rich or noble in her attire, he also felt a little intimidated. Sister, we were just joking, he said. The woman looked at Zhao Jingyang in the driver's seat and recognized him. Aren't you the vice president of the student council? You have such big problems with moral values. I'll tell the school leaders everything you just said in a minute. Zhao Jingyang was pretending to be dead, but when he heard this, his eyes widened. Really? The woman smiled slightly. Are you joking or not? Let the school leaders judge. She glanced at the security booth. Captain Lee, you heard it too, didn't you? Captain Lee in the security booth was embarrassed. He had indeed heard it just now, but he just didn't want to get involved for the principle of better to do nothing than to do something. After all, it was at the school gate, which was considered off campus. Helping out would do no good, but might do harm instead, so Zhao Jingyang quickly got out of the car. Only then did he recognize that the woman was actually a professor at the graduate school of a university, and his face turned even more ugly. He had blackmailed Lin Chuan before, but in fact, he had also been a bit pretentious. He did have an uncle who was a good friend of his parents and was the director of the logistics department at University A. Teacher Zhao, I didn't recognize you as me just now. I was just joking with this student, really, I didn't do anything to him. Zhao Jingyang lowered his posture, saying, "We're both young people, and boys like to joke around with each other. Everyone knows my character, and I have absolutely no problems with my ideological and moral development." Zhao Yuyang didn't think so, however. She looked at Lin Chuan and said, "Young student, tell me, is he bullying you on campus? Just tell me. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you again." Lin Chuan was a little stunned. He had had pretty good luck today, running into such a kind person. And she was such a pretty older sister, it was like a warm spring breeze, making him feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Especially the way she looked at him, how strangely kind. It was like the affectionate way an older family member looks at a younger one. But this matter does not seem to have escalated to such a serious level. "Ha, look at this little classmate, he's so scared. In that case, you can go first, I'll take care of the follow-up." Zhao Weiying patted Lin Chuan's shoulder tenderly, sighing with regret, how big a psychological shadow will this leave on the child? At this moment, a luxury car stopped, and the driver waved at Lin Chuan. "Sister, thank you." Lin Chuan was stunned, "So I'll go first? Hurry up and go." Zhao Weiying waved her hand, her eyes full of love as she watched Lin Chuan get into the car. Lu Baikong had already got out of the car, a little dazed. "Brother, that car he got in seems to cost millions. Before, I only saw the school beauty ride in a car like that, but now I can hail a taxi and get a luxury car like that?" Zhao Jingyang waited for Lu Baikong to glance at him and shut up. "Can't you see how troublesome the situation is?" Zhao Jingyang felt really unlucky. He had always been considered a model student at school, so why did he have to encounter such a nosy professor? Was he so bored that he wanted to help Lin Chuan? Besides, he asked himself, had he ever bullied Lin Chuan? He had only come to vent because he had just learned that Wan Wan had been made to cry by Lin Chuan. Was Lin Chuan made of water? Couldn't he even say a few words? Was this a psychological shadow? Who can he talk to about this? Isn't he more wrong than Doi? "Teacher Zhao, I've been accepted to a graduate school. If this incident becomes known, I will also have psychological scars. You don't need to say any more. As a person, you must be willing to take responsibility for your actions." Zhao Yueying didn't give him the chance to say anything else. She had come to see Lin Chuan on purpose today. She had wanted to talk to him alone, but she didn't expect to see Lin Chuan being bullied by such a coincidence. As the mother-in-law, she could not just sit there and do nothing. Chapter 8, This school flower is really moody. The car drove to the entrance of a park. As soon as Lin Chuan got out of the car, he saw Jiang Wei sitting on a bench, holding a cold drink. She was wearing an understated purple dress, her willowy waistline was outlined by the dress, making it look exceptionally slender. Her hair was tied in a side ponytail, with a few wisps of hair falling mischievously to the side of her fair face. A pair of large sunglasses hung from her upturned nose, revealing only the delicate lower half of her face. "What are you doing asking me to come to a place like this?" Lin Chuan couldn't understand it. "Didn't you say you were going abroad yesterday?" Jiang Wei's rosy lips sucked on the straw of her cold drink for a moment, and there had been a change of plans. "Okay." Jiang Wei got up and walked into the park, and Lin Chuan followed him all the way to the lake, where he saw a small boat docked. Lin Chuan had been to this lake before, but as a college student, he just walked around the lake. As for activities like boating, it costs 200 yuan an hour, which is a bit too extravagant and unnecessary. Jiang Wei got into the boat, gestured for Lin Chuan to row, and sat down contentedly, resting her elbows on the edge of the boat and her pale legs directly on the side. She looked like a goddess. She looked up at the sky, her jawline firm and without a hint of excess flesh. Her profile was exquisite, as if she didn't know that her idle appearance was such a beautiful sight in other people's eyes. Lin Chuan felt a little helpless. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt inside and a short-sleeved shirt over it, so he quickly took it off and threw it onto Jiang Wei's lap. "You want to row the boat? For someone in your position, shouldn't your pastime be going shopping?" Jiang Wei's mouth curled up into a smile. "The mall is air-conditioned, so how can it possibly achieve the goal of torturing you?" Lin Chuan stiffened. He knew that on the surface, this young lady seemed to be completely unconcerned about getting the license, but deep down she hated him. Sure enough, people from big cities can control their temper. Even though she hates herself so much, she can still stay on a boat with me, and she's not afraid that I'll take advantage of her? "Row faster, I have a dinner date tonight, don't keep me waiting." Lin Chuan could only resign himself to his fate. There were only 29 days left anyway, and after 29 days, once the two of them had picked up their certificates, they would go their separate ways. The sound of the oars sliding across the water was very soothing. Through his sunglasses, Lin Chuan couldn't tell if Jiang Wei was asleep. Anyway, in the hot sun, he was already sweating profusely after not long of rowing. Jiang Wei suddenly spoke. My mother said that a husband and wife are like two people steering a small boat together in the wide expanse of water, sharing both prosperity and adversity. Just like us right now. So, how do you feel? Lin Chuan looked confused. They had only gotten married after drinking, and they would be getting a divorce sooner or later. Did he need to know about the ways of marriage? I think it's pretty tiring to row a boat by yourself. Do you want me to row? Jiang Wei lifted her beautiful hand and gently removed her sunglasses, her amber eyes fixed on Lin Chuan. As far as I know, when you were in a relationship with your ex-girlfriend, you didn't let her work hard. Don't mention her. Lin Chuan's face changed, and his mood instantly became much worse. Oh. Jiang Wei nodded, suddenly revealing a rare smile, and pointed her slender, jade-like fingers towards the side of the boat. Lin Chuan, look, there's a big green carp. Lin Chuan leaned over to take a look, wondering why green carp were rare. But before he knew it, he felt a force behind him, and he lost his balance, diving into the water. Ah! Bang! He was soaked to the skin, choking on water, and floating on the surface, unable to believe his eyes as the boat had already moved more than a meter away, and the girl on it was smiling. Jiang Wei, what are you doing? I told you, you can't say anything when I'm talking. You're not taking this seriously. Jiang Wei had a mischievous smile in her eyes. You big green carp. Lin Chuan reacted, and she was mocking him. Come back here, you're not going to make me swim back here, are you? Jiang Wei ignored him and rowed away. It wasn't until Lin Chuan was fished out by the staff a few minutes later that Jiang Wei had disappeared. He was so angry that his teeth ached. He took out his phone and sure enough, it was wet. The driver came over, his attitude very amiable. Student Lin, our young lady left first, but left you some money. He took out a shopping card, there was 10,000 yuan in it, it was a card from a nearby mall, you can go and get changed. As for the phone, you can do whatever you like with it, whether you get it repaired or replaced. Lin Chuan took the card and frowned, asking, has she always been so moody? Her personality is really strange. At first, she was fine, but there was no sign of her turning on you. It seems that she doesn't act this way with other people. The driver awkwardly touched his nose. Miss Lin has been stable and precocious since she was young, and she doesn't even play with her peers much. Perhaps it's just that you, Lin Chuan, are a bit special. Lin Chuan sneered inwardly. Is this special? Or is it just a special hatred? He now truly regretted drinking too much and making a mistake. He took out his phone and tried to delete this woman in a fit of anger, but it turned out that his phone was already full. That night, Lin Chuan connected to the internet in his dormitory to download software for his new phone, but after downloading a lot of things, the records were gone. Many photos in his phone's photo album were also gone. He was a little sad at first, but then he thought, that's good, everything on his phone related to Su Xiaowan is gone. Oh, you haven't been seen all afternoon. Have you been shopping? Su Chang looked at the shopping bags on the floor. Holy cow, you've struck it rich? You've been shopping at Dongju department store? Things are expensive there. New phone? Gee, you've been impulsive spending after a breakup, which is not good. You need to rein yourself in. Lin Chuan explained, no, I had bad luck today. I was pushed and accidentally got watered, and my phone was scrapped. These are the people's compensation. Is there such a thing as good luck? Su Chang's phone lit up. This is your good fortune. You want it? Lin Chuan was speechless. I almost drowned. If I couldn't swim, today would have been my death day. But after a while, Lin Chuan wasn't so angry. Looking at a certain woman in his WeChat list, he hesitated for a moment but didn't delete her. Instead, he clicked into her moments and took a look. There was an additional update. Jiang Wei, I went out to soak up the sun, but I didn't expect anyone else to be swimming. Selfie. Selfie. In the photo, Jiang Wei is very beautiful in every shot, and behind her is a lake. Lin Chuan frowned, zoomed in, and saw a person floating in the lake, and it was none other than the disheveled self. She actually had the mood to take a selfie, and deliberately included him in the frame. Doesn't this woman have any compassion? Lin Chuan didn't realize that all of his emotions had been taken away by Jiang Wei. Ever since meeting her in the afternoon, he had never been sad for Su Xiaowan again. Chapter 9 Lin Chuan and the school flower are too ambiguous, aren't they? During class, Lin Chuan was a little distracted. Su Chang looked at his expression, and it was like he was sleepwalking. But thinking that he had just been heartbroken and hadn't come out of it yet, he just shook his head helplessly. Lin Chuan, don't go at noon, let's talk alone. Su Xiaowan came over accompanied by her best friend Su Luoluo. Her eyes had red bloodshot circles in them, and she looked very haggard and sad. Lin Chuan held a pen in his hand, turning it subconsciously, not looking away. If it's about paying back the money, I can just give you the card number, there's nothing else we need to talk about. How could you do that? Su Luoluo frowned. Do you know that because you're a guy, you have to pay back the money after breaking up, which made Xiaowan so sad, she cried all night last night. After hearing this, the other students around them all smelled a story and couldn't help but pricked up their ears, turning into a jackal in a melon field. Oh my god, no way, Lin Chuan is actually one of those low-life guys on the internet, who wants to settle up after a breakup. I really can't see him being such a person, he's a man, isn't this embarrassing? Luckily I'm not in a relationship with him, a guy like him is not up to par. Listening to the deliberately distorted words of some of the girls around him, Lin Chuan felt a little upset. Su Xiaowan, I'm not going to tell you the same thing twice. Whoa, you're getting worked up? You dare to do it but not to take responsibility? In this society, even if you want to go to a concert, it costs thousands of dollars at a time. Do you think you don't have to spend money to have a girlfriend? Su Luoluo deliberately mocked, her aggressive appearance in stark contrast to the pitiful and tearful Su Xiaowan. You guys are outrageous. Su Xiaowan cheated on you, so she shouldn't pay back the money? Su Chang was also getting a little angry at their words. Luoluo, stop it. I'll give it back to him. Su Xiaowan finally couldn't hold back her tears, which fell down her cheeks. Lin Chuan, I know that you just can't get over it and want to destroy everything. I don't blame you, I just blame myself for choosing the wrong person. But not only did you want to take revenge on me, you also deliberately took revenge on Senior Zhao. He only said hello to you out of goodwill yesterday, but you set him up and got him fired from his position as vice chairman. You really make me feel so strange and so scared. But we know that you just can't accept the fact that we broke up, which is why you've gone down the wrong path. I hope you can let go of the past and come out of it. Lin Chuan was at his wit's end. The other girls, who didn't understand what was going on, were all indignant and looked at Lin Chuan with strange expressions. Lin Chuan is so dark, this kind of guy is scary. Wow, he must have gone from loving Su Xiaowan to hating her. Losers are like that, they won't reflect on their own mistakes and will blame everyone else. But yes, compared to the senior, in terms of family background, appearance, knowledge, and charisma, is there anyone that can compare? I feel for Xiaowan and the senior, being haunted by this kind of person. Fortunately they haven't married, otherwise they'll be miserable. Su Chang tried to explain, but he simply could not argue with these little fairies. Lin Chuan's face grew darker and darker. Lin Chuan, who had nothing to say in his defense, appeared to be on the weaker end of public opinion compared to Su Xiaowan, who was crying like a weeping pear blossom. They were completely at their mercy. What a lively scene. A pleasant voice came from somewhere. Everyone looked towards the door of the classroom and let out a low sound of emotion. The person who had come was tall and slender, with long flowing hair trailing behind her footsteps. She was wearing a pale pink dress, her skin was as white as snow, her facial features were delicate and pretty, and a light dusting of makeup made her complexion look rosy from the inside out, like a flower in full bloom in spring, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The school beauty, why is she here with us? She is so pretty. Oh my god, a goddess. Amidst everyone's envious, astonished, and puzzled stares, Jiang Wei walked with an elegant posture towards Lin Chuan, handed him the small bag, and gave him a cold smile. Lin Chuan, I forgot to return your clothes yesterday, I already asked your aunt to wash them. Oh yeah, my mom wants you to have dinner with us tonight. At this moment, Jiang Wei was completely different from the person who had teased people yesterday. She was elegant, aloof, and beautiful, and she was out of place with the people around her. She was too dazzling and detached. Moreover, her voice was also very pleasant to listen to. The fiery gazes of the crowd fell on the two of them, looking at Jiang Wei, who had a gentle expression, and Lin Chuan, who had an indifferent expression. They all felt like they had won the lottery. Lin Chuan took the bag and said, let's contact each other via messaging. I have to go to class. Okay, I'll see you tonight. With that, Jiang Wei was about to turn around, but then she saw Su Xiaowan crying there, so she lifted her hand and casually played with her long hair at the side of her ear. Her eyes shone as she looked at Lin Xuan, and she said, "Oh, by the way, my period is starting today, so when you come over tonight, bring me some brown sugar water." Lin Xuan agreed. He didn't dare to refuse, for fear that he would be ambushed again. Jiang Wei smiled and walked straight away. When she passed by Su Xiaowan, she didn't even bat an eyelid at the snow-white swan neck, and didn't give her a second glance, just like an arrogant white swan. Su Xiaowan forgot to cry and stared blankly at the beautiful bag in Lin Xuan's hand. Why was his shirt in the hands of the school beauty? And were they together yesterday? And they were going to have dinner with the school beauty's mother? Why? The school beauty left, and the stagnant atmosphere suddenly exploded with passion. The boys in particular were wailing. The school flower came to see Lin Xuan? Why? At the very least, couldn't she have come to see me? I don't understand, where am I worse than Lin Xuan? They seemed to know each other very well, and there was something a bit ambiguous going on. It's more than a bit ambiguous. Guys, don't worry, is it possible that they're actually related? No way, the school flower's family is loaded, they're definitely not related to Lin Xuan, they. No, that's my goddess. Everyone's eyes changed from curious to envious. Su Chang was so pleased with himself that he quickly said, "Some people, they think that if they can't have someone, they'll just ruin them. They're so narcissistic. Look at themselves, why would they compare themselves to the school beauty queen?" He looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Xuan, when are you going to introduce the school beauty queen to the guys in our dorm? You've even met her mother-in-law, you're being too low-key." Lin Xuan blushed. No, we're not familiar with each other." Su Chang smiled. Given the school flower's personality, if they really weren't familiar with each other, she would never have taken the initiative to come to Lin Xuan. Is this the guy who was at Versailles? So pretentious. However, he was happy for his friends. After all, Su Xiaowan really wasn't worth it. He looked at Su Xiaowan and Su Luoluo. "Do you two have anything else to say?" "Go on, say it. But I think you'd better not come looking for Lin Xuan again, or you'll only be humiliated." The two women had already reacted, their faces turning purple and blue, looking extremely ugly. Chapter 10, Have you got your license? Is it a student ID? Su Xiaowan clenched her teeth and pondered with a stern face. In fact, she had been worried all night, and it was true. After all, what Lin Xuan was asking for was a huge sum of money. For her family, 200,000 yuan was enough to save for 3 or 4 years. Her family's money wasn't made by the wind, and her parents had worked hard to earn it, so how could they just spit it out so easily? The key point is that they can't just spit it out if they want to. So after discussing it with their best friend, they decided to preempt the situation. If Lin Xuan really wants to settle the score, they will create the image of a pitiful person, so that Lin Xuan's reputation will completely stink. When he is pointed at by everyone and after everyone's contempt and discrimination, he can't completely disregard his own face, right? In that case, he will definitely be isolated. Therefore, the two of them deliberately took advantage of the large number of people during recess to come here and talk to Lin Xuan about this. The goal was to let everyone know Lin Xuan's true colors and put pressure on him. At first, the effect was really quite good, and everything developed as they had imagined. If Jiang Wei hadn't suddenly appeared, they would have achieved their goal. Su Xiaowan's face was so pale that she looked as if she might collapse at any moment. Before, she still felt guilty towards Lin Xuan, and after the breakup, she still wanted to be good friends and maintain her dignity, but after learning about Lin Xuan's excessive behavior in the arms of her senior last night, all those remaining emotions had vanished. Su Luoluo was the first to react. "Don't pretend, Jiang Wei, what family background, what status? What does that have to do with you, Lin Xuan? If Jiang Wei knew that you would dare to covet her, I'm afraid she would be disgusted to death by you. She doesn't know that you're the kind of scumbag who makes someone pay after falling in love, does she?" Lin Xuan stood up. He was already tall, and in front of the two petite girls, he looked even taller. His face was serious. "If you two keep nagging in front of me, I'll throw you out. Don't think that just because you're girls, I'll let you get away with it." He looked at the somewhat pretentious Su Xiaowan. "And you? I don't want to go too far, but if you really want everyone to know what kind of person you are, you just keep coming to me to find a sense of existence." Su Xiaowan's face was a little tense. "You're still talking nonsense. I've explained it to you many times, but you won't listen. You just want to believe what you imagine. Lin Chuan laughed. Su Xiaowan pursed her lips. What is your relationship with the school flower? Do you dare to tell the truth? Lin Chuan really didn't dare. But what the hell does it matter to you? Su Xiaowan's face turned pale. She saw that everyone's eyes no longer looked sympathetic, but full of doubt and ridicule. Her inferiority complex rose up, and she felt that everyone looked down on her, thinking that she was a joke. Some people couldn't stand Su Xiaowan anymore. This woman still wants Lin Chuan to prove something? Aren't the facts right in front of you? Damn, Puxinv, how can she think that Lin Chuan still likes her? Is she so confident in her own charm? Haha, can she compare with the school flower? To put it bluntly, this is the difference between a goddess and a passerby. If Lin Chuan doesn't like a good goddess, then I really doubt that he has a problem with his eyes. I thought about what they had just said, and I found it all very funny. It was like a slap in the face. This is pure gold digging, isn't it? It's like moon landing gold digging. Su Xiaowan stamped her foot angrily and gave Lin Chuan a resentful look. She couldn't understand how a man who had been so submissive to her just 2 days ago could suddenly turn his back on her like this. His heart was as cold as stone. Luo, let's go. The other side. In the school cafeteria. Lu Xinyue swiped her phone and saw that she had already received messages from quite a few guys. As the school flower and best friend, she had quite a few loyal admirers in her phone. She also knew from the messages sent by those guys that her best friend had just been unable to find anyone and had gone to see a guy. What is it about this perennial iron tree? Does the guy have such charm that he can make Jiang Wei go to him of her own accord? Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Wei arrived and sat down opposite her. Lu Xinyue's smile gradually deepened as she rested her chin in her hand and stared at Jiang Wei. I heard that someone called Lin Chuan is courting you. Are you interested in him? He's not courting me. Jiang Wei leaned back in her seat, casually ordered a cup of coffee, and her expression was so neutral that it was impossible to tell what she was feeling. Lu Xinyue didn't believe her at all. Her pretty face was full of doubt. How could that be? If he wasn't courting you, could you go find him to return his clothes? Don't tell me it's not true. Many people already know about this. Everyone is paying attention to your every move, you're such a celebrity. That's just the way it is. You can't be the one chasing him, can you? Lu Xinyue frowned fiercely. No way. Seeing her best friend's attitude, which showed no signs of being in love, Lu Xinyue immediately felt much more at ease. I was so afraid that you would suddenly say you had fallen for this kind of ordinary guy. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. Oh dear, I told you so, how could you like this kind of man, he really doesn't stand out. Jiang Wei frowned, gave Lu Xinyue an unfriendly sideways glance, and said unhappily, don't talk nonsense, he and I have already got married. Bullshit. Lu Xinyue was almost scared to death. You don't usually joke around, and besides, this kind of joke is just too scary. By married, you mean you got a student ID together, right? It's a marriage certificate. Lu Xinyue covered her heart and almost passed out. After listening to Jiang Wei's account of the process, she became even more dizzy. The reason she was able to become good friends with Jiang Wei is because her family background is also extraordinary. Her parents are both from scholarly families and are familiar with Jiang Wei's mother. Therefore, Lu Xinyue knows a lot about Jiang Wei's family background. Although Jiang Wei's grandparents live in seclusion in the countryside, they have actually been financially free for a long time and have a very special status. As for Jiang Wei's father, he is also ridiculously rich. If you look up his name, you will know that he is still on the rich list. As for Jiang Wei's mother, needless to say, she is a well-known internet celebrity professor at a major graduate school. Lu Xinyue paused for a long time before asking the most critical question, if your family finds out, will they really kill Lin Chuan? Jiang Wei's drink had already been served. She stirred the steaming coffee with a spoon, as if she were talking about something that had nothing to do with her. They are very calm. My mother is quite happy. As for my father and brother, you know they have expressionless faces, so you can't tell their emotions. So what do you think? Me? Jiang Wei suddenly fell silent in thought, her eyes obviously not as carefree as her words. Chapter 11, Mother-in-law's Sugar-Coated Bullets. Lin Chuan packed a lunch and went back to the dormitory at noon. And focused on the table of Su Xiaowan spending in front of the computer. Su Chang returned to the dormitory for lunch break, and seeing that Lin Chuan was about to close the table, he was curious, is it all done? Yes. Lin Chuan nodded, not counting the ones before college, just these 2 years. Damn, that's a lot of money. 800 on Valentine's Day, 500 on Children's Day. You spent all the money you made from your part-time job in the past 2 years on her, didn't you? Lin Chuan didn't deny it. You're really a big victim. Su Chang felt a little sympathy. You've been so good to her, and she cheated on you. She's really greedy. Lin Chuan didn't comment on anything. After all, Su Xiaowan's goal of being with Zhao Jingyang was obvious. Zhao Jingyang was from City A, had a house there, and could arrange a job for her after graduation. In contrast, the most he could offer her was a split-payment wedding house in their hometown prefecture-level city. Lin Chuan sent the form to Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan did not reply to the message. Lin Chuan looked at Jiang Wei in the list and wondered if the other person's offer to have dinner that morning was a deliberate attempt to bail him out or if it was genuine. Most likely, it wasn't true. After all, Jiang Wei's family background was said to be very good, and her mother was definitely a noblewoman. If her daughter accidentally got a certificate with an ordinary person like him, she wouldn't be angry if she was fine, but she could still have dinner with him? Therefore, Lin Chuan sent a message asking again. He got a positive reply, and there was also a location of a restaurant near the school. Lin Chuan was a little apprehensive, guessing that it was a banquet of death. When the time came, Lin Chuan bought some fruit and set off. The restaurant was about 10 minutes from the school. When Lin Chuan arrived, he saw Jiang Wei waiting for him at the door. Lin Chuan. Jiang Wei stood there coldly, arms folded, eyes unfriendly. You remember the promise you made to me, don't you? In front of my family, you must pretend to be respectful, even if you're not. Don't argue back, and act like a good son-in-law, understand? She paused, her eyes serious. And, most importantly, don't let her know that you and I got married by mistake. If she finds out that I just casually got married to a stranger, she'll be furious. And when that happens, I can't guarantee what will happen with my father and brother. Lin Chuan's heart sank. What if your mother hits me? Can I hide? Jiang Wei laughed at him. Don't worry, my mother is a civilized person. You can go in. You're not eating? Lin Chuan was puzzled. My mother invited you to dinner alone, without me. Jiang Wei glanced at her phone. My driver will be here soon. I have to go, I have things to do. Lin Chuan watched Jiang Wei leave. He was even more certain in his mind that this must be a trap. Anxious, he arrived at the private room. Lin Chuan had imagined many scenarios, including sarcastic comments, unrelenting insults, and even the possibility that the woman, who was nominally his mother-in-law, would simply throw a check in his face and tell him to take the money and go, to leave Jiang Wei. Lin Chuan wasn't being paranoid. His cousin's wife came from a good family. He had seen his cousin get yelled at by his mother-in-law for being a loser, and get called an idiot by his cousin's wife. The gap between their social classes was too great, and they were in a disadvantaged position of being looked down upon, unless they were really capable and could win the admiration of their father-in-law and mother-in-law. But Lin Chuan asked himself if he had any self-awareness. He was not some highly educated talent, nor did he know any social etiquette. It was already good enough if he didn't offend people. Hello, Auntie. Lin Chuan meekly entered the private room. He looked up and was taken aback. It was you? Sitting in the private room was the kind teacher who had supported him yesterday? Is the world really that small? What a coincidence. Is this Jiang Wei's mother? Lin Chuan, sit down. I don't know what you like to eat, so I've ordered a few signature dishes. I'm not sure if they're to your liking. Zhao Yueying was wearing a very gentle skirt today, her hair tied in a low ponytail, and a pair of pearl earrings in her ears, looking very elegant. If you didn't say her age, she really just looked like an older sister in her early 30s. Lin Chuan reacted, quickly putting the fruit in his hand on the table. Auntie, I bought some fruit on the way over. Zhao Yueying smiled, you're too polite, I'm just having a casual meal with you, don't bring anything next time. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, there's going to be a next time? It doesn't look like a banquet of doom, does it? This isn't what he expected? You look so young, I never would have guessed that you would be Jiang Wei's mother. Zhao Yueying waved her hand, I'm already 45, I was 22 when I gave birth to my eldest son, and 25 when I gave birth to Wei Wei. By the way, you and Weiwei have already got married, so don't call me aunt anymore, it's too formal, just call me mom. Lin Chuan opened his mouth, really wanting to tell the truth, but he held back. But looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, he just couldn't bring himself to call her mom, and he was even tapping his toes on the ground. He didn't know how Jiang Wei would react after that. Never mind. Zhao Yueying didn't mind, and she would wait until the wedding ceremony to change her address. She suddenly changed the subject. Actually, I'm a little curious. Why are you and Weiwei in such a hurry to get married? I was quite surprised when I found out, and I think it's a bit premature. My daughter has always been stable since she was a child, and she rarely acts so impulsively. You got married without even being formally engaged. Lin Chuan thought she was going to scold him, and he didn't know how to argue. Zhao Yueying didn't even wait for an explanation, but went on to say, fortunately, our family is not rich, but we can still live comfortably. You two don't have any pressure, so there's no problem getting married early. Lin Chuan felt a little embarrassed. Auntie, I didn't think you'd accept it so easily. After all, I also think it's quite fast. It's not just fast, you don't even know each other, and you're getting married. Even a shotgun wedding is not that fast. Zhao Yueying smiled gently, it must be that Weiwei really likes you, that's why it's fast. Otherwise, her personality is not something that other people can control. It's just that although I'm open-minded, it's not that easy to get her father and brother on board. You have to be 120% serious. Lin Chuan just nodded with a stiff face, I understand, auntie. The meal was served. Lin Chuan was too busy being polite to show off how much he was eating, but Zhao Yueying was very considerate, serving him soup and telling him to eat more. Look how thin you are, the food at school must not be to your liking. You should not live in the dorms either, I have a set of staff quarters at school, I will ask the maid to tidy it up and you can move in there, and let the maid cook whatever you want to eat every day. Lin Chuan felt like he was basking in the spring breeze, so overwhelmed that he felt a little disoriented. Is this the joy of living off a woman? Although it is only false, it is really tempting. And this is a bit too fast, arranging a house and an aunt for him as soon as he arrives. This seems unreasonable, doesn't it? He couldn't help but blurt out, Auntie, my family doesn't want me to become a son-in-law. Zhao Yueying couldn't help but be amused by him. No, I'm just offering a little material help, I won't ask you to come home. Chapter 12, Is he not a good person? Pure slander. Lin Chuan could only smile and accept the aunt's care for him. Zhao Yueying also did not ask Lin Chuan anything else, so there was no pressure during the meal. Plus, Lin Chuan was only here to be an actor, not to actually meet his mother-in-law, so he still did not feel too awkward. However, Zhao Yueying saw that Lin Chuan had almost finished eating, so she put down her chopsticks and said, although you are married, you are still students. You must wait until you are mature and your personalities have settled before considering having children. The family can provide you with good opportunities for career development, so don't be tied down by children too early. Cough cough, children? Lin Chuan couldn't help but cough. What does this have to do with anything? He quickly calmed down the expression that was about to give him away, and assured his aunt, don't worry, this will never happen. Zhao Yueying nodded with satisfaction, that's good, wait 2 years before you consider having children. By the way, the day after tomorrow you move out of the dormitory, and I'll come over for dinner with you to celebrate moving into your new home. It's decided then, I'll send some household goods over to you. Lin Chuan was at a loss for words, and thought he could only tell Jiang Wei later to go lie to her mother. Lin Chuan did not have evening study hall that night, so he accompanied Zhao Yueying for a while and then went straight back to the dormitory. Su Chang was playing a game when he heard the dormitory door open. When he looked back, he saw Lin Chuan come in. Seeing the shopping bag from the shoe store in his hand, he wondered, you went shopping again? These shoes are not cheap. Did Su Shaoan pay you back? Lin Chuan shook his head, no. His mother-in-law bought them for him on the street after dinner. Lin Chuan sat on the bench and sent a message to Jiang Wei asking if she wanted to transfer the money to her, as well as about moving out of the dormitory, but Jiang Wei simply ignored the message. Lin Chuan sighed and idly and distractedly fiddled with his phone. He saw a notification that the group had been removed by the association. Since joining the association, Lin Chuan had also successfully retained his position as vice minister, and he was usually considered to have very good connections in the association. So when he saw that the group had been removed, he immediately thought that it must have been an error by the group owner. The group owner of their club was the teacher in charge of the club, and the administrator was the president of the club. It was possible that some new students were about to join, so they were preparing to remove some people, but they made a mistake. Lin Chuan thought about going to the group of ministers to ask, but then he realized that this group had also kicked him out. He quickly called the president. Zhang Jingjing answered quickly. Lin Chuan asked, "President, why was I kicked out of the club group?" Zhang Jingjing's tone was very flat. "You have some problems with your work style and have been removed." It was the instructor, Teacher Xia, who personally carried out the operation. "If you have any complaints, you can contact Teacher Xia." Lin Chuan's heart sank. He felt inexplicable and a little aggrieved. "What did I do?" Teacher Xia suspects that someone in our club has improper character and morals and is not friendly to their classmates. Zhang Jingjing said, "So, for the sake of everyone, the choice is to let you leave the club." "I have improper morals. Isn't that slander?" "Lin Chuan, no one is slandering you. I was called to the office by Teacher Xie today, and when Senior Zhao Jingyang was there, I learned that this is the kind of person you are behind my back." Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but sneer coldly. "I have known you for a long time, and I kindly advise you to be a good person." Lin Chuan clenched his phone, suppressed his anger, and realized that he had been given a hard time by Zhao Jingyang. Zhao Jingyang was frustrated because of himself, and he turned around to retaliate. It was clear that Zhao Jingyang had good connections at the university, and he had indeed caused himself trouble. However, his tone became a little more relaxed. "You are just a club, not a Fortune 500 company, there is no need to put on airs. I have a clear conscience about things I have not done. I have recorded the conversation. If I hear any rumors about me from friends in the club, I will definitely sue you." After saying this, Lin Chuan hung up the phone without giving the other person a chance to say anything else. He is already in his third year of university, and he will quit this club sooner or later. He just doesn't like the other person condescendingly looking down on him for no reason. Zhang Jingjing's phone call came again unwillingly, and she was blacklisted by Lin Chuan. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Jingjing put down her phone a little annoyed. She wasn't in the mood to watch dramas anymore. This Lin Chuan is really disgusting. He dares to do it but not to take responsibility, and he even blackmails me? Is he even worth being slandered by Zhao Shui? And who is Zhao Shui? No wonder Zhao Shui said that he has bad character. I couldn't tell normally, but behind his back, he really is like that. Her best friend, Sha Nua, also understood what was going on. Sha Nua also agreed, but she was a little confused. If you say that he has bad character, what did he do? Give me some food for thought. Zhang Jingjing then relayed what Zhao Shui said to Sha Nua. Sha Nua rolled her eyes when she heard it. Damn, this kind of guy would dare to talk to you like that? I think he just broke the ice. This kind of scumbag might even go behind your back and say bad things about your club. After saying that, she expressed her concern, saying that the club would be recruiting new members soon, so don't delay recruiting people. This kind of guy might go crazy and say crazy things. Zhang Jingjing snorted, not caring at all. Let him say whatever he wants. As long as the school beauty is in our club, there will be plenty of people wanting to join. There were hundreds of people who applied for the interview this year. What's there to be afraid of? That's true. Sha Nua fiddled with the bottles and jars on the table. With the golden signboard of the school beauty. If we can get the school flower to recruit new members at the station, with her there, the flow of people will be endless. Zhang Jingjing also thinks this is the case, but Jiang Wei has rarely shown her face since joining the club, and she is also very aloof and doesn't socialize with us. She did come to the club dinner last time, so it shouldn't be difficult to ask her for help. Zhang Jingjing thought so and relaxed. As for Lin Chuan, naturally she doesn't care about him either. After all, befriending Zhao Shui is much more useful than befriending Lin Chuan. She would deal with Zhao Xuejuan a lot in the future, but not Lin Chuan. She felt a little smug. Lin Chuan was good at talking, but he usually worked part-time and definitely didn't know that Zhao Xuejuan had talked to the teacher in charge of the work-study program about him today. Lin Chuan had been blacklisted by the work-study program and would never be able to get any on-campus part-time work in the future. This kind of person will hit a wall someday. It's funny to think that he'll have to break through the defenses again later. Zhang Jingjing said, school is a small society. If he can be blacklisted by one teacher, he can be blacklisted by all the teachers. Just wait and see. Chapter 13, I'm family with the school beauty. Weekend part-time job. Lin Chuan saw a good one and signed up directly, but was quickly told that it was not suitable. He signed up for another one and was rejected again. He found it very unbelievable. After all, the school's part-time job recruitment would be posted in the group, and whether it was suitable or not would generally be decided after the interview. This was obviously very wrong. Lin Chuan asked the person in charge of the part-time job who was on good terms with him and learned that it was because the teacher had specifically instructed them to do so, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. His good mood had already hit rock bottom. He took out his phone and called Su Xiaowan. It took a while before she answered. It was just a noisy voice, and it was clear that she was playing outside. Su Xiaowan, you've forgotten what I told you, haven't you? A desperate dog can jump over the wall. Don't push me anymore. Su Xiaowan's voice was a little cautious and defensive, saying, Lin Chuan, I don't understand what you're talking about, are you crazy? What are you imagining every day? Lin Chuan was speechless. Don't you have any idea what your good boyfriend has done? Su Xiaowan did not directly deny it. Instead, she changed the subject. I don't have time to talk to you anymore, I'm hanging up. However, a familiar male voice interrupted, Xiaowan, block him, he can't touch you anyway, don't hang out with him in the future, otherwise this kind of man might do something disgusting again. The call hung up. Lin Chuan tried to call again, but it had been blocked and kept displaying calling. He clenched his phone, his face looking extremely unpleasant. Scenes from the past came back to his mind again and again. Although he had tried his best to avoid the pain in his heart, his body's reaction had started again. He felt a little dizzy, and his heart felt like it was being weighed down by a huge stone, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. It reminded him constantly that he still hadn't gotten used to being on the opposite side of the fence from Su Xiaowan. Su Chang looked at Lin Chuan, who had turned white. After chatting with him for a while, he was also filled with righteous indignation. This Zhao Jingyang is really despicable. And this Su Xiaowan, she hasn't even paid back a penny, and she's not afraid of you pursuing it? Brother, don't feel bad, I'll help you collect the debt. Lin Chuan shook his head, and as soon as he spoke, it felt like cold wind had been poured into his throat, making his voice scratchy. Because of a woman, his life is like falling into the mud. And in order to get the money back, he doesn't know how long he will have to deal with this kind of scum. Although it didn't cause him any substantial harm, it added a lot of frustration to his heart. As soon as he thought about it, he felt a headache and was very annoyed. He simply closed his eyes and didn't want to talk. Su Chang patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder and said, Wind, don't be angry, we are the ones in charge. The phone rang again. This time, Lin Chuan didn't even bother to check it. With everything going wrong, he didn't expect anything good to come his way. The phone stopped ringing. After a while, there were hurried footsteps outside. With a bang, the dormitory door was slammed open. Wang Quan, a classmate from the next dormitory, said in shock, Lin Chuan, what are you doing? You're not even answering the phone. What's wrong? Su Chang was startled. Could it be that something else had happened? Lin Chuan opened his eyes and became nervous. What's going on? Hurry down, Jiang Wei is here to see you again, waiting downstairs. Wang Quan couldn't help but say, she is really pretty, Lin Chuan, are you in a relationship with her? Or are you actually a distant relative of hers? You are related, right? Lin Chuan stood up and glanced at his phone, it was indeed a call from Jiang Wei. I am legally considered to be family with her. Saying this, he took the phone and went downstairs. Wang Quan looked at Su Chang as if he had just eaten a melon. Did you hear that? Family? Relatives? Let me guess. Wang Quan frowned and pondered, could it be some kind of cousin? After all, they are family relatives. Damn, if I had known they were related, wouldn't I have had an advantage in pursuing Jiang Wei? Su Chang shook his head, however, I don't think it's a good idea to pursue Jiang Wei, lest you embarrass yourself. Wang Quan thought about it and agreed. A beautiful woman like Jiang Wei, with such a good family background, and what seems to be a cold personality who doesn't like to talk to people, and who hasn't been heard to have been in a relationship since university, and when you think about it in the context of the TV series, she should be marrying into a wealthy family of similar status. There is simply no way that she would have anything to do with ordinary people like them. Lin Chuan saw Jiang Wei downstairs, looking down at her phone under the streetlight. He knew that they had only met twice, but she had come to find him, and she was so eye-catching that Lin Chuan was not used to the attention she brought with her. Just by standing there, she had stopped countless people in their tracks. Why did she have to come to the men's dormitory when she could just say what she wanted on WeChat? What if someone misunderstood and it affected your reputation? After hearing this, Jiang Wei looked up at Lin Chuan with a displeased expression. I can go wherever I want, and I don't like to reply to WeChat, so what? Her tone was a bit harsh. It seemed that she was in a bad mood. Lin Chuan didn't know that before dinner, this young lady was still pleasant and amiable, but now she seemed like a different person, moody and unpredictable. Jiang Wei narrowed her eyes dangerously. Have you forgotten our agreement? I'll tell you, when the month is up, I can just fly abroad and you won't be able to find me. Even if you beg me, it won't help. Lin Chuan felt indignant. He just felt that in his previous life, he was a deadbeat, and in this life, he had to repay the world. Jiang Wei turned around and walked away, and Lin Chuan followed silently behind her. The street lamps cast long shadows of the two of them, and neither spoke again. If they did, it would probably be another argument. After Jiang Wei finished her work, she was afraid that Lin Chuan would not get along with her mother. After all, she was also embarrassed to ask her mother anything for fear of making her laugh, so she came to find Lin Chuan as soon as she finished her work without even having dinner. As a result, she was given a cold shoulder. She no longer wanted to say anything she had wanted to say on the way. Jiang Wei, it's getting a little cooler at night, are you cold? Lin Chuan still spoke first. Jiang Wei's face eased slightly. Are you in a bad mood tonight? Is it related to my mother? I am in a bad mood, but it's about something else. Lin Chuan didn't hide anything from Jiang Wei. My aunt still takes good care of me and is very kind to me. That's good. Jiang Wei lowered her eyes, her pretty face expressionless. You're angry with me because of something else, so you'll apologize to me sincerely by buying me milk tea. And, you'd better not be unhappy because of your ex-girlfriend, otherwise. It wouldn't be such a simple way to apologize. Lin Chuan was speechless and changed the subject. What do you want to drink? I'll go buy it. Jiang Wei pointed to the milk tea shop with a long queue in front of it. Just buy whatever you want, but it has to be hot, I'm on my period. Lin Chuan suddenly remembered that Jiang Wei had come to the classroom to find him during the day and had specifically mentioned that he should bring her brown sugar water, but he had completely forgotten about it. Although the other person was the school beauty, Lin Chuan didn't pay any attention to her and never thought about anything he shouldn't have. While waiting in line, he glanced back and saw Jiang Wei waiting for him outside the line. She was looking in his direction, her skirt blowing in the evening breeze, outlining her slender figure. Her long hair was floating lightly in the air, and her snow-white face had a somewhat obedient expression. She was just waiting for him intently. She didn't seem like the usual cold and aloof school beauty. It was as if, without that aura, she was just a little girl obediently waiting for her milk tea. Chapter 14, Cohabitation? Lin Chuan was only in a daze for a moment, and then he hurriedly admonished himself silently, not to be confused by Jiang Wei's beauty. They are not people from the same world. After the 30-day period expires, they will go their separate ways and there will be no more intersection. Lin Chuan ordered a signature milk tea, and after placing the order, he waited next to the counter to pick up his meal, and he heard other girls who bought milk tea whispering in low voices. What a pretty girl, she's so white and pretty, she must be fragrant and soft. Don't daydream, this schoolmate of ours is the school flower of a university. The line of people chasing her can stretch from the north to the south of a city. She really is pretty. If she pursued a career in show business, she would be a goddess, wouldn't she? Oh, come on, even if she doesn't pursue a career in show business, can't her orientation be a little more relaxed? Lin Chuan got her milk tea and, deliberately ignoring the scorching, inquisitive stares, walked towards Jiang Wei. The two walked a little further together. Jiang Wei's slender hands held the milk tea, her head bowed as she looked absent-mindedly at the road. Her soft hair was scattered about, covering her ice-white skin and small face. Her eyes were lowered, with long, curled eyelashes. Lin Chuan was a little surprised. This young lady couldn't be looking for him to help her cross the road at this hour, could she? He didn't think the other person was that boring. What did you want to see me about? You haven't said yet. Jiang Wei let out a little gasp, and then said, I saw the message you sent, and I was just passing by the men's dormitory and wanted to ask you how the dinner with my mother went. You still need to do your duty as a good son-in-law before the divorce, so when the time comes, just bring some clothes and move into the house my mother has prepared for you. Jiang Wei said deliberately, You don't need to worry, I'm not interested in you, so you don't need to be on your guard. I'm not that narcissistic. Lin Chuan laughed, but I've always been curious, why do you want me to cooperate with you? Don't you want to divorce me? If I don't do a good job and can't get a divorce certificate, you should be the one who suffers, right? Jiang Wei smiled with pursed lips. Then you've misunderstood me. I don't want to have anything to do with you. It's just that my family has arranged a marriage partner for me, and I don't like it. Drinking too much and getting a certificate with you was also a big help by mistake. This reason is very convincing. Lin Chuan finally understood why Jiang Wei's mother had come to investigate him and why she had spoken to him so gently. It turns out that in these wealthy families, girls get married so young? It seems that he was narrow-minded after all. After all, if a girl from an ordinary family got married before graduating from university, her parents would not be able to accept it. So, do I have to pay back the things your mother bought me while I was pretending to be your girlfriend? No need. My mother is a rich woman, and whatever she spent on you is your hard work fee. Jiang Wei glanced at the time, and it wasn't early anymore. I'm leaving, you can walk me to the school gate to catch a ride. Sigh. Jiang Wei was talking when a gust of wind blew by. She raised the back of her hand and rubbed her eyes, feeling as if she had gotten sand in them, and it hurt so much that it made her cry. Let me take a look. Lin Chuan didn't think twice, raised his hand, cupped Jiang Wei's smooth little face, looked intently into her eyes, blew on her, and said, "Is that better?" Jiang Wei's face flushed, and she blinked her eyes at Lin Chuan's serious gaze. It still seemed to hurt a little, so he must not have blown it away. Lin Chuan was puzzled, so he blew on her again, then leaned in to look into her eyes. There was nothing in her eyes anymore. If you still feel pain, it should be a psychological effect. Jiang Wei coughed. Oh, it seems so, it really got better, thank you. Lin Chuan took a step back. I'll go back then. Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chuan's back, her heart was a little messy. Lin Chuan was not as calm as he appeared to be, but he would never make the mistake of falling in love again. After receiving a phone call from his nominal mother-in-law urging him to move, Lin Chuan took some clothes and his computer and went to the staff dormitory. He saw an auntie who was short and slightly plump waving at him from downstairs. Mr. Lin, this way. There are also quite a few shops open downstairs in the staff dormitory, and some of the tea shops have a good flow of people, so there are quite a few people here. Lin Chuan was almost unable to hold back when he was called Mr. by the other party, and quickly went over to say, Auntie, just call me Lin Chuan. Okay, Mr. Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was suddenly speechless. Don't call me sir, that's a bit strange. You can call me Lin Xiao or Lin Xiao Chuan. Auntie Xue nodded, her smile was very kind, and her fair, plump face looked very friendly. That's fine too, Lin Xiao Chuan. Mrs. Lin's house is on the 10th floor of this building, which is the top floor. I've tidied up a bit in the past few days, so if there's anything you need, just let me know and I'll go buy it. Lin Chuan was very uncomfortable. Even at home, his parents were both busy with work, and adhering to the concept that a son should be self-reliant, he had always been very independent. Since he was young, he had washed his own clothes and cooked his own meals, so he didn't cause his parents much worry. Therefore, he was very uncomfortable with the sudden arrival of an aunt to take care of him. The house was a bit old, but an elevator had been installed, so it was very convenient to go up. The front door is a heavy security door, and the door lock is a smart lock. When you open the door and go in, you don't see the gray and dark walls of an old and broken small house, but instead, you see white walls, a large built-in shoe cabinet, and atmospheric lighting. The furniture is also all light brown. There is a very comfortable and soft sofa, a 75-inch TV on the wall, and the kitchen is also very nicely decorated. The dining room is also very large, with double-sided floor-to-ceiling windows that let in a lot of light, and there are some green plants. However, the layout of the house has obviously been remodeled, and a lot of money has been spent on the renovation, because there is only one living room, one dining room, one master bedroom, and one study. Each room is very large. Xiao Chuan, the furniture in the house has all been replaced in the past 2 days, as have the lights, and the kitchenware has also been replaced. The shower and smart toilet in the bathroom are also new. Auntie Xue introduced, because the young lady doesn't sleep well, so the lady specially made a custom-made queen-size bed for you, which is larger than those on the market. The original decoration was actually not done long ago. The lady used to come over occasionally to take naps, so she got everything done very well. Central air conditioning, underfloor heating throughout the house. Don't look at the many shops downstairs, this glass can separate it quite well, and the material is very good. You can sleep in if you don't have morning classes. Lin Chuan nodded dumbly. The renovation of this house must have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's in the middle of a university. It doesn't look great on the outside, but the inside is really good, and it must be very comfortable to live in. However, he still noticed the strange point in the words. You said that the bed was custom made. Does that mean that Jiang Wei will live here with me? Auntie Shui nodded, but she was a little suspicious. Of course, you and Miss Lin are married, you are already husband and wife, so of course you live together. If you are asking about the wedding house, then this one is not it. Auntie Shui explained, Miss Lin has two wedding houses, one is a large flat with a river view in the city center, and the other is a single-family villa in the suburbs, but neither have been decorated yet, and they will only be decorated according to your preferences before the banquet is officially held. This place is just a house that is convenient for studying and living. Auntie Shui thought Lin Xuan was thinking about the wedding house and laughed. I heard your wife say that you will hold the banquet after you graduate. After all, you are still students now, and being too grand will also affect your studies. A large flat with a river view? A suburban villa? Lin Xuan was a little swayed. Although beauty can make him hold on, the temptation of money is really a bit too corrupting. This evil soft food is so delicious. He finally understood why those female stars in the entertainment industry were desperate to marry into wealthy families. He envied Jiang Wei's future husband, who would be so lucky to have such a wonderful mother-in-law. It was a pity that Jiang Wei didn't fancy him, otherwise he would really find it hard to resist the temptation of capital. Chapter 15, Who will serve me if you leave? Aunt Shui looked at the time and said, Xiao Chuan, I'll go buy groceries first, you rest. The lady and young lady have things to do during the day and won't be back until dinner. Lin Xuan was already feeling awkward, so he quickly said, Aunt, don't worry about me, go do your thing. Aunt Shui grabbed her bag and car keys and went to the market. Lin Xuan sat on the sofa and relaxed a little when he was alone. He looked around the place, which had almost been cleared of any traces of the previous occupant. It looked like she had spent a lot of time tidying up, even though she had only been here for a couple of days. On the table was a box, which had obviously just been moved here. Inside were some skin care products and a photo frame. The photo frame was a bit old, and the photo inside showed a chubby little girl aged 5 or 6, looking sassy in the snow, wearing a flowered jacket, her hair tied up in 2 pigtails and a red dot on her forehead. She looked very plump. She looked like she could eat a lot, like a meatball, and she looked very happy. In particular, her cheeks were plump. But the place where this photo was taken was surprisingly a place he knew very well. Was it the kindergarten where he had studied in the county? Why was it Maple Leaf Kindergarten? Lin Xuan looked at it several times to make sure he wasn't mistaken. The familiar school gate and the small shop next to it could definitely not be anywhere else. He had forgotten most of his memories from kindergarten. But since this kindergarten was near his home and hadn't changed much over the years, he recognized it at first glance. Who was this girl? Jiang Wei didn't seem to have any sisters at home, only an older brother. Could it be her? Lin Xuan really couldn't connect the happy little chubby girl in the photo with the beautiful Jiang Wei. They didn't look alike at all, and they shouldn't be the same person. But Jiang Wei's identity makes it impossible for her to be studying in her own county. Lin Xuan remembered some past events. Every time his parents mentioned that he was in kindergarten, they would brag that he was the most handsome little boy in the class and was very popular with the girls. In particular, there was a very cute girl who always chased after Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan didn't like to play with her because she was too stupid to ride a bicycle. The little girl practiced hard on the bicycle for this reason, but ended up injuring her face. The other party was brought up by grandparents, so they joked that if their granddaughter was left with a scar and could not get married in the future, Lin Xuan would have to be responsible for her for the rest of his life. After a while, their parents also verbally agreed to a child marriage with the other party's parents. However, it seems that the family later moved and they never saw each other again. This joke was just left as it was. Lin Xuan's mind just flashed with some of the parents' antics, and he quickly put down the photo and diverted his attention. By the time dinner was ready, Jiang Wei and Zhao Yueying had just come out of the old house and were sitting in the car all the way to a Decai. Zhao Yueying rubbed his brow. Your grandmother always says she's not going to make it, and wants to see the younger generation get married. When are you going to bring Xiaochuan to her to take a look? Let my brother bring a girlfriend, I'm still young, what's there to bring? Jiang Wei's tone was flat. You're married, and your brother still doesn't have a girlfriend. Jiang Wei's tone was flat. The nanny said she saw grandma go dancing with a handsome old man for more than an hour yesterday, and she didn't come home until after 9 p.m. She also ate a big bowl of noodles, and at 1:30 a.m., she went out for barbecue with grandpa. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yueying asked, is she pretending again? She sighed, but I really like this Xiaochuan child. You two get along well, and I already consider him my good son-in-law. These past 2 days, your father has been furious about the marriage alliance because of you. I have been persuading him for a long time. Jiang Wei frowned. Who told you to make your own decisions? Zhao Yueying couldn't help but smile. Okay, didn't you say when you were little that the neighbor's brother really liked you? Otherwise, why would your father have fixed the marriage for you? I still remember, you wished on your birthday that you would marry the neighbor's brother, but who knew that you would regret it when you grew up? That boy really likes you, and this time he can be considered to have given up. Jiang Wei pursed her lips, her eyes glancing outside the car. Her eyes were mixed with a complex of speechlessness and remorse. I didn't mean what I said to Jiang Nan. And it was just childish talk. Who knew that my father would actually talk to Uncle Jiang about it verbally? It was so casual. No one asked my opinion, and I wasn't informed of this until I was 18 years old. It's outrageous. Isn't that because your father dotes on you? Zhao Yueying's smile deepened. Even if you casually asked for the stars in the sky, your father would find a way to pluck them down for you. But it was just a casual remark, and it wasn't really an engagement, so it's fine if she regrets it. Jiang Wei propped her cheek on her side and thought that Lin Xuan should be waiting for them to go over for dinner by now. There was still a while to go. So she took a book out of her bag, opened it to page 68, and started reading it seriously. The sunset outside the window fell through the car window onto her immaculate white face, and her pupils appeared a little clearer, as if there were a few years of tranquility. The eyes under the long eyelashes were full of the crumbling sunset, and they were very beautiful. Zhao Yueying glanced at the cover of the book 30 Days to Make a Man Fall in Love with You. Zhao Yueying shook her head. Don't read too much of this kind of book, it's easy to damage your brain. You took it from the study. Zhao Yueying straightened up, touched her nose apologetically, and asked, is there really such a thing? Maybe it got mixed in by accident. Your mother doesn't need to read this kind of book. She didn't exaggerate when she said that when she was young, she was a genius at love, and half the boys in her class had passed her love letters. It's not like her daughter, who is a love idiot. Jiang Wei looked carefully at the content of the book. Spending time together every day will make a man fall in love with you more easily. There was already a table full of delicious food on the table. Lin Xuan was a little anxious and worried. But when the others arrived, they didn't chat, but just started eating. Jiang Wei had actually eaten quite a lot at her grandmother's house in the afternoon, so she was full after just a little. Lin Xuan was very hungry, so after eating a bowl of rice, he went to the kitchen to get more. Just then, his phone screen lit up, and there was a WeChat message. Jiang Wei glanced sideways, and the lock screen of her phone showed Su Xiaowan, and the content was, I'll wait for you in the back of the lecture hall tomorrow night. Lin Xuan's phone didn't have a password, so Jiang Wei lifted her hand and deleted the message. Her fingertips were about to tap delete friend, but after thinking about it, she didn't do it. Zhao Yueying and Auntie Shui left soon after. The house was left with just Lin Xuan and Jiang Wei alone together. Jiang Wei sat on the sofa, her legs curled up, hugging a pillow, her head down, looking at her phone without saying a word. Lin Xuan knew from her expression that she was in a bad mood. And when she was in a bad mood, she would inexplicably torment herself. Lin Xuan quickly spoke up, Jiang Wei, your mom has already left, I'll be going back to the dorm tonight. Whenever she wants to come and see you, just send me a message, it's only a 10-minute walk anyway. Jiang Wei frowned, you're leaving? Who's going to serve me? Her tone was very matter-of-fact, but with this beautiful face, it seemed very convincing. The reason I moved out was because getting a marriage license with you ruined the family alliance. My father doesn't like me now, so I can only hide out here for a while. I have always been spoiled, would I be like this if it wasn't for you? So, you should be responsible for me. Lin Xuan couldn't help but retort, Miss Jiang, you are so unreasonable. You are at least half responsible for getting a marriage license, aren't you? These days, I have been very obedient to you. Jiang Wei snorted, I'm going to take a shower, you help me put the clothes in the suitcase in the master bedroom closet. Lin Xuan was speechless. Okay, it's really like beating a dead horse. He felt that if those who pursued Jiang Wei knew that she was so unreasonable, they might all back off. Chapter 16 Lin Xuan, you wouldn't want to peek at me in the shower, would you? The sound of water in the shower started. Lin Xuan opened the suitcase in the master bedroom. On top were 2 thin outer garments, followed by some skirts and some suit clothes, which Lin Xuan hung up on hangers. He couldn't help blushing a little when he looked at the small clothes at the bottom. Light apricot, lace edges. It looked like it wasn't a small size. He coughed quickly, averted his eyes and closed the suitcase. It was the time of his youth, and indeed he was just a naive rookie, so for such personal items, the scale for him was still. Lin Chuan usually also had classes with some foreign teachers in the middle of the night. But the internet is the internet, and reality is reality. That's still not certain. Plus, the owner of this item is a famous beauty. Lin Chuan, bring me my underwear and pajamas. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Lin Chuan heard this and it was so embarrassing that he said, I'll go out and buy drinks, you get it yourself? I'm not going out, I'm afraid of the cold. Lin Chuan was suddenly dumbfounded. What kind of weather are you telling me you're afraid of the cold? He opened the suitcase again and saw the clothes inside. He reached out and picked it up with all his might, like he was holding a hot potato. He took another lavender nightgown and went to the bathroom door. Here you go. The bathroom door opened a crack, and a white, dewy hand reached out. After a hot shower, her snow-white skin was flushed. The clothes were quickly taken inside, and then the bathroom door closed. A mischievous laugh came from inside. Lin Chuan, aren't you going to go out? Don't you want to buy drinks? You're not going to spy on me in the shower, are you? Or are you going to steal my clothes and do something weird? You're just imagining things. Lin Chuan was shocked and quickly left the master bedroom. It was as if he was running away in disgrace. In the bathroom, Jiang Wei heard the footsteps and left without hesitation. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Did he really just leave like that? Is he really such a gentleman? It seems that what the internet says is not quite right. She touched her long hair that hung down to her collarbone. In the midst of the mist and budding emotions, her long eyelashes trembled, as if they were the wings of a butterfly, concealing the deep emotions in her eyes. The long smile at the corner of her mouth made her look very different from the image she presented to others. Lin Chuan thought that Jiang Wei would finish her shower soon, but he didn't expect it to take another half hour for her to come out. Her long, fluffy hair was draped over her shoulders, her plain white face had delicate features, her lips were a rosy pink, and the pale purple camisole nightdress suited her complexion perfectly. Her shoulders and neck had beautiful curves, her short skirt fit closely, and she had a pair of long, slender, snow-white legs. She was wearing nothing under her clothes and walked out barefoot. The soft fabric wrapped her slender body. With perfect proportions like a doll, very tender and attractive. Jiang Wei saw Lin Chuan staring at her, teasing, "What? Never seen a woman before?" Lin Chuan quickly averted his gaze, it's just that he hadn't seen many. He thought that if he honestly admitted it, Jiang Wei would pay attention to the scale of her future clothing, and maybe this young lady's character would even laugh at him. But unexpectedly, she actually smiled, her face softened and she seemed in a good mood. The tone of her voice was unusually gentle, but the question she asked was still full of aggression. "Where did you and your ex-girlfriend get to?" Lin Chuan was speechless. He didn't know Jiang Wei well, and there was a difference between men and women, so he didn't think he should discuss such personal matters with Jiang Wei. Did you have sex?" Lin Chuan quickly retorted, "No." Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction. "Kissing?" Lin Chuan was silent for a moment. "Does kissing count?" Jiang Wei's smile deepened, and kissing her was not considered. She saw Lin Chuan's face tighten a little and said, "I've never been in love, so I'm curious about what it's like to be in love." Lin Chuan was puzzled and found it inconceivable. It seemed that someone as good-looking as Jiang Wei would have countless suitors, so it was unbelievable that she had never been in love. Jiang Wei seemed to have read his mind and explained, "When I was a child, there was someone I liked, but he didn't like me, so I'd never been in love with anyone else." Jiang Wei muttered, "The process doesn't matter, the result does, right? As long as I can marry him, that's all I need. No man would not like you, right? Why do you still need unrequited love? Don't be ridiculous." Lin Chuan looked at her like this, and there should be a white moonlight, so he can rest assured. He doesn't have to occasionally generate unnecessary assumptions. After all, the more difficult it is to get, the more difficult it is to let go. Jiang Wei's determined attitude will definitely be rewarded in the future. However, he was also a little curious about what kind of man would make Miss Jiang so low-key. It really was a bit of happiness. Should I say it or not? Why do I suddenly feel a bit envious of that man? Jiang Wei sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and said to Lin Chuan, "Tonight you sleep on the sofa, go take a shower." Lin Chuan had originally thought that he was just going to sleep on the sofa, so after taking a shower, he just sat on the sofa. It was just some young lady who had unceremoniously lain down on the sofa, her long legs placed in an unkempt manner, a small blanket covering her thighs. Her thin body sank into the soft sofa, her long hair a little messy, like trailing seaweed in the water. Her snow-white, melon-shaped face was small, but her profile was exquisite, with a full forehead, a small, upright nose, and big eyes, like cherries. Her shoulders were so thin, her waist so slender. Her translucent skin felt like it would break if he touched it twice. Lin Chuan's heart was beating abnormally. Sure enough, he was still tempted by her beauty. He could only warn himself not to have unrealistic thoughts. He was just sitting on the edge of the sofa, watching TV dramas with Miss Zhang. As he watched, he became sleepy, but she still had no intention of going to bed. He looked over and saw her smiling, in a good mood. Lin Chuan couldn't understand her. If he put himself in her shoes, if he, a handsome guy, was forced to live with an ordinary girl, he would definitely be in a bad mood and on his guard. But she was so at ease. Another hour passed. And it was already 12 o'clock. Lin Chuan yawned as he watched TV. He glanced over and saw that Jiang Wei's face was resting on one hand, her head slightly tilted to the side, and the other hand holding the remote control had fallen under the sofa. Her face was peaceful, her eyes closed, and she had fallen asleep without knowing when. Lin Chuan whispered, "Jiang Wei? Wake up." No response. Lin Chuan sighed helplessly, took the remote control and turned off the TV, then went to the master bedroom and found a thin quilt and covered her up. His fingers brushed past her shoulders inadvertently, and he smelled a faint fragrance. Her skin was very smooth and tender, just like high-quality sheep's fat jade. He thought to himself, this young lady has a bad temper, but she is still pleasing to the eye when she is asleep. Chapter 17, I'm Your Wife. Jiang Wei woke up the next day and found that she had slept on the sofa. Her eyes were bloodshot, and when she lifted the thin quilt covering her, she glanced around and found that Lin Chuan had actually made a bed on the floor. At this time, he had already disappeared. What a fool! Jiang Wei felt a little helpless. The sofa was so soft that she had aches and pains after sleeping on it all night. After getting off the sofa, she looked all over the room for Lin Chuan, but there was no sign of him. He had obviously gone out. Jiang Wei's face turned a little red, and she snorted. After washing up, she was brushing her hair at the dressing table in the master bedroom when she heard a noise from the bedroom door. Jiang Wei, breakfast is ready. Lin Chuan bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks, not sure if they were what Jiang Wei liked to eat. He was just hungry himself, and he had not slept well, waking up early. So he simply went out to buy breakfast. He put the breakfast on the table, then went and tidied up the sofa and floor by himself. Jiang Wei changed her clothes and went out. Seeing Lin Chuan so nimble, she gave a faint smile and said, "I thought you were going to class. Why didn't you wake me up last night? Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't wake you up." Jiang Wei let out a sound and sat down at the dining table. She gave Lin Chuan a glance with her beautiful eyes. He could have carried himself to the master bedroom, clearly. But he didn't. He's still trying to avoid suspicion. There's a dinner tonight. You'll accompany me. Lin Chuan frowned, I seem to have a big class tonight, the time may not be right. Jiang Wei glanced at her phone, 8 o'clock tonight, you can go and check in and then sneak away, I'll wait for you then. Anyway, there are only the last 20 days left, you won't refuse me, will you? Jiang Wei sighed, I've never been in love since I was a child, and for some inexplicable reason, I'm going to become a second-time wife. My extremely overbearing face wore a touch of melancholy. Okay. Lin Chuan's ears were about to turn into calluses. When he agreed, he met Jiang Wei's beautiful, deep eyes. Where was there any trace of melancholy? Suddenly, he felt like he was being tricked again. This woman simply didn't care about this matter at all, but she always brought it up. Clearly, she was just looking for someone to manipulate, right? He sighed. Who is she having dinner with? Should I change into a nicer outfit? Mainly because everyone in your circle should be quite outstanding, right? I'm afraid I'll lose face for you. Jiang Wei shook her head, her eyes unruffled, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. No one can lose my face. Lin Chuan licked his lips. What a confident tone. But yes, this young lady has the confidence to do so. After a simple breakfast, Lin Chuan realized that Jiang Wei had a tiny stomach. She only drank half a cup of soy milk and ate half a stick of fried dough stick before she was full. I can't eat anymore. I don't like eating in the morning. You can eat it for me. Jiang Wei naturally handed the fried dough stick in her hand to Lin Xuan. I don't like wasting food. If you don't like wasting food, you can break it in half and eat it next time. Lin Xuan was very rude. His face was a little tense. He wasn't angry, but he felt a little presumptuous. What's the difference between her attitude towards me and her boyfriend? You know, this is usually only done between lovers, right? We're not allowed to touch each other, and I'm eating what's left over from you. People who don't know would think we're in a relationship. Jiang Wei frowned. In a relationship? No, I was just talking casually. Jiang Wei interrupted his explanation, her slender fingers slightly bent, propping her cheek. You and I are obviously a legal couple, a much deeper relationship than being in a relationship, right? You can have many girlfriends, but I'm the only wife. Fine, I'll eat it. Can't I just eat it? Lin Xuan's head was spinning, and he could only submit. He felt like he was getting a little hot. A beautiful woman seriously saying she was his wife, even if he had just broken up with someone, it was hard to remain calm in such a moment. Lin Xuan felt that his realm was still not enough. Really? If it weren't for the huge gap between the two sides, he might really have unrealistic aspirations. That's right. Jiang Wei raised her hand and patted Lin Xuan on the head, just like she was patting a dog's head. There was a smile on her cool face as she said, You have to listen to me obediently. Remember, whatever I say goes, and you mustn't resist me. Lin Xuan thought to himself, You already have the capitalistic bad habits even before you've entered society. If you really inherit the family business and become a big boss in the future, what's going to happen? That would be nothing but capitalist tyranny. And if this really is his wife, doesn't that mean she has no personal freedom at all? While he was ranting, a card appeared in front of him. Jiang Wei said, This is my supplementary card. You can buy whatever you want with it as long as we are not divorced. The limit is very high. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. No need, I have money to spend. And we are only getting married for show, not for real. What if I spend your money and you want it back when we get divorced? I don't want to get involved with you, either, to avoid trouble later. Jiang Wei's originally pleasant face suddenly became overcast, and she sneered, You have money to spend, so why do you always have to work part-time? I heard you only make 10 odd yuan an hour. Face and dignity cannot be eaten. During the time you are working for me, you cannot take on any part-time jobs, so as not to delay my affairs. This money is considered my salary for you. You have to be paid for serving me. After saying this, she picked up her phone and left. The door slammed shut with a loud noise. She was obviously very angry. Lin Xuan was a little confused. This young lady, she started it again. Jiang Wei went to the classroom where her class was being held. There were still very few people at this hour. Lu Xinyue received a message from Jiang Wei and came over early, looking sleepy. Miss Jiang, what are you doing here so early for class? The class doesn't start for another half hour. Are you sure? Jiang Wei gave her a cold stare and said, Tell me, if a man doesn't like me and always distances himself from me, what could the reason be? Personality? Or appearance? Lu Xinyue solemnly looked at this face that was not made up but was overly white and flawless as if carved from stone. She also said seriously, If he doesn't like you, there can only be one reason. Jiang Wei was curious, What? It's that he has poor eyesight, maybe he has an eye disease. Jiang Wei snorted, His eyesight is perfect. Lu Xinyue leaned over the table and laughed, You're talking about that Lin Xuan, I asked around, he has a childhood sweetheart girlfriend, from high school to college, the emotions must be very deep, it's only been a few days since they broke up, maybe he hasn't come out of it yet, for a while he's also lost his sense of trust in women, especially a woman as beautiful as you, he must be very guarded. Lu Xinyue teased, Besides, you just accidentally got married, and you'll be getting a divorce in a few days. You're not really going to fall in love with him, are you? You're not really going to fall in love with him, are you? Chapter 18, The New Love and the Old Love are sitting together. Lu Xinyue has known Jiang Wei for so many years, so what kind of person is she? Will she be bothered by a man? Will she be bothered by not being liked by a man? This is a joke. So, this made Lu Xinyue worry a little, afraid that Jiang Wei would really fall for him. That guy, from beginning to end, has never been good enough for Jiang Wei. Even if she looks at him with a magnifying glass, she can't see anything outstanding about him. What's more, he's got someone else on his mind, so it's even worse. I think you should stay away from Lin Xuan, and when the time comes, just say goodbye. There are plenty of men in the world, so who cares if he likes you or not? Jiang Wei silently looked out the window, not knowing what to think. Lu Xinyue sighed and changed the subject. Tonight, my high school classmates in City A are having a dinner gathering, and I'm going to wear some pretty makeup. Do you want to wear makeup too? Jiang Wei thought about it for a while and said she'd see. Lu Xinyue shook her head helplessly. Most girls like to dress up, especially pretty girls. Now Jiang Wei isn't even interested in dressing up. This is really dangerous. It wasn't until the evening lecture that Lin Xuan deliberately sat in the last row of the lecture hall by the back door, so that he could slip away when the time came, but there were quite a few people sitting in the last row. Among them was the person Lin Xuan least wanted to see. Although it was already autumn, it was still very hot at night, and the air conditioner was on in the classroom, but there were too many people, and the heat did not decrease much. Su Xiaowan directly took her textbooks and sat down next to Lin Xuan's empty seat. Lin Xuan, I sent you a message, why didn't you reply? Although we have broken up, after all, we were together for so long, we shouldn't become strangers so quickly, right? Su Xiaowan was wearing a puffy dress with suspenders, which looked very good with the layers. She was wearing rhinestone high heels, and I don't know when she had her hair ironed. Her originally pretty and cute face looked a bit more mature. Although the makeup on her face was very delicate, it looked very deliberate. Among the female college students who came to class, she could be considered pretty and lovely. It didn't seem like she was here for class, but rather for a party. She had a Swarovski bracelet on her wrist, a necklace of the same design around her neck, and was carrying a small pink shoulder bag that didn't look cheap. Su Xiaowan looked at Lin Xuan's face, trying to see a trace of surprise in his eyes, but there wasn't any. All she saw was Lin Xuan frowning. Lin Xuan unlocked his phone and didn't even bother to lift his head. Apart from returning the money, there's nothing else we have to talk about. Su Xiaowan pursed her lips and clenched her hands. She had deliberately dressed up elaborately, and she definitely looked much more beautiful than the dowdy girl she used to be when she was with Lin Xuan. But why, in the past, did he always look at her tenderly, but now he doesn't even look at her? She had posted a photo of her outfit on WeChat Moments and it had been liked over 100 times. Lin Xuan, you dare not look at me, and you dare not associate with me again. Are you afraid that you cannot let go of me? Lin Xuan laughed. I wanted to say, you have the money to buy a bag to dress up, you might as well give it back to me, my family is also quite short of money. Su Xiaowan took out her phone. I don't have that much money to pay you back for the time being, but I can pay you back slowly. We are friends, you won't push me too hard, will you? You know me, I have a lot of self-esteem, and I will definitely pay you back when I say I will. That's your business. Why should I let you procrastinate? If you can't pay, let Zhao Jingyang pay. He's so capable and well-connected, he must not lack the 200,000 yuan. Su Xiaowan was a little surprised to learn what Zhao Jingyang had done, but she didn't feel that her boyfriend had done anything wrong. After all, Lin Xuan had provoked the situation in the first place. She thought that after a period of time, Lin Xuan would calm down and consider what to do next, but she didn't expect him to be even more unyielding. Su Xiaowan remembered what Zhao Jingyang had said, he had connections at the school and could make Lin Xuan fail to graduate with just one word. So she didn't want to speak to Lin Xuan in a low voice. Lin Xuan, if you want to graduate smoothly in the future, you still need some arrangements from the school. Are you really sure you want to do this? For 200,000 yuan, if you can't graduate smoothly, your parents will definitely be sad, too, right? Don't pretend. If you really have the ability, just come directly. Lin Xuan idly played with his phone, thinking that it was great to get me expelled from the club. I don't care at all. It's more likely that you can't repay the 200,000 yuan and become a deadbeat, which will have a greater impact on you, right? Are you sure Zhao Jingyang's parents will accept a deadbeat daughter-in-law? Su Xiaowan's face stiffened as if she had been stepped on. Su Xiaowan and Lin Xuan had always come from small towns, and their interpersonal skills were not as good as others. But under Lin Xuan's protection, Su Xiaowan hardly had to worry about anything. When it really came down to it, when she was in opposition to Lin Xuan, her blackmailing was naive. In fact, Lin Xuan could have said something more realistic, but he was too lazy to waste words with such people. Fine, Su Xiaowan gritted her teeth, I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight, and we'll talk in detail about paying back the money. I broke up with you, I was wrong, let me introduce you to my best friend as your girlfriend. I really want to reconcile with you. Although Su Xiaowan broke up with Lin Xuan, she still felt that she had control over him and that he was her possession. No need, I have an appointment. Lin Chuan found this laughable. Su Xiaowan said, you hate me because you've fallen out of love, and once you've found a new girlfriend, you won't be so resentful. He doesn't need it. A voice came with the back door of the large classroom being pushed open. Su Xiaowan looked up and saw Jiang Wei. She was wearing a plain white dress, her soft hair casually falling around her face, her snow-white face, tall and slender, enviable, her bright eyes with an almost detached indifference. As soon as she appeared, everything around her paled in comparison. Jiang Wei? Su Xiaowan frowned. She already knew about this school beauty, not to mention seeing her always appear in front of Lin Xuan. But she didn't believe that this school beauty and Lin Xuan, her own former boyfriend, who she didn't even look down on, would have any kind of story. Jiang Wei glanced at the occupied seat next to Lin Xuan, and in an unfriendly tone, she said, excuse me. Su Xiaowan wanted to say, on what basis? But when she met Jiang Wei's cold gaze, she subconsciously got up and sat down in the seat next to her. On the one hand, she felt suppressed, and on the other, she was a little taken aback and curious. She couldn't really be with Lin Xuan, could she? She had been with Lin Xuan for many years, and she knew him well, so why would she give up her seat for a stranger? Did she know Lin Xuan better than she did? Jiang Wei sat next to Lin Xuan, her faint fragrance filling the air. Her profile was slightly downcast, but her eyelashes were curled and long. Her nose was straight, her lower lip pursed. Under the incandescent lights of the large classroom, every inch of her skin was exquisite, like a piece of fine jade, without a single blemish. There was no sign of makeup. Su Xiaowan couldn't help but ask, classmate Jiang, are you very familiar with Lin Xuan? Chapter 19. Lin Xuan and the school flower are definitely in love, aren't they? Can't you tell? Jiang Wei asked in return, with a faint smile. Hearing this, Su Xiaowan's face tightened, and her heart pounded. She felt like she had touched upon some unknown truth. Her eyes fell on Jiang Wei's pretty profile, and then she looked at the man next to her, the one she knew best. Lin Xuan. How is that possible? When I was in a relationship with Lin Xuan, I never knew you two knew each other, and we only broke up a few days ago. Could it be that Lin Xuan is seamless? Or, when he had a girlfriend, you two were already? Jiang Wei tilted her head and looked at Su Xiaowan, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Do I know you well? Why do I need to explain to you? Don't say anything you shouldn't, I hate it when people spread rumors about me. Su Xiaowan's eyes widened, and she felt humiliated. But she also knew that she and Jiang Wei were simply not on the same level. In terms of appearance, family background, and conversation, she was no match for Jiang Wei at all. Talking to her more would only invite humiliation. She could only look at Lin Xuan, who remained indifferent. How could you do this to me? Don't make me laugh. Lin Xuan frowned. For some reason, he felt really humiliated in front of Jiang Wei in this situation. They had broken up, so why would he still be humiliated by his ex-girlfriend? Don't look at Miss Zhang's cold expression at this time, in fact, she must be secretly mocking herself in her heart. He can tell just by thinking with his toes what kind of ridicule she will dish out to him later. Lin Xuan has just had a failed relationship, but now it feels like there is an unbearable dark history. How long is this class? Jiang Wei simply ignored the person in her way. I'm a bit sleepy, so wake me up when class is over. She put her phone in Lin Xuan's desk pocket, then adjusted her sitting position, leaned against Lin Xuan's shoulder and closed her eyes. The long, soft hair tickled Lin Xuan's arm. The whole fragrant body leaned on him. It was very ambiguous. Jiang Wei closed her eyes directly, and Lin Xuan embarrassedly glanced around. Sure enough, many people had noticed them, especially the people in Lin Xuan's class, whose eyes were almost glowing. I told you they were talking, didn't I? Right, the school beauty queen. How could she possibly be the one to approach Lin Xuan? Unless they're boyfriend and girlfriend. What kind of luck does Lin Xuan have? I really can't understand where I'm worse than him. It's so embarrassing for Su Xiaowan to be sitting next to Lin Xuan, and now she's been pushed aside by his girlfriend. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Brother Chuan is so capable, I want to learn from him about relationships. If he was capable, he wouldn't have been poached by the senior. I don't think he's in a relationship with the school beauty. If he can date Jiang Wei, it's not too much to ask for me to date the department flower, right? Forget about the department flower, no flower would look at you. The air conditioning gradually became cold enough. Jiang Wei's brow furrowed slightly, and she subconsciously leaned towards Lin Xuan's body again, as if she was a little cold and was looking for warmth in her sleep. Lin Chuan also didn't wear a jacket, so he could only let her lean on him. During the break, everyone went out to take a rest, but very few people went out the back door. It seemed that everyone had an unspoken agreement to eat melons outside the circle. Jiang Wei heard the commotion, opened her eyes, and the blinding light made her eyes a little uncomfortable. Is class over? Let's go. Saying this, she got up and walked out the back door. Lin Chuan took his books and 2 mobile phones and followed her out. On the podium, the young teacher Sun Shu sat down, took a sip of wolfberry tea, then took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jia Yueying. Teacher, it seems your daughter is in love. It's a guy from our college. Soon, her phone vibrated. Teacher Zhao, oh, that's my son-in-law. Invite you all to the wedding when they graduate. But they're still young, so it's better to keep it a secret. Sun Shu coughed a few times, nearly choking on the tea. A little surprise appeared on her composed face. She thought to herself, what? A son-in-law? I thought I was the one who had fallen in love, but I didn't realize that the parents of the other person had already approved. One student asked, Teacher, what's wrong? Do you have a cold? Sun Shu quickly waved her hand, a little bit. The air conditioning seemed a little too cold. Oh yeah, what's the name of that boy sitting in the last row at the goal? He's Lin Chuan, from class 2. The student replied. To be honest, Lin Chuan was just an ordinary guy who didn't attract much attention, but now that he was so close to the school beauty, his name quickly became known to everyone. There were also some people gossiping around. His name is Lin Chuan? The school beauty's boyfriend? Is he a rich kid? It's possible, after all, he really doesn't look outstanding, and I've never heard of that name before. Maybe it's some kind of family arrangement? Wow, an idol drama? Su Xiaowan sat in her seat, not bothering to go to the bathroom. Her face was overly gloomy, her heart was in a mess, and she listened to the talk about Lin Chuan. She was very dissatisfied. Why? Lin Chuan is also a second-generation rich guy? He is just an ordinary person from a small county, with an unremarkable appearance and a very boring personality. If it weren't for her rejection, he would definitely still be with her. Xiaowan, what were you guys talking about just now? Su Luoluo came over curiously. Could it be that Jiang Wei is really with Lin Chuan? No way. She is the school beauty queen, and I heard that many guys are after her. There is a particularly handsome guy in the physics department called Jiang Huinan, but he can't get her. Did Lin Chuan deliberately find her to make a show of himself and annoy you? Su Xiaowan sneered, make a show of himself to annoy me? With Lin Chuan's family background, can he afford Jiang Wei? That's true. Su Luoluo touched her nose apologetically. If they really get together, you just tell Jiang Wei that Lin Chuan asked you for money. Lin Chuan will definitely handle it low-key so as not to be looked down upon by the school flower, right? No matter what methods he used to deceive the school flower, he can't help but be afraid if his true colors are really revealed. Su Xiaowan thought about it and it was true. She had previously felt that Jiang Wei didn't know Lin Chuan well enough, otherwise she definitely wouldn't have looked down upon him. She thought about it and edited a WeChat message and sent it to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan didn't even look at his phone, and followed Jiang Wei to the parking lot, then got into the car. He didn't ask where they were going, because Jiang Wei just told him to follow her. He glanced at his phone and saw Su Xiaowan's threat. He laughed. If it was his fault, he might be embarrassed to ask for the money, but if it wasn't his fault, and he deserved it, he would definitely ask for it back. No matter what others think. Sitting in the luxury car, Jiang Wei opened her phone and checked the messages in the high school group chat. The cold light reflected on her face, making her look a little cold. Lin Chuan also called his cousin at this time. Sis, did you help me read my indictment? Is there anything else I need to amend? Okay, I'll contact you then. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wei asked without even looking up, in a lazy tone, what indictment? You're not thinking of hiring a lawyer to divide up my assets, are you? Although this is a very clever move, you don't need to go to all this trouble to get money. Just say the word, and I might as well give it to you. Lin Chuan was confused. Not the young lady, you call this clever? Besides, I don't want your money. It's an economic dispute with my ex-girlfriend. I'm not so conceited as to try to get your money. Jiang Wei looked up at him with a smile, why not? Lin Chuan answered seriously, I won't take what isn't mine. Chapter 20 Her Circle. Having said that, Lin Chuan realized that the young lady had not mentioned what had happened in the classroom just now. However, since she had not mocked him, he would not go looking for trouble. There should be a lot of delicious food at tonight's dinner, right? I purposely skipped dinner, waiting for this meal. Look at how little you've achieved. Jiang Wei sighed helplessly. Can't you be a little bolder? You can't even tell the difference between a full meal and a hungry meal? Then I'll not only eat it, I'll also take it away? Get lost. The driver in front couldn't hold back his laughter. Normally, his professionalism would have made him hold back, unless it was really funny. This driver had always been responsible for the young lady's travel, and was considered an old family member. Therefore, Jiang Wei didn't care, but said, Uncle Wu, why don't we find a place with no one around and drop him off? Oh, Missy, you can throw him out, but I'm afraid you'll feel sorry for Lin. There's nowhere around here, and he'll have to walk a long way to get a ride. Jiang Wei blushed. Nonsense, I'm not going to feel sorry for him. Lin Chuan was in a luxury car, in a place that wasn't his, but for some reason, he didn't feel constrained or uneasy. Instead, he felt at ease. Jiang Wei was really different from the rich girl he thought she was. She may seem cold, but she is actually very approachable, and she also has a lively side to her. The car stopped in front of a low-key and introverted-looking manor. After getting out of the car, Jiang Wei led Lin Chuan inside, and a waiter stood at the door, warmly greeting the two. Lin Chuan followed with confusion. Is this the standard for your high school reunions? Everyone is rich? Not really. This kind of private manor is actually not expensive, and there are many entertainment options. Anyway, it's not your money. Jiang Wei explained. No need to pay? Well, it belongs to the student council president's family, and he provides the venue. Lin Chuan nodded. So the school you went to was really something, with such a good family background. He lowered his voice again. I won't embarrass you, will I? Just don't pack. Jiang Wei said, kindly explaining, our homeroom teacher is retiring this year and is going to go abroad to retire. This is the last reunion, which is why I came. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. If he had known, he would have worn something nice. He had thought that, like him, the reunion would be a lively affair in a karaoke bar. Can I ask, what is my role here tonight? Lin Chuan felt that Jiang Wei would only make him feel uneasy if she had no ulterior motive. After all, Jiang Wei should not lack company, and there was no need to bring along an insignificant person like himself to the reunion. Otherwise, it would just be a pig slaughtering tray. Jiang Wei's eyes flickered for a moment, and she lowered her voice seriously. In fact, many girls my age want to form an alliance with my family, and it's not a good idea for the time being for me to get married, so I can only use having a boyfriend as an excuse to refuse. Your role is to be my shield, understand? Lin Chuan suddenly understood, and he remembered what Jiang Wei had said about an alliance before. Jiang Wei gave a small smile and took Lin Chuan's arm. So you have to act like you really are in love with me. It's okay to show it a little more, it will increase the credibility. Lin Chuan agreed. But he realized belatedly that getting a marriage license didn't seem to have a bad effect on Miss Jiang, but instead she was leading him alone. Jiang Wei spoke with a sense of entitlement. Don't make that face, I've helped you too. We're mutually beneficial, aren't we? Have I? Of course there is. Didn't you notice that I helped you save face in front of your ex-girlfriend? With me there, everyone will think that you are the one who deserves to be broken up with. As she spoke, Jiang Wei leaned intimately against Lin Chuan. So, you must also do your duty and play the role of my boyfriend well. Your eyes should be adoring, and your smile gentle. I don't need to teach you, do I? Lin Chuan pursed his lips, then revealed an objective smile, looking at the radiant beauty in front of him. Is this okay? Jiang Wei's eyes slightly curved, her smile deepening at the corners of her mouth. There was an enchanting twinkle in her eyes, and I was very satisfied. Lin Chuan's heartbeat skipped a beat, and he subconsciously became lost in thought, but soon he came back to his senses. This is just acting. On the other side of the bridge was a building with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the water. Warm light shone out from inside, falling on the courtyard flowers and plants. There were people sitting at the tea table by the window inside. When they saw Jiang Wei through the glass, they all stood up in surprise, not knowing what to say. A bespectacled boy at the entrance of the building was looking down at a list, seemingly a little distracted. When he heard Jiang Wei's name, he looked up in surprise. Before the smile on his lips could rise, he saw the man next to Jiang Wei. His smile froze for a moment. Wei, you can't be. You're in love? Everyone else came over. All young people dressed nicely. There were probably more than 20 of them. See what I said? Jiang Wei must be in a relationship. She's so pretty, and in the past she received so many love letters every day in the international department, and there must be many suitors in college. Jiang Wei's boyfriend, you better introduce yourself quickly. You have to be careful when you go home tonight. A lot of people are here for Goddess Wei Wei, but she turns out to be taken. That's just too much. Oh my, a lot of guys are going to have their hearts broken tonight. The girls were giggling and gossiping. Lin Chuan quickly said, "Hello everyone, I'm Wei Wei's boyfriend, my name is Lin Chuan." Jiang Wei glanced at him sideways, her eyes conveying a few indescribable and complex emotions. She sighed slightly, "You guys can't make fun of him. I finally found a boyfriend, but I scared him off. I'm not finished with you." The last sentence seemed like a joking remark with a smile, but those who knew about Jiang Wei's family background and personality did not dare to jinx her. After all, she rarely joked. Zhao Xingran, another pretty girl in the class, couldn't help but say, "When we were in high school, all the boys liked you, but you were cold and indifferent to everyone. I never thought you would find a boyfriend so unexpectedly and defend him so much. Is this true love? People change." Jiang Wei looked at Zhao Xingran, a little detached in her eyes. Besides, he is very special. Zhao Xingran glanced at Lin Chuan, his eyes falling on Jiang Wei. She was still so beautiful, and seemed to have become even more so after university. The cold-blooded, ruthless, and uninhibited look she had in high school was gone, and in front of this ordinary man, she seemed somewhat dependent. It was like seeing a ghost. Jiang Wei had had everything she wanted since she was a child, and everything was within her reach. Things that she had to pout and beg for her parents to give her, Jiang Wei just ignored. She has always competed with Jiang Wei, but she can never compare. At this moment, she doesn't understand why Jiang Wei would find such a boyfriend. She even brought her most handsome cousin. But who knows, he has started looking for true love. And is lonely again. Lin Chuan felt those inquisitive, suspicious, and unkind stares, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. It was only that Jiang Wei kept holding his hand that made him feel a little calmer. Chapter 21: The School Flower's First Love by Yu Guang. Lu Xinyue walked out of the crowd and took Jiang Wei's arm. "Wei Wei, accompany me to the bathroom." Jiang Wei had no choice but to go by herself. "Go." Lu Xinyue glanced at Lin Chuan. "Are you afraid that he will get lost if he goes alone?" Jiang Wei glanced at Lin Chuan and said, "I'll be right over." When they arrived at the bathroom, Lu Xinyue said with a surprised expression, "Wei Wei, you didn't have to bring him, and you also told everyone that he is your boyfriend? Are you serious?" Jiang Wei didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Xinyue's anxious expression with a faint smile, and didn't care what she thought. The voice-activated light in the corridor dimmed, and she stood at the junction of the semi-bright and semi-dark corridor. Her face was calm and restrained, and there was no sign of impulsiveness in her beautiful eyes. But that's what she did. Moreover, it seemed that everything was under control. Lu Xinyue, as a sister, was worried and concerned, but she could not appreciate it at all. She looked coldly at her and let her worry blindly here. "Look at you, you are only acting normally like this. You talk so much around him. You only talk a lot when you are lying. Are you lying to him or to yourself?" Jiang Wei frowned, rubbed her eyebrows, and became a little impatient. "Is this trivial matter worth your fuss?" "A trivial matter?" Lu Xinyue endured and endured. "Everyone in our class knows each other. If you bring him here today and announce that he is your boyfriend, tomorrow morning everyone will know that the Jiang family's daughter has a boyfriend. What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Wei tilted her head, a little confusion in her eyes. "It's you who has gone too far." Lu Xinyue also realized that she had no sense of boundaries. "I just don't understand why. What's the difference between this and Chang'e suddenly falling in love with Niulong? It's the weaver girl who falls in love with the cowherd." Lu Xinyue deflated. "Even if that's the case, he doesn't seem to like you, and do you love him?" Jiang Wei suddenly laughed. "The result is most important, the process doesn't matter." "The result?" Lu Xinyue suddenly had a vague and daring guess. So the so-called getting drunk and getting a marriage certificate was all a lie. Jiang Wei was sober the whole time? She opened her mouth wide, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. "Not me?" Lu Xinyue saw Jiang Wei walk away directly, while she was still doubting life in the same place. Jiang Wei's goal was to get married, and now that they were married, she had achieved her goal? So the person doesn't matter, does it? If that's the case, then it was just to defy the family's arranged marriage, and it just so happened that a silly person argued with her about getting a marriage certificate, so they went and got one? Ha, another one driven crazy by her family? Lu Xinhua shook her head, scratched her cheek again, and muttered, "It's not the first time someone has defied their family's arrangements and gotten married just to rebel. However, I heard that Jiang Wei's brother has a bad temper. If he speaks so highly of her, Lin Chuan will have his leg broken tomorrow, right? And if Lin Chuan knows that he is just a tool for her, won't he also be hurt? He has just broken up with his girlfriend, and now he is going to get beaten up." In an instant, Lu Xinhua felt some sympathy for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan sat down in an empty seat. He glanced down at his phone just as the bespectacled boy sat down across from him. His face was a little pale, and even though he was trying his best to hide his emotions, there was something about him that didn't seem friendly. "My name is Li Xiu. I used to be the class representative." "Oh, Vicky just told me that this manor is also your family's." Lin Chuan smiled. "I'm sorry for dropping in uninvited." As the saying goes, a smile is its own reward, so Li Xiu waved his hand and said, "I don't mind if you come or not, but the question is, why are you Wei Wei's boyfriend? What kind of business does your family engage in? You seem a bit unfamiliar." "I'm not from here, my family is very ordinary and doesn't do business." "How long have you been together?" Lin Chuan thought for a moment and said, "Not long." Li Xiu thought for a moment, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Lin Chuan, and then he understood. "You're just his shield." Lin Chuan frowned and said, "Huh?" Li Xiu's face softened. In high school, Wei Wei was the school beauty queen. Many boys would go out of their way to the international department just to catch a glimpse of her. It was because every time during second period, Wei Wei would buy a bottle of water, so many people wanted to create a chance encounter. All along, she has never been interested in any guy. Some people say she doesn't like guys, while others say she's arrogant. In fact, she actually has someone she likes. Li Xiu adjusted his glasses. "I understand how it feels to have a secret crush on Wei Wei. You see, there is no love in her eyes for you, so you are just a shield for her. However, I won't tell anyone about this, and I'm happy to see others give up." Lin Chuan frowned. He felt that he had been seen through. He touched his nose bridge. Was it really that easy to see through the way he looked at Jiang Wei? Lin Chuan couldn't help but reflect on himself. He looked in the direction of the bathroom and saw Jiang Wei come out just as a very tall and handsome-looking boy greeted her, smiled at her and said a few words. The two of them then walked one after the other towards a less crowded area. It seemed that the handsome boy and beautiful girl were a perfect match. Li Xiu explained that the boy was Jiang Huinan, from a very wealthy family. When they were in high school, he and Wei Wei were childhood sweethearts and a match made in heaven, but as soon as they graduated, he went abroad to study and only recently returned. "I thought they would have some kind of story today, but I didn't expect it. Maybe Wei Wei is still angry with you because Jiang Weinan went abroad directly that year?" Originally, they had agreed to take the entrance exam for a school, but Jiang Weinan changed his plan at the last minute. "It's not about you two, so how do you know so much about it?" Lin Chuan couldn't help but be curious. With Jiang Wei's personality, she shouldn't make her private life public, right? "That's why I said, if you don't love Wei Wei, if you do, you will pay attention to these things." Li Xiu waved his hand, "And as long as Jiang Huainan is not out of the game, I am afraid I will never have a chance. With him here, Wei Wei will never look at anyone else." Saying this, Li Xiu got up and walked over to the two of them. Lin Chuan was left alone, no one took the initiative to talk to him, and he didn't have anything to talk about with anyone either. He felt a little out of place here, and couldn't help but wonder, did Jiang Wei insist on coming herself, but then turn around and follow Jiang Huainan? Is it because she thinks he is just a tool? Is she using him to upset Jiang Huainan? It's not that, is it? He always felt that Jiang Wei was quite straightforward, and she wouldn't do something like bringing her nominal husband along to spite her first love. However, looking at the people here and listening to them talk about things like traveling abroad, family businesses, buying luxury cars, and so on, Lin Chuan also realized just how big the class gap was. Some people are born in Rome. Some people are born to be cattle and horses. No wonder Li Xiu could tell at a glance that he was just an imposter. I guess everyone could tell, right? Only he himself thought he was putting on an act. Chapter 22. Don't fall in love with her. After sitting for a few more minutes, Lin Chuan got up and prepared to go to the bathroom as well. Although many people looked at him with inquisitive eyes, none of them came to talk to him, so he was actually quite relaxed as a shield. As long as he just ate and drank, that would be fine. He walked down the corridor to the bathroom and heard voices coming from the stairwell of the fire escape. It was Jiang Wei. I think I've made myself very clear, so you don't need to say anything more. The man said, you're still angry with me for leaving without saying goodbye. I had no choice, but there was a lot of turmoil in my family at the time. But now that I've sorted everything out, we can start again. Wei, that guy is clearly not your type, and he'll never be your boyfriend. You don't need to find someone like that just to spite me. Jiang Wei sneered, Jiang Huanan, you're really too self-righteous. Do you really think that we're still in the same relationship as before, and that you can comment on everything? I know you have a grudge against me. Over the past few years, I have been keeping an eye on your movements and know that you are not in a relationship and there is no other man around you. Aren't you waiting for me? Jiang Huainan's tone was a bit low, concealing sad emotions. I am the same as you, Wei. I have not contacted any members of the opposite sex. It is useless for me to say anything now. I will prove with actions that my feelings for you have never changed. Lin Chuan, who had overheard the conversation, suddenly felt embarrassed. It turned out that Jiang Wei was also trapped in love when she got her certificate with him, so she drank too much and made such a mess with him? Who knew that she had only gotten her certificate a few days ago, and her first love had already returned from abroad? Lin Chuan didn't know why, but he felt very calm. He felt that things should have turned out this way. After all, who was Jiang Wei? A woman like her should have an excellent man by her side. However, he could not help feeling a little lost and absent-minded. He also felt sorry for Jiang Wei. But as long as he waited until he got the divorce certificate, everything would be back on track. He hurried away, afraid of being discovered. In the stairwell, Jiang Wei kept her eyes downcast, her expression excessively cold. She didn't even look up at the handsome man in front of her, but kept absent-mindedly looking at her phone. She casually responded to his questions. My father has already spoken to Uncle Jiang. The verbal agreement between fathers in the past is not valid. In the future, you will still be my father's favorite nephew, and our relationship will be limited to that of friends. I also hope that you will not say anything unnecessary in the future, so as to avoid any embarrassment. Jiang Huainan looked at the beautiful and aloof Jiang Wei. There was not the slightest fluctuation in her expression. If he wasn't sure that Jiang Wei had been waiting for him all these years, he would really doubt that Jiang Wei no longer had any feelings for him. The girl who used to smile at me in high school is now so cold and distant. Wei, I won't give up. I'm already married. Jiang Wei pulled out the photo of the marriage certificate in her phone. Jiang Huainan froze in place, looking at Jiang Wei in disbelief, unable to say a word as his lips trembled. Are you willing? Jiang Wei put away her phone and smiled. You know me, no one can force me to do anything. Jiang Huinan's eyes dimmed instantly. Jiang Wei didn't say anything more and went back to find Lin Chuan. However, in the lobby, she didn't see Lin Chuan's figure, but she saw him in the buffet area, holding a plate of fruit and eating. Her eyes softened a little, and before she could go over and talk to him, she was stopped by Lu Xinyue. Wei, teacher's son is here, looking for you to go have tea with her. You are her favorite, so hurry up. Jiang Wei glanced back and sure enough, she saw her classmates heading towards the tea room. She glanced again at Lin Chuan, who was all alone. Lu Xinyue hurriedly said, Don't worry, I went to the teacher's house for dinner last night, so I won't go over there. I'll keep an eye on your classmate Lin Chuan for you. Jiang Wei nodded and walked away. Lu Xinyue watched her go far away before leisurely walking towards Lin Chuan. Seeing that he really came to eat leftovers, she couldn't help but feel a little amused. Hey, you're really hungry, aren't you? Lin Chuan looked up at her and knew that she was Jiang Wei's best friend, a little, not having eaten dinner. You're quite simple-minded, the roast duck here is delicious, you can try it. Lu Xinyue said, picking up a piece of fruit herself. You're not used to it, are you? After all, no one here knows you, and they won't just talk to you. After all, you and Wei are very close. Lin Chuan didn't say anything. In fact, out of sympathy for Lin Chuan, Lu Xinyue lowered her voice. Wei's family is the best off of all of us. If you can take advantage of her sense of compensation for you, not to mention a job, you can have a car and a house as soon as you graduate, and you can save decades of hard work. This is not good, is it? Lin Chuan felt inexplicable. She was still quite nice to me, and it's not right for me to lie to her and take her money. And aren't you good friends? It's also strange for you to tell me this. Wei Wei doesn't like you, and the relationship between you is just a temporary relationship of exploitation. Lu Xinyue blinked. For Wei Wei, a single failure would not have much impact, but for someone like you, the cost of trial and error is too high. If you can't recognize reality, you will fall very hard. Lin Chuan didn't quite understand what she meant. In Lu Xinyue's opinion, Jiang Wei would dump Lin Chuan sooner or later. If Lin Chuan still foolishly thought he was in love, the result would definitely not be good. It would be better to recognize his true identity and just try to make some money. Lin Chuan thought about the nature of his relationship with Jiang Wei. In fact, it was just as Lu Xinyue said, except that the other person was using him as a shield. In the process, Lin Chuan himself also got over the pain of his ex-girlfriend. In fact, he could not be said to be the one being used. It could only be said to be mutual help, right? Therefore, Lin Chuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have my own hands and feet. Although my family is not wealthy, it is a normal family, and I can make my own money. Jiang Wei doesn't have many friends, and you are a good friend of hers. In the future, for things like this, you should still stand by her side. I'm not a mercenary, but if I were? That wouldn't be a good thing for Jiang Wei." Lu Xinyue froze. In fact, she told Lin Chuan all this out of sympathy on the one hand, and to let him see reality clearly on the other. She never expected that the other party was just pretending to be ignorant while knowing full well. Looking at Lin Chuan, Lu Xinyue's eyes flickered a few times, and she suddenly realized that this ordinary man didn't seem to be as useless as she thought. He's actually quite kind. As long as he doesn't fall in love with Jiang Wei, and given Jiang Wei's personality, they should be able to part on good terms and he can give a considerable compensation. Then I can only advise you one thing, don't fall in love with Wei Wei. Lin Chuan was taken aback. I'm not that self-deprecating. Lu Xinyue smiled and felt relieved. That's good. Chapter 23, once the main character returns, he is useless. Lin Chuan ate very full. When Jiang Wei came to find him, he refused the invitation to go out with them, saying that he was full and wanted to digest his food. Jiang Wei didn't insist. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening, and everyone was getting ready to go home. Jiang Wei and Lin Chuan arrived at the gate, and Zhang Huainan also chased after them. "Vivi, let me give you a ride home." Jiang Wei glanced at him and said, "No thanks, I'll go home with Lin Chuan. The driver is already here." "Do you live together?" Zhang Huainan glanced at Lin Chuan, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Chuan spoke first, clarifying the situation. "No, we're just going the same way. We both live on the A University side." Zhang Huainan visibly relaxed a little. "That's good." Jiang Wei's expression turned a little cold, and her tone was cold as well. Lin Chuan looked at him and saw that he was angry again. Was it because he shouldn't have talked to her first love? His intention had been to avoid any misunderstanding or discord between the two of them, but it seemed that he had said too much. The two got into the car, one in front of the other. Zhang Huainan stood on the roadside, watching the car disappear. He took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit up, the scarlet flame flickering. The smoke obscured his dark eyes. Zhao Xingran walked over and laughed. "Huainan, you're still thinking about Jiang Wei? That's really deep, but unfortunately she didn't want to go abroad with you back then, and now she has a new love interest. You should move on too. She's just mad at me." Huainan's tone was impatient. "I will reconcile with her, and I don't mind what she's doing at the moment. She's so special to that guy, I don't think she'll come back. She's never been that patient with a guy before." Zhao Xingran frowned. "I already said, she is deliberately trying to anger me." Zhao Xingran shook his head. In the character of Miss Jiang, if she really wanted to anger Jiang Huinan, she could simply avoid seeing her. There was no need to go to the trouble of bringing her boyfriend to introduce to everyone, especially on an occasion like today. The opponent knows the opponent best. I guess I will still be able to attend their wedding in the future. Jiang Huinan gave Zhao Xingran a glance. If he has the time to bullshit here, he might as well go home early and not be an eyesore here. Zhao Xingran was a little annoyed. I'm telling you this out of goodwill. No need. I'll go visit Uncle Jiang tomorrow. I don't believe he'll accept a son-in-law like that." Zhang Huainan's eyes were firm. "She wanted to marry me before, I don't believe she'll change her mind for a guy like that." When she got home, Jiang Wei went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Chuan also tidied up the sofa a bit, looked at the messages on his phone, and replied to them all. The sound of water stopped abruptly. Jiang Wei didn't come out to say anything, but went straight to bed. The light in the master bedroom also went out. Lin Chuan took a shower and covered himself with a thin quilt. It was quiet in the dark living room, with only the sound of his own breathing. It seemed that the man really meant a lot to Jiang Wei. Someone like her would still be sad over a relationship. I guess she won't give me a good look tomorrow either. He adjusted his sleeping position and muttered with his eyes closed. It seems that no matter how good someone's conditions are, they are all the same in terms of relationships. It's not that if you're beautiful and rich, you can sail through life. As he thought about this, Lin Chuan fell asleep. There were no classes the next day, but Su Chang and Wang Quan had arranged to go hiking together, so Lin Chuan got up at a little after 9 o'clock in the morning. He glanced around and saw that Jiang Wei's shoes and bag were gone. She must have left early, but there was no sign of her. She also didn't send him a message. But then again, she doesn't have to tell him where she's going. Maybe she had a fight with Jiang Weinan last night and they met again during the day? Lin Chuan met up with his friends in the school cafeteria to eat noodles. Wang Quan was curious, where did you go with the school beauty queen last night? Are you really in a relationship? Su Chang smiled happily, so it can't be fake? Brother Chuan is really something. Lin Chuan hurriedly explained, no, it's just that she needed my help with something, so she also deliberately helped me vent my anger at my ex-girlfriend. Is someone like her even in the same world as me? There is absolutely no way that she and I could be in a relationship. Wang Quan and Su Chang glanced at each other and didn't say much. Although they are good friends, they honestly feel that the two of them don't really match. Oh well, it's not bad. At least you're not feeling bad for Su Shaowan anymore. Su Chang tried to comfort him, but have you got your money back yet? You haven't still not paid it back, have you? Lin Chuan replied, I've asked my cousin to help me sue her. Su Shaowan will receive the notice in the next couple of days. It'll be the Mid-Autumn Festival soon, and this time there's such a long holiday, I'll definitely be going home. If she can pay me back as soon as possible, I can give my parents an explanation. Lin Chuan sighed as he said, they have worried a lot about my situation. It's a good thing, but now it's all over, and my mother will definitely be suffering. Su Chang's tone was very relaxed. You should call this a timely stop-loss. You should also thank the Zhao Jingyang for taking this kind of woman away from you, otherwise if you really got married, her character would have caused a storm sooner or later. Wouldn't that be an even greater price? Yes, all breakups before marriage are treated as happy events. Wang Quan also said, after climbing the mountain today, Chang and I will invite you to dinner, and we haven't yet celebrated your happiness as a single man. You were so negative before, we didn't dare to bother you. Lin Chuan was a little moved, these two friends he made in college have really been very good to him. Where would I let you invite me? Since it's my happy event, I'll invite you. It was a great day. I was tired from climbing the mountain, but I had a big meal in the evening, had a good chat with my brothers, drank a few beers, ate kebabs on the street while enjoying the evening breeze, and listened to the laughter of other tables. Lin Chuan's recent gloomy mood had finally dispersed completely. When it was time to go back, his feet felt a little light and floating. When he opened the door and was enveloped in silence and darkness, he sobered up a little. In the past, the dormitory was always lively, but now he was still a little uncomfortable with the quiet. Jiang Wei hasn't returned? He took out his phone, and the dialogue box was still empty, with no messages. Until September 30th, she didn't have any news, as if she completely detached herself from the world once Jiang Huainan returned. Before leaving for the station, Lin Chuan deliberately went back to the staff building to pack his luggage. There were some things he bought for his parents. He heard the sound of the door opening, and he was inexplicably nervous, so he quickly went to greet her. However, when the door opened, it was Auntie Shui who came in. Auntie Shui had a warm smile on her face. Xiao Chuan, you're going home for the holiday, and the car is waiting for you. There are lots of gifts in the car, all prepared by your wife, as a mid-autumn festival gift for your parents. Have a good time when you get home, and I'll tell your uncle to pick you up at the high-speed rail station when you get back. Lin Chuan was taken aback, and carried his things downstairs as Auntie Shui walked him to the parking lot. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, has Jiang Wei been busy lately? I haven't seen her for the past 2 days. Auntie Shui laughed and explained, you don't need to worry. It's just that we've had guests at home recently, and both Madam and Miss can't get away. Lin Chuan knew who the guests were as soon as he thought about it. He smiled faintly, and after calculating the time, he figured that he would be able to pick up the license in late October. By then, it would have nothing to do with him. Chapter 24, In-Laws? Xu Wei could tell that Lin Chuan was a little down, but she didn't say anything, instead remaining silent. After getting in the car, Uncle Wu, who was usually easygoing and talkative, didn't mention Jiang Wei either. The high-speed train left at 10 o'clock. Lin Chuan opened WeChat and prepared to send a message to Jiang Wei, editing it to say that I'm home and have a good time on vacation, but after thinking about it, he deleted it. It was a bit too deliberate. Just as Lu Xinyue had said, he should recognize the relationship between the two of them. They were just strangers. If they weren't bound together by a marriage certificate, they would never speak to each other for the rest of their lives. What's more, Jiang Wei was now staying with Jiang Huainan, and if he sent a message to her, it might cause them to have another unpleasant encounter. Just as he was thinking about it, his phone vibrated. Jiang Wei, why didn't you say goodbye when you left? He read it and couldn't help but grumble, you didn't tell me either, did you? He thought about it and replied to her that he had gone home. There was no more message from her. Lin Chuan shook his head. Hey, it's better not to contact me. He closed his eyes and went straight to sleep. It was a little after 11:40 when he arrived at the station. He took a taxi from the high-speed railway station to his home, which was just in time for lunch. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the delicious aroma of food. He was carrying a lot of things in his hands, big and small packages. After putting them down, he went downstairs again to carry them up one more time. There were more than 10 boxes in total. And they filled the entrance of the house. Xiao Chuan is back. Sun Kaiping came out of the kitchen, holding a plate of dishes in her hands and placing them on the dining table. She was beaming from ear to ear. I thought you were going to be a while, so I quickly washed my hands and got ready for dinner. Where's my father? Your father went to buy drinks. Don't you like them? He said to buy some more to put in the fridge for you. Sun Kaiping finished speaking and then went back to busying herself in the kitchen. After a while, Lin Qinghua returned with a bag of drinks bought from the snack store, and another bag full of snacks such as beef jerky, pickled pepper chicken feet, etc., which Lin Chuan usually likes to eat when playing games at home. I thought you weren't coming back this vacation, and you said it was hard to buy tickets. Lin Qinghua said, putting down his things and looking at his son, if you had told me earlier, I would have gone back and bought some local chicken and duck. Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Although he was not a child anymore, he would always be the big boy to his parents. Lin Qinghua pointed at the gift boxes on the floor. Where did all this come from? Did you buy it? Why are you wasting this money, boy? No, someone gave it to me. I really didn't buy it. How could I have that much money to buy all this? Lin Qinghua bent down to take a look. Maotai, bird's nest, ginseng, Chinese tea, bilyuakun. He was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't looked closely before, and had only seen a box of nuts and mooncakes, thinking it was one of those holiday gift boxes that cost 100 or so. Seeing the father and son at the door, Sun Kaiping also came over to take a look. What were you two muttering about? Not eating? When she saw the gifts, she also widened her eyes and quickly took a look. Hangzhou silk? Skincare gift set? Oh, there's something for me too? Your son is so understanding. But these must have cost quite a lot of money, right? Lin Qinghua quickly said, this must be worth tens of thousands of dollars? Xiao Chuan, you're telling me someone else gave you this? No way. No one would give such an expensive gift to their father-in-law. You're not fooling your old man. You must have bought it yourself, right? I swear I didn't. Lin Chuan scratched his head. He didn't want it at first, but when they arrived at the high-speed railway station, Uncle Wu put it all on the roadside, saying that Aunt Zhao had instructed him not to take it back. Sun Kaiping was shocked. Did a man or a woman give it to him? Lin Chuan quickly laughed and lied, don't ask, it's nothing. I just did someone a favor, so they gave it to me, and they won't give it to me again in the future. Lin Qinghua couldn't help but feel that the person was really generous. The table was full of delicious food. After sitting down, Lin Chuan felt a little hungry. He took out his phone, took a photo, posted it on WeChat Moments, and then started to eat. Eat more, I can see you've lost weight. Sun Kaiping picked up some meat for her son and said, no matter what, you still have to eat more at 3 meals a day and eat on time, otherwise it's not good to starve your stomach when you get old. Lin Chuan had thought that his parents would be the first to ask him about Su Xiaowan, but it seemed that they were afraid of upsetting him, so they didn't mention her in front of him. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa, and the mother washed some fruit and turned on the TV. Although the couple were full of questions, they were afraid of mentioning their son's sad matters and did not speak casually. Just ask whatever you want to ask. I don't care anymore. Lin Chuan said, Su Xiaowan and I are now going through legal proceedings. I asked my cousin, and I'm sure we can get most of the money back. Although I was a bit sad at first, now I just feel that I was wrong about the person with my bad eyesight. Sun Kaiping sighed. It's not about the money, it's about why. You didn't make it clear. She cheated on me. Lin Chuan didn't hide it either. Now he's dating someone local from City A, with a house and a car, and a job arranged by her family, so he chose the better one. Lin Qinghua slapped his thigh in anger. Our family treated her so well, and she actually. If she had known, she should not have been treated as a daughter-in-law in the first place, and so much effort and money has been wasted. Sun Kaiping shook her head. In the past, she really seemed quite simple-minded, and her family conditions were poor. It was not easy for her to go to summer jobs at such a young age. I never thought that in such a short period of time, she would change so much. In fact, what the couple cared about was not money, but they were also frustrated. They had spent so much effort training their daughter-in-law, and it was simply a waste. Sun Kaiping still feels that it will be difficult to get the money back. After all, Su Xiaowan's family situation is there, and she only used the money from her daughter's engagement as a down payment to buy a house, so she probably doesn't have the money to pay it back. However, Lin Chuan doesn't care if she doesn't pay it back, and he just considers her a deadbeat. He doesn't believe that Su Xiaowan, who wants to get ahead, would be willing to become a deadbeat. Even if she doesn't care, would Zhao Jingyang and the Zhao family not care? When this topic is brought up, in fact, the whole family is a bit sullen. Ding dong ding. The phone rang. Lin Chuan answered the phone. Hello? Xiao Chuan, Wei Wei just showed me your circle of friends. The lunch was so sumptuous, it seems that your in-laws are very good cooks. Zhao Yu's English is very gentle, so if you have a chance, you should come visit your house. Auntie, you can come whenever you want. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. I'll definitely go when I'm free. By the way, please tell your parents I wish them a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm a bit busy these days, so I just grabbed a few gifts that aren't worth much. Please don't mind. Lin Chuan saw that his parents were already looking at him suspiciously, and they had obviously heard everything that had been said on the phone. Ahem, Auntie, my parents really like them, and even if you spent a lot of money, I wish you a happy holiday too. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Send me your home address and I'll send you some hairy crabs. After Lin Chuan hung up the phone, Sun Kaiping was dumbfounded. In-laws? Since when have I become an in-law? Do I already have a daughter-in-law? Chapter 25, the ex-mother-in-law takes the new son-in-law to mock. Lin Xinghua also realized that how does it seem like my son has information? Lin Chuan really didn't know how to explain, I haven't even started yet. It was this aunt who liked me, her daughter didn't like me. I was just helping her daughter deal with the tool people in the family, there is absolutely no chance. I won't say much to you, I'm afraid you will have expectations. Sun Kaiping saw that her son was so resolute in his attitude, and she understood. Then it's not good for us to accept this gift. Lin Chuan said, we'll see how to return it later. I have a plan. Anyway, he doesn't think Jiang Wei will need him for long. Sun Kaiping sighed. She thought he had really found someone, but they had just broken up. There was no rush. They could always find someone who was sincere. I'm going to take a nap. I'm a bit sleepy. Lin Chuan finished speaking and went back to his room. He was mainly unable to handle it. He couldn't just say that he had mistakenly gotten a marriage license, could he? He didn't dare think about what his parents' faces would look like. The couple sat in the living room, staring at each other. Sun Kaiping lowered her voice and said, do you really think it's hopeless? No way. If it really was hopeless, do you think someone would have given us such an expensive gift? You really think other people's money just grows on trees? Lin Xinghua felt a little sad. It seems that this is called if one door closes, another opens. Our son has lost a bad relationship, and there is a good one waiting for him. Sun Kaiping didn't dare to have high expectations either, so she just let things take their course. In the afternoon, the small group of high school friends became lively, asking if anyone had gone home for the holidays. Someone shouted that they wanted to have a late-night snack together. Friends who had been close to Lin Chuan also sought his circle of friends and knew that he had returned, so they called him. In the evening, Lin Chuan didn't eat at home, but rode an electric bicycle to Brother Fat's barbecue. There were several tables set up outside, and at a glance, he saw the table of his friends. Lin Chuan, you came by yourself? Where's your girlfriend? Wang Xiaohua looked behind Lin Chuan. She's not back yet? Forget it, we've already broken up. Lin Chuan waved his hand. Cut it out, you two were together for so long, how could you break up? I don't believe it, I bet you'll get back together in 24 hours. Wang Xiaohua didn't think so. I saw your girlfriend and her brother when I got off the high-speed train during the day. Just give her a call and tell her to come over, she'll definitely come. Lu Donglai also agreed, yeah, women, you have to give them a way out. I heard you guys are engaged, what's the fuss? If it's really over, she already has a new boyfriend. Lin Chuan didn't hide it, and there was no sad look on his face. Wang Xiaohua was shocked. A new boyfriend? It's not a guy who looks gentle and refined and dresses quite formally, is it? And wears glasses. Lin Chuan thought about it and said, more or less. Oh no, so what I saw at the high-speed railway station today was Su Xiaowan and her boyfriend. I saw the two of them getting along quite well, so I thought they were brother and sister. Everyone felt a little sorry for Lin Chuan. After all, he was a really good boyfriend, and in the county high school, he was really considered one of the better ones. It seems that Su Xiaowan has already brought her new boyfriend home, but Lin Chuan is still alone. I'm afraid he's the one who got dumped. Okay, don't mention irrelevant people, let's eat. Lin Chuan smiled dumbly at their sympathetic looks. If I keep talking, I'll start crying, and then you'll have to deal with the consequences. Although Lin Chuan was joking, his heart was still a little quiet. In the past, he and Su Xiaowan always went home together, and even now, Su Xiaowan's information is still on his ticket buying app. And every time he came back, they would have a late-night snack with friends in the evening, and take the opportunity to go shopping with Su Xiaowan and buy her parents some things. Now that he thought about it, it was clearly only a short time ago, but it seemed like it was already a completely disconnected memory. Senior, this place is especially delicious, our family often comes here to eat, you sit, let my younger brother order. A familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Yes, Zhao, let your younger brother go, you two just sit. Lu Donglai looked over in surprise, and his mouth fell open. Wang Xiaohua and the others also opened their mouths wide, what a coincidence. Lin Chuan glanced over and saw Su Xiaowan's family. The county was not big, and Su Xiaowan's family had bought a house in an elevator community in the west of the county. The commercial facilities were not yet complete, so they still had to come to the street to eat, and the few popular barbecue restaurants on the street, the one Su Xiaowan was most familiar with was this one. After all, her family was in a difficult situation, and her parents almost never took them out to eat, as a meal costing a few hundred yuan was not affordable. Therefore, she always followed Lin Chuan when eating late-night snacks. It was simply a very normal thing to encounter each other at this time. Wang Suihua poured her good son-in-law a cup of tea, her face full of kindness and flattery. Xiao, stay for a few more days this time. Xiaowan always talks about you. You're an excellent boy. In City A, you still have to take care of Xiaowan more. She was stupid when she was young. I heard that you always gave her private tutoring, and thanks to you, she was motivated to improve. Su Xiaowan felt a little hot. When they first became intimate, they dated in literary places like libraries, cafes, and bookstores, and the senior student always gave her private tutoring. But now that the time for the exam is approaching, every time they go out, the senior always ends up in a hotel. Sometimes, she also mentions the tutoring, but Su Xiaowan can't help but feel a little shy when she thinks about it. Although she is also worried about failing the exam, she shouldn't have a problem with it with the senior there. Besides, when it comes to the postgraduate entrance exam in her 4th year, she only needs to pass the written exam. After all, the senior said he can make arrangements, so passing the written exam shouldn't be difficult. Auntie, don't worry, Juan and I are not just having fun, I want to marry her in the future. She's brilliant, and I'm happy. Zhao Jingyang also responded politely. However, his expression was not very warm, and he only answered politely. He didn't even move the water glass in front of him. Wang Tsuohua poured water for him. Auntie, I'll go buy a bottle of mineral water. I don't like drinking this water from the teapot, it's not hygienic. Wang Suihua quickly gave her husband Su Chunqing a wink and hurriedly went to buy water for Zhao. Zhao Jingyang didn't move a muscle, watching Su Xiaowan's family go about their business, taking it all for granted. After all, his situation was many times better than the Zus, and they should be polite to him. Su Xiaowan, you're having a barbecue too? Wang Xiaohua got up deliberately to say hello. She knew that Lin Xuan had spent a lot of money on Su Xiaowan, buying her 3 meals a day and clothes for the changing seasons. What a coincidence, why don't we sit together? We've already ordered. Su Xiaowan frowned at the sight of an acquaintance, her eyes flashing with a hint of wariness and disgust. No, I'm eating with my parents, I'll eat with you next time I get the chance. Wang Suihua couldn't help raising her voice when she saw this. Lin Xuan? Su Xiaowan hurriedly tried to stop her mother, but it was too late. Wang Suihua was cross-armed, glaring at Lin Xuan angrily. How dare you come back? You dated my daughter for a few years, and now you want money from our family. Do you have any shame? I see your parents and I have to ask them properly, what kind of son did they raise? So shameless. It's true that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will go awry. Lin Xuan didn't want to pay any attention to them at first, but when he heard Wang Suihua say this, his face instantly turned extremely dark. Who are you calling? Chapter 26, I'll show my true face, and you'll be scared. Mom, stop it. There's the professor here. Su Xiaowan didn't want her past to be laid bare in front of Zhao Jingyang again. When she noticed Lin Xuan and his entourage, she already began to regret eating here. What bad luck! It's true that her family was in a difficult situation, so she had to compromise and follow Lin Xuan. Now that she has Zhao Jingyang, she doesn't want to mess with Lin Xuan anymore. Especially since the other party still has something on her. If this really gets out, I don't know how the dean will look at me. She also doesn't want her mother to be rude in front of Zhao Jingyang. Wang Suihua listened to her daughter's words, snorted, and glared at Lin Xuan fiercely. If it weren't for my son-in-law being here today, I would make you lose face in public. In Wang Suihua's opinion, it would be easy for her to deal with Lin Xuan, and he still dared to yell at her for paying back the money? Dream on. Lin Xuan clenched his fists in anger. Looking at Wang Suihua's face, he wondered why she was talking to him in such a tone. He sneered, since you want to make me lose face, fine, there are so many people here, let's just get it all out in the open. Oh, you're still going to be tough with me, are you? Wang Suihua narrowed her eyes. Usually, Lin Xuan is very respectful in front of Wang Suihua, which makes Wang Suihua feel that Lin Xuan is a stupid person who can be bullied by others. She never expected that Lin Xuan would talk back to her. What are you doing? How dare you bully my mom? Do you believe I will slap you twice? Su Xiaoming rushed over. He was a big and fat man, and he directly pushed Lin Xuan. Su Xiaoming graduated from junior high school and went to a technical secondary school, but he didn't study for long. He got a second-hand motorcycle and hung out in the county town every day, acting like a fool. In the past, Lin Xuan was his brother-in-law, and his family was quite wealthy. He was still hoping that Lin Xuan would drop some money, so naturally he fawned over him and called him brother-in-law all the time. Now that Lin Xuan had a new brother-in-law, and he wanted money to go back, how was that possible? The money was already his, so how could he give it away? Su Xiaoming pointed at Lin Xuan, his face full of contempt. How many times have you slept with my sister? Don't you have any sense? Even if you go to a foot massage parlor and call a girl, it's still going to cost a few hundred yuan, right? How can you just go for free? When he said this, not only did Lin Xuan sneer, but Su Xiaowan and Zhao Jingyang both turned pale. Su Xiaowan quickly patted Su Xiaoming's arm heavily and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, I've never slept with him." Zhao Jingyang's face turned black, which made Su Xiaowan very uneasy. Senior, you know, I didn't. But Zhao Jingyang didn't say a word. At this moment, Su Chuncheng also returned with some water. Oh, Xiaochuan, you're a big man, what are you competing with a woman for? Aren't you ashamed? So many people are watching, aren't you ashamed? To me, just keep your mouth shut. Lin Xuan was truly amazed. He had always known that Su Xiaowan's family was poor, but he had never confronted her about it, and he had always understood how difficult her situation was. Now it seemed that she had really been in a difficult situation. He sincerely felt that breaking up with her was a stroke of luck. He took out his phone and called his parents directly. In no time, his parents arrived with his uncles and aunts. Lin Xuan's family had always lived in the county town, so his relatives were also there, and naturally they all came when he called. On the contrary, Wang Suihua's family were all from the village, so they couldn't call for help either. Wang Suihua was furious. What do you want? You want to fight, is that it? You're bullying the weak with the strong, that's unreasonable. Lu Donglai couldn't help but say, "Auntie, have you got it wrong? Before, it was your whole family bullying Lin Xuan with the strong bullying the weak. You're allowed to bully Lin Xuan, but he's not allowed to call his family?" The Lin family members all turned black with anger. The little brother, with his fierce expression, folded his arms and revealed his biceps, saying, "Xiao Chuan, I'm going to send them all to the hospital today." Su Chunqing couldn't help but feel ashamed. He said to the familiar Lin Xinghua, "Old friend, why do this? Although our children are not successful, they are at least friends. My son-in-law is here for the first time, so don't make it too ugly." Lin Xinghua snorted, his eyes full of anger. "What do you care if your son-in-law comes? It's useless even if the emperor comes. My son is having a nice barbecue, and he has a good temper, so you guys are picking on my son, right? Do you really think I'm a soft target? I used to think that you were family and I was giving you face, but now I don't know what you are." Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, the clerk didn't dare go over to the barbecue, but quickly went to get the boss to call the police. Lin Xuan said to his classmates, "I'm sorry, I'll pay for tonight's barbecue, and I'll treat you all again tomorrow night." Lu Donglai waved his hand and said, "It's okay, buddy. Su Xiaowan's family is being too aggressive. I'm angry just watching it. I understand. Just go about your business, don't worry about us." Wang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "Luckily you broke up. Su Xiaowan's mom is so disgusting, she can't tell right from wrong. If you don't mess with them, they still dare to curse? Do they really think she's still their mother-in-law?" Su Xiaowan stamped her feet in a panic, not because she was afraid of something happening, but because she was afraid that Zhao Jingyang would break up with her. She really didn't expect that the first time she brought her boyfriend home, she would cause such a scene. At this moment, she also hated Lin Xuan to death, feeling that Lin Xuan was deliberately retaliating. "Lin Xuan, is there anything wrong? Can we go back to school and talk about it properly? There are so many people here, let's not cause trouble today. There are so many acquaintances in the county town, and if they are seen, it will be a shame not only for me, but also for you." Lin Xuan looked at Su Xiaowan and said, "Shame? Didn't your mother say she wanted to make me lose face? Do I care about shame? That's enough." Zhao Jingyang, who was concerned about his woman, pulled Su Xiaowan behind him and stepped forward himself. "Lin Xuan, we are both civilized people, why do you have to do this? Sit down and talk properly, like a man, don't rely on your parents for everything." Lin Xuan laughed. "I have parents to back me up, don't you? You can also call your parents and tell them what happened here, but do you dare?" Zhao Jingyang was silent. He really didn't dare. He also understood that he was trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. When Su Xiaowan was with him, she hadn't completely broken up with Lin Xuan yet. It was just that Su Xiaowan was really a first-timer, so he didn't mind that much. Later, he learned that Lin Xuan had asked Su Xiaowan to pay back the money. Although he had some opinions, he still defended his girlfriend. The problem is that he can accept it, but if his parents knew the truth, I'm afraid they would find it hard to accept. After all, his family is in a very good condition, and his parents are unlikely to want a daughter-in-law with moral flaws, and have a family with a brother like this. If this really gets to his parents, they will probably let them break up. After all, the parents may feel that if the Su family can treat Lin Xuan like this, they will continue to bleed the Zhao family dry in the future. "Lin Xuan, I know you are holding your breath. What are your demands? Both families are here, so we can talk." Su Xiaowan agrees, "Yes, we can all sit down and talk calmly." Lin Xuan nodded and applauded. "Zhao Jingyang, you still have face. Sure enough, Su Xiaowan really loves you and listens to you in everything. All right then. Regarding what just happened, I want Su Xiaowan's family to apologize to me. Besides, it's just a matter of money. In your condition, such a small amount of money is not a problem at all. You will marry Su Xiaowan sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if you spend the money sooner or later, right?" Chapter 27, Is True Love Really That Fragile? Su Xiaowan lowered her head. Apologize? It was hard for her to do that to her own mother. But if she didn't apologize and she was going to get beaten up, then it was negotiable. Just pay back the money. She looked at Zhao Jingyang, with a little hope in her eyes. After all, recently, because of the money, she hadn't been able to sleep well for a long time. She had also consulted a lawyer and knew that in this situation, she would definitely lose the lawsuit, and if she didn't pay back the money, she would become a deadbeat. If she really became a deadbeat, wouldn't her whole life be ruined? She had been having nightmares for several days in a row, and the whole thing was like a knife hanging over her neck, causing her great pain. If Zhao Jingyang was really willing to pay her back, it would undoubtedly save her from her predicament. Senior. Yes, yes, yes. My son-in-law is rich. He is a native of City A. Our family would look down on your family's money. Wang Suihua was already a little nervous, but she still stuck out her neck and yelled, saying that if she told people, they would laugh their heads off. My son-in-law, a car is worth $1 million. But to dare ask for back the normal expenses of a relationship, where is there such reasoning? Zhao Jingyang was a little speechless and opened his mouth, but he didn't expose his mother-in-law's bluff. Both sides were furious and on the verge of a fight. The barbecue restaurant owner was also getting a little anxious, because if they continued fighting, it would definitely affect his business. Passers-by stopped and watched, pointing and talking. It was the time to go for a walk after dinner, and there was not much to see in the small town, so the flow of people was quite large. In a short while, a crowd had gathered. Was this a fight? Had someone drunk too much at this hour? No, it's because the son and daughter of these two families broke up. It seems that the man's family spent a lot of money on the woman's family, so they want their money back. The woman has a new boyfriend, but she refuses to pay back the money and even insults the man's family. That's why they're fighting. Well, it depends on what kind of money it is. If it's money spent on ordinary meals together, then they shouldn't have to pay it back. From the looks of it, it seems that a lot of money was spent, and the woman's mother didn't say anything? The new son-in-law is even richer. Isn't that the Wang family? I heard their daughter is already engaged, and they've already paid the engagement money. Why has the son-in-law suddenly changed? The engagement gift? Then the money should be returned. After all, it's not easy for other families to marry a daughter, and no one's money just comes from thin air. This family really has no morals. They took the engagement gift and then turned their backs on people? Wang Suihua looked around and saw the onlookers and her mahjong playing friends all pointing at her, some getting impatient. Don't talk nonsense, you people. My daughter broke up normally. This money should not be returned. Su Shaowan could hardly hold her head up, and she tugged Zhao Jingyang's clothes, saying, "What should we do, senior? You're asking me what to do. I'm embarrassed already." Zhao Jingyang's tone was not very good either. Scatter. What are you doing? Scatter. Everyone gathered here. The police also arrived. The man in charge glanced at the men who looked angry and intimidating, and was already used to it. This looked like a dispute. What is your situation? If you have a problem, just talk about it. Lin Chuan explained the circumstances of the incident to the police. Wang Suihua hurriedly said, "Comrade, don't listen to what he says, it's all lies. When did I provoke and insult him? Our family was having a nice time eating here, and he resented the fact that my daughter dumped him, so he called over so many people to beat us up. We are the victims here." Wang Xiaohua was so angry that she laughed. "Auntie, there are so many people here who can testify. The staff at the barbecue restaurant all saw what happened, and there are also surveillance cameras here, so you can see who the real victim is. Besides, your son started it." Leaving behind a crowd of onlookers. I never thought that Wang Suihua's family would do such a thing. I used to play cards with her, and I wondered why she suddenly bought a house with the money she made from cheating men. I said that her daughter was a high-achieving student, but she's a liar. This young man is really unlucky. He's good-looking, too, but he met this kind of woman. Whoever marries him will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Gee, she really has a lot of nerve, cheating like that. I wonder if she knows that people will pursue justice and demand repayment? When the new boyfriend saw what was going on, he had to run, didn't he? Some of you know Su Shaowan. She was my junior high school student. My family used to value boys over girls. I only knew that she had been accepted to university. I never imagined. Su Shaowan was my kindergarten classmate. The seemingly peaceful years she posted in her circle of friends were all an act. Hurry up and send it to my former classmates so we can all watch together. At the police station, Lin Chuan showed his accounts, and the police officers looked at them with sympathy. Both parties promised that after the trial, they would do whatever the judge ruled and would not have any more private conflicts. Wang Suihua reluctantly said to Lin Chuan, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cursed at you." Su Xiaoming also said with a crooked mouth and squinted eyes, "I'm sorry." Lin Chuan didn't need them to sincerely apologize, which was also impossible. He only needed a just outcome. After leaving the police station, Lin Chuan deliberately said to Zhao Jingyang, "Do you want me to write down my card number for you?" Zhao Jingyang suppressed his anger and said, "No, let's talk about it after you win the case. I will hire a lawyer for Xiaowan, so don't think you have the upper hand. It's strange, I just want to get back what belongs to me, but it seems to be my fault. I hope you won't have the same experience as me." After saying this, Lin Chuan went home with his parents. Su Xiaowan explained with a difficult expression on her face, "Senior, don't listen to him sowing discord. I never loved him. I met you and realized that you are my true love. I will never leave you. Tell your parents to go home first. We need to talk alone," Zhao Jingyang said with a cold face. Wang Suihua wanted to say something, but was stopped by her husband. She also walked away with her son, feeling a little uneasy. Zhao Jingyang walked to a secluded place. "I didn't expect that Lin Chuan would sue you for 200,000 yuan. Your family is actually relying on me to spend the money for you. Are you dreaming? Saying such stupid things? Where did you spend the 200,000 yuan? You can't really think that I'm the aggrieved party. I'm telling you, forget about the bride price. None of the local girls in our city want a bride price, and they all bring several 100,000 yuan with them. Those from my mother's work unit who wanted to introduce me to you, I rejected for your sake. If your family asks for an exorbitant sum, even if I want to be with you, my parents will absolutely not let you marry into our family." He added, "You can see my house and car for yourself. I have the means, it's just that our family doesn't have this rule." Su Xiaowan looked up at Zhao Jingyang's face, which was full of anger. She was a little disappointed, and explained, "Senior, that money, our family used it to buy a house. I won't be greedy for your money. I'll find a way to pay it back myself." Zhao Jingyang sneered, "That's good, you let your parents pay it back, don't be a freeloader." After saying that, he glanced at his phone. "I'm going to the high-speed railway station and going home tonight. My mom told me to go on a trip abroad. I didn't even go to mine, and I came here to follow you and be ashamed." Su Xiaowan couldn't help but tear up as she watched Zhao Jingyang get into a taxi without a trace of reluctance. She had originally thought that Zhao Jingyang would help her, as he was clearly so rich and spoke so well, but he wasn't willing to spend on himself. In fact, he wasn't even as generous as Lin Chuan to her. Aren't they truly in love? How could they be so fragile? Chapter 28. When she was little, the kindergarten was invested by Boss Jiang. Su Xiaowan called again to try to persuade him, but all she got was the news that Zhao Jingyang had gone home overnight. When she got home, her parents were waiting for her in the living room. "Where's Zhao?" Wang Suihua stood up abruptly. "Why are you home alone?" "He went back to a city. Today's incident caused such a big commotion that he even went to the police station. He must feel ashamed." Wang Suihua frowned. "What kind of shame is there for him? He said such good terms before, but when it came time to pay, he just ran away, didn't he? He's no better than Lin Chuan. At least he actually spent real money. Mom, Lin Chuan and I broke up, but you said it was a good idea, didn't you?" Su Xiaowan stamped her foot. Wang Suihua slammed the table. "It's all your own fault for being stupid and finding such a guy. You want money after breaking up? How can you even talk with such bad judgment?" Su Xiaoming quickly said, "Sister, about the 200,000 yuan, you have to find a way to pay it yourself, don't drag the family down. It's not easy being a parent, and I can't make any money either. You're the most capable person in our family, so you have to solve this problem. I haven't spent a single penny of that money." Su Xiaowan couldn't help but feel sad. Although she had already known that this would be the outcome, it still made her heart cold. In the past, Lin Chuan had been concerned about the patriarchal attitude in her family, so whenever she asked for something, he would give it to her. Now she can never tell him. "I don't care, if you can't do anything about it, just get back together with Lin Chuan." Su Xiaowan rolled her eyes. "This new brother-in-law of yours can't be fooling you, can he? On the first visit, he didn't even give me a red envelope. These cigarettes and alcohol are only worth a few dollars. What do you know? His wedding house in city cost tens of thousands of yuan per square meter. Can you just be more long-term?" Su Xiaowan was angry. "What's the point? It's not mine." Su Xiaowan crossed her legs, and then said, "Sister, you should ask for more in the dowry, 500,000 to 600,000 yuan." Su Xiaowan was so angry that she went straight back to her room. Sitting in her room, she thought about Lin Chuan and Zhao Jingyang and couldn't stop crying. Her family would never be her support, and her boyfriend wouldn't help her in a crisis. She called Lin Chuan, gathering her emotions, ready to cry and soften her tone and pretend to be pitiful, so that he would feel sorry for her and not be so strict about the money. After all, she was already pitiful, her boyfriend was angry and gone, and her shame would soon spread. If she didn't marry Zhao Jingyang, she would probably be looked down upon if she tried to find someone else in the county. However, the phone rang but there was no answer. She dialed a few times before she realized that she might have been blocked. Lin Chuan's house. Sun Kaihua warmed up the food. Son, don't be angry. You didn't eat much for dinner. Hurry up and eat, don't starve. Lin Qinghua nodded. Yes, about the money, we just contacted your cousin, and she will contact Su Shaoan. In the future, you don't need to have contact with her. Lin Chuan was very moved. Mom and Dad, I'm all grown up, and I'm still making you worry about my affairs. I'm really sorry. Don't say that. Sun Kaihua laughed and said, Wang Suihua and the others probably thought that you couldn't do anything to them, that's why they refused to pay back the money. After today's incident, everyone knows about their family's problems, and they will consider paying back the money under pressure. Lin Chuan nodded, that's true. Lin Qinghua was relieved. If the money is recovered, we will add some more and give you a small house loan in City A. You can live there yourself after graduation, or rent it out, it's fine. Lin Chuan refused directly. He has his own hands and feet, so he doesn't need his parents to worry about him. Anyway, he is in no hurry to get married now, and he will work hard to build up his own family wealth in the future when he reaches the age of 30. His parents didn't insist on anything either. They just didn't want their son to feel inferior to others. On the first day of the holiday, Lin Chuan was awakened early by his mother. He opened his eyes in confusion. Mom, are we going to see Grandma and Grandpa today? Why are you up so early? No, today the kindergarten you went to when you were little has been completed. A big boss invested tens of millions of yuan in the first half of this year, and the entire school was demolished and rebuilt. It's now built luxuriously and renamed Xuanhai Hope Kindergarten. Your former teacher is now the principal. She called to ask me if you've returned and asked you to attend the ceremony together. Sun Kaiping couldn't help but laugh. Do you still remember your teacher? At that time, you were the most handsome little boy in the nursery class, everyone liked you, and your teacher could like you too. Mom, why are you starting again? I'm not handsome at all, you're just the halo of a loving mother. Lin Chuan complained, but quickly got ready to wash up and go out. He hadn't noticed that the kindergarten had been closed for the summer, and was curious about it. The family had breakfast and then went out. Lin Qinghua also ordered a pair of flower baskets to be delivered in Lin Chuan's name. On the way, Lin Chuan was a little curious. The kindergarten had been renamed Xuanhai Hope, and my name also had the character Chuan. You're so beautiful, what does it have to do with you? Lin Qinghua said, you'll get rich in the future, and you can invest in your elementary school again, and call it Lin Chuan Hope Elementary School. Ha ha ha, Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Dad, do you think I have hope? Why not? I read your fortune when you were born, and I said you would be rich and famous in your life. Lin Qinghua's tone was very hearty. You're still young now, maybe you'll become rich in a couple of years. Lin Chuan shook his head. If it were a few years earlier, it would have been possible to become rich if you were brave and enterprising. Unfortunately, he wasn't even born then. Now, it's impossible to become rich. You can't become rich working for someone else. Wang Xiaohua and Lu Donglai were also at the entrance. There were a lot of people here, and there were also people filming. There was a platform at the entrance for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. A red banner said, warmly celebrate the completion of Xuanhai Kindergarten. There were also many red festive ribbons hanging on the sides. A cheerful song was playing in the control room in the kindergarten. The kindergarten gate was clean and tidy, and the campus looked very beautiful. Compared with the environment in the county seat, it was a bit too high-end, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an aristocratic kindergarten. Lin Chuan couldn't help but be infected by the joy. The owner is really nice, and he really spent a lot of money. Lu Dong came over and said, of course, now Xuanhai is the most beautiful kindergarten in our entire city. I heard that the big boss will also invest in the elementary school here. I think it must be people from our county who have become rich and are giving back to their hometown. It's just too low-key, and I only know that it's a boss surnamed Jiang. I'll meet him later. Lin Chuan heard, Jiang? Never heard of it, so it must not be from our place. Just as they were talking, a car stopped, and a number of formally dressed people got out. Then a few more cars arrived, but Lin Chuan couldn't tell which one was Boss Jiang. However, one of the people who got out of a car was his own headmaster. Yang Ruihan smiled as soon as he saw Lin Chuan. Xiaochuan, you're here. The ribbon-cutting ceremony will start soon. Why aren't you dressed formally? Never mind, just stand next to me when you go on stage. Ah? Lin Chuan was dumbfounded and thought he had heard it wrong. Lin Qinghua was also puzzled. Was Xiaochuan the outstanding student representative? However, he had not contributed money or effort, so it would not be appropriate for him to go on stage. Xiaochuan, take a look. Sun Kaiping was confident. I told you that you, Mr. Yang, like you the most. Lin Chuan was confused. Mr. Yang, you've got it wrong, haven't you? What does the completion of this kindergarten have to do with him? Chapter 29, she came to his hometown. Outstanding student representative? Don't be ridiculous. That only exists in high school and university. Does the kindergarten need this kind of thing? Lin Chuan's first feeling was that Mr. Yang was playing a joke on him, but this kind of joke didn't seem very appropriate. Lu Donglai also heard Mr. Yang's words over the side, joking, Mr. Yang, why did you just ask Lin Chuan to go up and take a picture? Xiaohua and I don't look bad either, let's all go up, shall we? Wang Xiaohua also thought they were joking, and said, yes, yes. We can't just call Lin Chuan. Yang Ruihan was amused by the teasing of a few students, and he laughed helplessly. You two are treasures, I'll take pictures with you too after the ribbon-cutting ceremony is over. Lin Chuan had played a significant role in connecting Chuanhai Kindergarten with the big boss, so naturally he had to go on stage. Lu Donglai looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. These were friends who had grown up together, and when they were young they had even played naked on the riverbank together. He had never imagined that Lin Chuan would be so low-key now, and that he would have met a big boss while studying at university. I told you that studying at a good university can teach you real things, I should have studied hard before. Wow, Lin Chuan, you've hidden it pretty deep, haven't told us such a big thing. Wang Xiaohua couldn't believe it either. Lin Chuan scratched his head, no, it was teacher Yang joking. If I knew the big boss, I would have hugged his thigh and flown to the sky long ago. Lu Donglai thought about it and realized that it was true. If Lin Chuan knew the big boss, and the big boss could invest tens of millions in a kindergarten at once, he wouldn't have been broken up with by Su Xiaowan. Yang Ruihan was helpless. He saw a car with an A city license plate pull up. Boss Jiang was here. Everyone said it was you who set this up, and you're still playing dumb with me? Everyone was confused. It's just that Lin Chuan looked at that car and it looked very familiar. Why did it look like the car Uncle Wu drove? The license plate number was Y100Y, which was also considered a very special license plate number. At least he had only seen this license plate number on Jiang Wei's car. As for why the number was 100 and not something like 888666, he had also asked Uncle Wu, who said that it was because when she was a child, Miss Lin's goal was to get 100 points every time she took a test, and YY was the scissor hands of Bai. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, and really couldn't connect such a cute thought with that cold and aloof young lady. He also wondered if Jiang Wei was really that cute when she was little. So, as soon as he saw the license plate number, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a little inexplicable anticipation and nervousness, but then he felt like he was being ridiculous. How could Jiang Wei possibly be here? Maybe he was still dreaming. But why would Jiang Wei be in his dreams? That was strange. The car stopped and the door opened. The first person to get out of the car was a young man in a suit, carrying a briefcase and wearing glasses, looking very formal. Then, a slender, snow-white hand poked out, with a dazzling bracelet on the wrist, sparkling in the sunlight. The fingernails were round and beautiful, making people wonder what kind of person the owner of this hand was. The person inside took a step, and the beige skirt with organza ruffles swayed. The young man turned around and opened the car door, his attitude respectful. The breeze blew, and the sunshine, like broken gold, fell on her long chestnut hair. Her face was narrow and her eyebrows and eyes were dark. Her lips were like flower petals, slightly pursed. Her features were flawless, and her slender neck was extremely elegant. She was wearing a long, strapless dress. Her long, slender, and well-proportioned hands were meticulously manicured, and she was holding a small bag in one hand, while the other hand was raised to shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight. Her hands had distinct bone structure, and her finger pads were plump and rosy. As her hands moved, the bracelet on her wrist reflected dazzling light. Lin Chuan couldn't help but hold his breath, his eyes slightly widened. It really was Jiang Wei. Lu Donglai muttered, "So beautiful." Wang Xiaohua also let out a wow, subconsciously lowering her voice. Had they invited a big star? The originally noisy surroundings also fell silent in tacit agreement. Everyone looked at the fair, tall, beautiful person who was in a completely different league from the people around them. Jiang Wei glanced around, and when she saw Lin Chuan, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes flashed with a deep look, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lin Chuan opened his mouth, not knowing whether to go say hi for a moment. After all, the other person might be here on business, and if he went up to them suddenly, it would seem like he was deliberately trying to get close. Jiang Wei waited, but Lin Chuan didn't come over on his own initiative. Her eyes grew cold, and her smile disappeared. Yang Ruishua quickly pulled Lin Chuan over, looking at the man in the suit with confusion. "Li, is this him?" Li Ge nodded. "This is the investor, Miss Jiang." Yang Ruishua was very surprised. This Mr. Li was in charge of all previous investments, so although Boss Jiang was mentioned, no one knew that Boss Jiang was actually such a young and beautiful young girl. It also makes people feel sad. It seems that she is only 20 years old, but she has already become so wealthy. What's more, she is so pretty. It's as if she was born in Rome. "Lin Chuan, don't you know Miss Jiang? Why didn't you say hello?" Lin Chuan coughed and quickly calmed down. "What a coincidence. I didn't realize that Boss Jiang was you. Thank you for investing in the kindergarten." "You're welcome." Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chuan's awkward appearance and laughed a little. Maybe he wasn't not welcoming her, he was just a little overwhelmed. Thinking this, Jiang Wei's mood warmed a little. "I've come to your hometown, so for the next few days, I'd be very grateful if you could show me around. If it's suitable, I'll donate to your local primary school next spring." Yang Ruishua's eyes lit up. This was the perfect time to contribute to her hometown. Without waiting for Lin Chuan to speak, she quickly agreed. "Xiaochuan, you must treat Miss Jiang well, eat some of our local specialties, go to the nearby ancient city to have some fun, climb mountains, go swimming, and so on. You must make Miss Jiang feel at home." Yang Ruishua said this because she actually wanted Lin Chuan to be a local guide. As for the expenses, they were all covered, and he would not have to pay a dime. Lin Chuan was full of questions and confusion at this time, but after thinking about it, he agreed. Yang Ruishua laughed and said, "It's about time, everyone is here, go on stage." Jiang Wei nodded and said to Lin Chuan in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You come with me, I'm scared of crowds, you stand next to me and keep me company." Lin Chuan frowned, suspicious. What kind of occasions has this young lady been to since she was young? She's still scared of social situations? How is that possible? Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to disobey me again? Don't forget, there isn't much time left." "No. Of course I'll listen to you." Lin Chuan smiled, although his reason told him that he was being blackmailed into a compromise. Jiang Wei's sudden appearance in his hometown actually made him feel a little happy that he didn't know where it came from. Chapter 30, My Husband is Here. Lin Chuan went up on stage and stood next to Jiang Wei, and the two of them participated in the ceremony together. Jiang Wei also gave a few words of blessing. Lin Chuan looked at the much talked about Jiang Wei and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He had thought that when they were in City A, Lin Chuan and Jiang Wei were completely from two different worlds, but who knew that the gap between them had become even wider here? After the event was over, Jiang Wei directly told Lin Chuan to get in the car with her and leave. Lin's parents were still in shock, staring blankly as the car drove away, looking at each other in confusion. Sun Kaiping was curious. "That girl is so pretty. When did Xiaochuan make such a great friend? Did they meet in college?" Yang Ruihan came over and said to Lin Chuan's parents, "Would you mind if your son lent his friend to Boss Jiang for a couple of days as a tour guide?" "You're too kind, Mr. Yang. If you can invest in the local elementary school, that would be a good deed." Lin Xinghua quickly agreed. Of course, of course." Sun Kaiping also politely agreed. Lu Donglai and Wang Xiaohua took photos and posted them on their moments. They were all curious and sent messages to Lin Chuan, asking him when he had met such a beautiful big boss. Wasn't she the daughter of a wealthy family? In the car, Lin Chuan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "You didn't say you were coming here yesterday? I thought you must have gone on vacation or on a date." By the way, why did you donate to this kindergarten? I used to go to school. Jiang Wei gathered her hair and took out a photo, the same one Lin Xuan had seen before, an old photo of a chubby girl in a floral dress in front of the kindergarten. Lin Xuan was surprised. Is this really you? Jiang Wei put the photo in her bag and frowned. Why? Did you value appearance since you were little? Did you think I was fat and plain before? How could that be? Lin Xuan explained, it's just that there's a big difference between you now. When I was little, the chubbier I was, the cuter I was. My parents especially liked plump kids, and I like them too. Jiang Wei narrowed her eyes. Oh? So you mean, you like me like this? No. Jiang Wei snorted, looked out the window. I'm hungry, I didn't have breakfast, take me out to eat. Lin Xuan found a place to get off the bus. Uncle Wu said, Miss, I'll come pick you up in 3 days. Okay. Jiang Wei waved her hand and turned around and left. Lin Xuan caught up with the slender and graceful figure in front of him. You're going to stay here for 3 days? Do you have any friends here? Do you have a place to stay? Jiang Wei turned around, staring at Lin Xuan, her chin slightly raised. I don't have any friends here, and I don't have a place to live, but my husband is here. Do you have any more questions? Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel his ears heating up. Husband? Is he your nominal husband? Lin Xuan, don't tell me you're not even willing to spend a little money on your wife. Jiang Wei closed in on Lin Xuan, leisurely, with her hands wrapped around her chest. If my memory hasn't gone haywire, it seems that you spent quite a lot of money on your ex-girlfriend. If you are going to be so partial, then I will have to ask my in-laws if what you are doing is right. Lin Xuan looked into those amber-colored eyes and felt a little helpless. If his parents really found out about their marriage, he didn't know how it would end. I was just asking casually to facilitate the rest of the itinerary. I'm not unhappy to receive you. You see, I'm actually very happy to see you. Jiang Wei raised her white hand and poked Lin Xuan in the face. Where's the smile? I can't see it. Lin Xuan quickly flashed a smile. How's this? It looks pretty good. Jiang Wei withdrew her hand. Actually, when you think about it, it's also your honor to be able to accompany a beautiful woman like me. Lin Xuan shook his head. This young lady is really narcissistic. Before, she was clearly very aloof, but now why do I feel a bit of a contrast? He took Jiang Wei to the most popular beef noodle shop on the street, ordered her a bowl of beef noodle soup, paid and left. He went out to buy a cup of warm milk tea on the street, and when he passed by a boutique, he went in and bought a very beautiful hair tie that cost 1 yuan. Jiang Wei waited until Lin Xuan came back. Where did you go? To buy milk tea. Lin Xuan put down the drink. The food here is quite spicy, I'm afraid you don't like spicy food. By the way, this is for you. Jiang Wei looked at the hair tie in Lin Xuan's palm, her eyelashes slightly drooping, concealing the emotions in her eyes. You're so good at taking care of people, aren't you? I can't tell. She lifted her hand to take the hair tie, and deliberately scratched Lin Xuan's palm with her fingernails, as if she didn't mean to. Jiang Wei's long hair is very beautiful, but it's not very convenient when eating, so Lin Xuan bought her a hair tie on purpose. Jiang Wei eats very slowly, just like a cat, and eats very gracefully. She gets full after eating a small amount. She pushed the noodle bowl away and said, You eat it. It's not worth much, so just forget it if you can't finish it. Lin Xuan resolutely refused. Before, when he ate the fried dough sticks she left over, even if he cut off a section, they were still clean. Eating them together in a bowl of noodles was a bit too much. Jiang Wei was suspicious. Are you disgusted by my dirtiness? Lin Xuan looked at her, her fair face, bright eyes and white teeth, and her hands were clean and free of dust, so how could she be dirty? And she smelled nice, and at first glance she looked like a very clean girl. It's just that it's not a question of being dirty or not. It's about boundaries. I don't like wasting food, so you should eat quickly. Jiang Wei urged, Do you even dislike food that your wife has eaten? What if we kiss? Then you won't be able to eat your own spit. Lin Xuan was so shocked that he quickly covered her mouth. He blushed all over and really admired her. Why is Jiang Wei so shameless when she speaks? Is this still the same school beauty? Jiang Wei's mouth was covered, but she was smiling from ear to ear. She pulled off his hand and teased, Lin Xuan, we're both adults, don't pretend, I don't believe you don't understand. If you don't eat, I'll keep talking. Lin Xuan picked up the chopsticks and said, I'll eat, is that okay? Please, don't say anything. Jiang Wei picked up her phone and sure enough, she stopped talking. However, Lin Chuan thought she was playing with her phone, but in fact, she had turned on the phone's camera, taken a photo, and then casually dragged the photo into the phone's private album. Lin Chuan asked, "Have you always been so frugal with food? Then who ate all the food you couldn't finish before?" Before? Jiang Wei thought about it. How could it be the same as now when there was no husband? Anyway, as long as you are my husband for the day, you have to do your part. Lin Chuan noticed that Jiang Wei actually seemed to enjoy their complicated relationship. He really couldn't understand what was going on in her head, but she did have a good personality. The other day, Jiang Wei seemed to have forgotten about herself, but now she was arguing with him, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 31, Really Using Him Like a Husband. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Wei's expression changed slightly. Why mention an irrelevant person? Lin Chuan didn't continue this topic. After all, judging from Jiang Wei's expression, she was avoiding the subject. If he said too much, she would get angry later. Jiang Wei took a sip of milk tea. If someone tells you something, don't care. After eating, Lin Chuan was going to take Jiang Wei hiking. Jiang Wei resolutely refused. "I'm tired, I got up too early today, I want to take a nap." "Okay, then I'll book you a hotel." Lin Chuan took out his phone and started to operate it. Jiang Wei frowned, her tone was disgusted. "I don't like staying outside, everything outside is communal, I don't know who has used it before, I've never stayed outside before." Lin Chuan stopped and asked, "Where will you stay then?" "At my place?" "Okay. My home is just so, you won't be comfortable there." Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. If he were to bring Jiang Wei home to stay, how would he explain it to his parents? Looking at Jiang Wei's expression, it seemed that she wasn't joking. "If you don't want to take me back, just say so, no need to beat around the bush." Lin Chuan looked at Jiang Wei's uncompromising attitude, took out his phone and called his parents. He told them what had happened, and they were very happy to agree, saying that they were ready to clean up the house and could take her straight back. Jiang Wei gave a bright smile and said, "You see, your aunt and uncle are so welcoming, unlike you." After she had finished speaking, she got up, picked up her bag and walked out. As Lin Chuan got up to follow her, he heard a young couple at the next table arguing. The man said, "Everyone else can give their girlfriends the leftovers, so why can't you? Other people are so good looking, and you? You're ridiculous." Lin Chuan quickly pretended not to hear and went out. The street was only a 10-minute walk from Lin Chuan's house. Lin Chuan walked all the way back with Jiang Wei, basking in the sun. The weather was very nice, and there were many shops and stalls in the street, which was very lively. Lin Chuan walked in front, and when he saw that Jiang Wei had not followed him, he looked back and saw that she had her hands behind her back, tiptoeing and stepping on his shadow to follow behind. He was helpless. Why was Jiang Wei so childish? Lin Chuan pointed at the vendor selling iced sugar-coated pears. "Do you want to eat it?" Jiang Wei looked up. "If you want to buy it, just buy it, don't ask me if I want it. That's the awareness of being a good boyfriend, understand? Were you this clumsy when you were in a relationship?" Lin Chuan thought about it and realized that he wasn't. When he was dating Su Xiaowan, whenever it got cold, if he saw that she was cold, he would go straight away and buy her clothes. Sometimes if she looked pale in the morning, he knew that she was probably not feeling well, so he would buy her some hot seafood porridge. Perhaps because his parents were both attentive people, and at home his father basically took care of everything, Lin Chuan had been influenced by them and had learned to take care of people. He touched his nose bridge. "I should be considered a relatively qualified boyfriend." Jiang Wei looked at his face. "If that's the case, haven't you noticed that my feet hurt and I can't walk?" She lifted her skirt. Lin Chuan glanced at it and realized that although the shoes on Jiang Wei's feet were very beautiful, her ankles were a little red, obviously not very comfortable. "Where did you buy these shoes? They're so uncomfortable." "I bought them at the mall last night." "Wait here for me." Lin Chuan shook his head. He went to the nearby store to buy a pair of pink slippers with a rabbit head and some ointment. He was sweating a little on his forehead, bent down in front of Jiang Wei, took the slippers out of the bag and put them down. "Okay, Miss Jiang, hurry up and change." Jiang Wei smiled at the corner of her mouth, took off her beautiful shoes, and then put on the slippers. Her crystal-like, round toes wiggled. "They're a good size. You didn't even ask what size my shoes are. I glanced at them when we were living together." Oh, you secretly looked at my shoes, you pervert. Lin Chuan resignedly put the shoes that Jiang Wei had taken off in a bag, glanced at the brand, and it was still one of those expensive brands from the mall. In the future, when buying shoes, he must choose comfortable ones. With that, he squeezed the ointment onto his thumb and raised his hand to rub it on Jiang Wei's ankle, letting go only after seeing that the milky white ointment had melted. Jiang Wei frowned slightly. After all, it still hurt a little, but she didn't say anything. If you apply some more tonight, it will be fine soon. If Lin Chuan himself had a skin abrasion, it would definitely be fine, and no one would really take this injury seriously. But this young lady has delicate skin, and after getting to know her, I also know that she is still a bit of a delicate person. If I don't take it seriously, she will nag again. Lin Chuan, you're actually quite nice. Jiang Wei suddenly said, in fact, you would make a good husband. If you behave well, I can consider not divorcing you first. Don't joke around. Lin Chuan was anxious. He had no interest in being a stumbling block between Jiang Wei and Zhang Huanan. If they really reconciled one day, he would be kicked away, and that would be too hard. Furthermore, every day he spent with Jiang Wei was another day of being involved, and he didn't want to have any expectations for someone who was completely impossible. What's fake stays fake, and procrastinating won't make it real. Jiang Wei was curious, so what if I pay more? Lin Chuan joked, pay more? You can consider it. Well, when you figure out the price, you can name your price and sell yourself to me. Jiang Wei lifted her hand and poked Lin Chuan, but after selling yourself, there's no guarantee of human rights. Lin Chuan just laughed and didn't take it seriously. Not far away, in front of the supermarket. Su Xiaowan's face was too pale. She had already seen the photo posted by a mutual friend in her circle of friends, a photo of Lin Chuan and Jiang Wei together. Even if she didn't pay special attention, her parents' WeChat moments would also have been filled with related videos. A woman like Jiang Wei was like a shining sun, able to steal the show anywhere. She was surprised to see Jiang Wei here. While she was jealous of Jiang Wei, she also felt that people's lives are just so different. She went out to buy fruit, actually hoping to see Jiang Wei by chance. But she never expected to actually run into her. Moreover, the way Jiang Wei and Lin Chuan got along was like a couple in love. They were really together. Why? Why would Jiang Wei look at someone like Lin Chuan? Su Xiaowan had always been unable to figure this out. Although she detested Lin Chuan, she had to admit that Jiang Wei was outstanding. Su Xiaoming also came over, his face full of anger. Sister, no wonder Lin Chuan asked you for money, it turns out he has a new girlfriend too. She must have egged him on to ask for money. This woman is a real rich kid. Su Xiaowan's tone was cold. 200,000, for her, it might just be the price of a bag. So why? Lin Chuan wants to get back at me. Su Xiaowan sneered, he was dumped by me, so he hates me. Su Xiaowan took out her phone and took a photo. Jiang Wei really isn't afraid of being embarrassed by dating someone like this? When I was dating Zhao Jingyang, I was afraid that his family wouldn't accept me, so the Jiang family would never accept a man like Lin Chuan who lives off his girlfriend. If they want to keep their relationship a secret, I'm afraid they have to keep it a secret. Chapter 32 Jiang Wei, are you going to ruin me? Lin Chuan's family has a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. His parents live in the master bedroom, and there is another secondary bedroom where Lin Chuan lives. The secondary bedroom has a balcony, where there is a desk, and the other room is the guest room. The guest room is usually unoccupied, relatively small, and has poor lighting. Most importantly, the guest room does not have air conditioning. Therefore, Sun Kaiping directly tidied up Lin Chuan's room and replaced the new 4-piece bed set that she had previously bought. Lin Qinghua didn't watch either, but took a mop and mopped the whole house, making the floors shine. Lin's aunt Lu Di also received the message and bought a bag of fruit to send over. What are you doing today, siblings? You have guests at home? Of course. Sun Kaiping tidied up everything in the room. Didn't we go to see the kindergarten opening this morning? The big boss who donated the money is actually a friend of Xiaochuan's. He said he'd be staying at our house for a few days, but he didn't say so earlier. He'll be here soon, so I have to hurry and clean up. Lu Di saw that the entranceway was still a bit messy, so she helped out. She didn't realize that Xiaochuan knew the boss, and she was so accomplished. Lu Di didn't go to the party, so of course she didn't know that the boss was actually a young girl. But she had heard that the kindergarten had been rebuilt, and it was very, very luxurious. Footsteps were heard outside. Sun Kaiping hurriedly said, "Here they come." She quickly arranged the fruit and went to the door to open it. She saw that it was her son at the door, and behind him stood the very beautiful girl, standing there as if she were a picture. She couldn't help but smile. You see, her greatest wish was to have a beautiful daughter. Unfortunately, giving birth to Lin Xuan hurt her body and she was unable to have any more children, which became a regret. This is why at the beginning, she felt both sympathy and concern for Su Xiaowan. Xiao Chuan, hurry up and bring your friend in. Lin Xuan went in the door and changed his slippers. He saw a new pair of pink slippers on the floor and said, "You wear these?" Jiang Wei entered the door with restraint, smiled and greeted Sun Kaiping, "Hello, auntie. I'm so sorry to come to your home so suddenly and cause you and uncle trouble." It's fine, it's fine. Why are you being so polite, my child? Sit down and have some fruit. Sun Kaiping couldn't help but feel emotional as she kept her eyes on Jiang Wei, wondering how there could be such a beautiful girl. Lu Di's eyes also glowed a little. His first reaction to Lin Xuan bringing a girl home was, "Xiao Chuan, is this your girlfriend?" Sun Kaiping hurriedly tried to explain, "No. It's more or less like that." Jiang Wei put her hand on Lin Xuan's arm, looked at him intimately, and her eyes looked very gentle. "Why don't you introduce me to the members of your family?" Lin Xuan clenched his fists, endured, and laughed, "This is my great aunt, this is my mother, and my father." Sun Kaiping's smile had frozen on her face, her eyes a little dazed. "Ha? Girlfriend? Xiaochuan, this Miss Jiang, is she your?" Jiang Wei quickly said, "Auntie, just call me Wei Wei. My name is Jiang Wei. Xiaochuan and I have already been living together in City A, and this time my mother even asked him to bring some gifts back." Sun Kaiping couldn't help but let her mouth drop open and her smile widen after hearing this. "Really? Oh dear, Xiaochuan didn't say anything about this. I never would have thought that you two would." Sun Kaiping couldn't help but squeeze her hands together. This is too good. She couldn't be happier with such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Lu Di also had a kind smile on her face. Xiaochuan is so lucky to have found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Yes, let's add her to the family group and send her a red envelope as a welcome gift. Jiang Wei took out her phone and opened the QR code to add Wei Wei as a friend, but pretended to hesitate, asking, "Is this okay? Is this not too good? Auntie, I came here empty-handed, which seems impolite." "Not at all." Lu Di quickly added her as a friend on WeChat and then quickly added her to the Lin family group. "You're living together already? Then Xiaochuan should take care of Wei Wei more often. Boys should do more housework." Jiang Wei lifted her hand to her lips, blushing and bowing her head. "No need, there's a nanny at home." Lin Xuan could no longer hold back, grabbed Jiang Wei's arm and dragged her into the room, slamming the door behind them. Before the door closed, the nosy Sun Kaiping and Lu Di only heard 2 short sentences of conversation. "Jiang Wei, why did you say something so misleading? You just don't want mom and dad to know about our relationship, is that it? You're so irresponsible." Sun Kaiping and Lu Di exchanged glances, each with stormy emotions in their eyes. Lin Xinhua came over with a mop, rubbing it against the floor. "No way. Our son is living with someone else, and he still won't admit to the relationship? He wasn't like this before. Before, Xiaochuan was very responsible." Sun Kaiping looked worried, and also a little guilty. "Is it because he hasn't let go of Su Xiaowan? This is not acceptable, and it's also not fair to Wei Wei. Even if he is your biological son, he shouldn't do something so animalistic. If the parents of the other person find out, they'll be so angry." Lu Di also nodded, "Sister-in-law, I think Wei Wei comes from a very good family. She's beautiful and polite, and she seems like a good girl. Xiaochuan can't deceive other people's feelings." Sun Kaiping nodded solemnly. Indeed, if they really live together, Xiaochuan must be held responsible. Lin Xinghua is also furious. If he really is so inconsiderate, I, as his father, will definitely deal with him. In the room, Lin Xuan covers his forehead in despair, looking at Jiang Wei in disbelief. However, he still restrains himself and lowers his voice. "Can you give me a reason for doing this? Are you trying to ruin me? Are you really here to take revenge on me?" "No." Jiang Wei sits on the bed unceremoniously, looking at Lin Xuan with idle curiosity. "Why would I ruin you? What harm will it do you if I do this?" Lin Xuan closed his eyes and sighed. "But for you, letting my family mistakenly believe that we are in a relationship won't do you any good either, will it? How am I going to explain this to my parents afterwards? Jiang Wei rested her hand on the bed, her long hair flowing around her, looking exceptionally thin and delicate. My family all know about my marriage and think that we are really married, but your family doesn't know, so that's not fair. When we get divorced, I'll be the only one who has to explain things to my family, and it'll be hard to argue my way out of it. But if you have to deal with your family too, I feel better just thinking about it. Lin Chuan looked at her and felt like he could see right through her. You really came here to torture me. Pretending to be my girlfriend is really going to cause me a lot of trouble. Later, you'll go talk to my parents and say that you were just joking and that we don't really know each other. Jiang Wei asked in return, what if I could pretend to be someone else for the rest of my life? Chapter 33 Household Register? He panicked. Lin Chuan looked into Jiang Wei's beautiful eyes. He knew that Jiang Wei didn't actually have any bad intentions, but he also had no interest in joking with her. My parents are already very worried about our breakup, and I don't want them to have any expectations for me, because if those expectations are not met, it will be another disappointment. Lin Chuan said seriously, we are each half responsible for the matter of getting a marriage certificate. If you don't feel like talking about it, I can go explain to your parents. Jiang Wei pursed her lips, let out a small sigh, and glanced away. Her tone also became a little detached. You're right, you and I don't know each other well after all, and it was my fault for joking like that. I won't do it again. You can go out, I'm going to sleep. With that, Jiang Wei got up and turned her back on Lin Chuan without saying a word. Lin Chuan closed the door and went out. His aunt had already left, so he explained to his parents. There was nothing between him and Jiang Wei at all. Sun Kaiping simply didn't believe it. After all, from what Jiang Wei had said before, it was Lin Chuan who didn't want to admit the relationship between the two of them. And Jiang Wei was such a beautiful girl from a good family, there was simply no need to make jokes about reputation. Xiao Chuan, are you still unable to let go of Su Xiaowan? She and you are no longer possible. Do you want to let down such a good girl for someone who doesn't deserve you? Mom, why don't you believe me? Lin Chuan frowned, I've already let it go. Seeing that the mother and son were about to argue. Okay, stop it. Lin Xinghua hurried over to break the ice. Wife, don't we have something to do this afternoon? Our household registration book expired before, and we made an appointment to get a new one today. It's already 2 o'clock, and the Government Affairs Hall just opened for business. When we come back, we'll stop by the supermarket to buy some groceries and cook a nice dinner for Wei Wei. Sun Kaiping thought about it and agreed. No matter if her son had turned into a bad person, she was still a good mother-in-law and could not be cold to Jiang Wei. Okay, buy some beef and some mushrooms to make chicken soup. Listening to his parents' conversation, Lin Chuan suddenly became anxious. Mom and Dad, you are going to replace the household register? If you replace the household register, will the information that you are married be updated? What if it really says that you are married? What should I do if my parents ask? Shouldn't that information be searchable in the system? Lin Chuan wasn't sure. After all, he didn't have any experience in this area. It's better to be safe than sorry. He was so anxious that his back was sweating and his face was tensed. He said, I'll go and take care of it. You don't need to make the trip. Lin Xinghua teased, you want to be the head of the household? You can't do it. Lin Chuan thought about it and realized that he couldn't do it if he wasn't the head of the household. He pretended to be calm and said, I'll go some other day. There's no rush. There won't be a need for the household registration booklet for a while. Who said there wouldn't be? Sun Kaiping gave him a cold stare. The village is in a hurry to use it, otherwise why would your father and I go and apply for a new one? What are you muttering about? Just say it, don't beat about the bush. Lin Chuan blurted out, Mom, I'm afraid that suddenly Wei Wei needs something and I don't know where it is, like household items or something. You really are careless and inattentive, it won't work. Sun Kaiping felt helpless with her son and turned to Lin Xinghua and said, then you and your son go and apply for it, I'll stay at home. That's fine. Lin Xinghua picked up the information and left. Lin Chuan was very worried when he heard that he still had to go. His face was also a little overcast, but there was nothing he could do now, so he could only improvise. When they arrived at the Government Affairs Hall, Lin Chuan volunteered to take some information to the counter. On the surface, he looked very calm, but in reality, he was panicking inside. How coincidental that my parents need to change their household registration books at this time. Isn't this asking for their own son's life? Lin Xinghua saw that his son was so sensible, so he didn't bother. Lin Chuan promised, and it was just the right time for his father to go to the toilet. He swallowed hard and quickly asked the staff, "I want to ask, will the marital status on this household registration book be changed when I get a new one?" The staff replied, "No, it won't be changed automatically. You need to bring proof to apply for a change in education or marital status." Lin Chuan's heart instantly sank when he heard this, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, thanking him. After the household registration book was processed, Lin Xinghua carefully stored it away, muttering to himself that he must not lose it, as he would need it when you got married in the future. He remembered that when your mother and I got married, we had to get a certificate, which was a lot of trouble. Lin Chuan smiled sheepishly, "Dear father, you don't know that it has already been changed, and you can get a certificate directly with your ID card. By the way, do you know what Wei Wei likes to eat? Let's go shopping." Lin Chuan shook his head, "I don't know." Lin Xinghua was shocked. In the past, when Su Xiaowan came to the family to eat, how did you know her preferences so well? Don't you know what Wei Wei likes to eat? I'll tell you what, you brat, get a notebook tonight and write it down for me, and next time I'll ask you again. If you don't know, then don't eat it. Lin Chuan couldn't help but complain, "Dad, I have no human rights in this family, do I? As long as you have an old man like me around, you'll always be a little kid. How dare you mention human rights to me?" Lin Chuan choked and said, "Just buy the beef then." Lin Xinghua was curious. "Does Wei Wei like it?" "Your son likes it. I don't care if you like it or not, and I don't care if you eat dirt." Lin Xinghua spat and simply ignored the ungrateful son. At home, Jiang Wei left her room after sleeping for 30 minutes. She heard the sound of the TV in the living room and went out to see that Lin Chuan's mother was picking vegetables with a basin. "Auntie, let me help you." Jiang Wei sat over and lifted her hand to take the vegetables in the basin. Sun Kaiping laughed and said, "I'll do it, you've only been asleep for a little while, go back to sleep, I'll wake you up for dinner." Jiang Wei looked up at Sun Kaiping's gentle face, lowered her head and continued sorting the vegetables. "Auntie, I'm not very good at this, so don't mind my clumsiness." Sun Kaiping looked at Jiang Wei and praised, "Vicky, you look just like the star on TV, so pretty. How can you like that Xiaochuan guy?" "I don't look at appearances, I look at the inside." Jiang Wei said seriously, "I've known since I was little that the most important thing when getting along with people is character. In fact, my mom is also very happy with Lin Chuan, but he." Sun Kaiping knows that Lin Chuan is the one causing trouble. People don't look at material things or appearances, they just look at the inside. Where can you find a girl with such good character? And your own son still doesn't cherish her. It's okay, if you really like Xiaochuan, Auntie will help you. This kid has been arrogant since he was little, the more rare the little girl who treasures him, the less he treasures her, but he is very stubborn. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up, and she muttered under her breath, "So that's it." Chapter 34 Lin Chuan, Why Are You Afraid of Me? When Lin Chuan returned home, he noticed that his real mother's gaze was getting more and more strange. He didn't know what was going on, and glanced at Jiang Wei sitting on the sofa. She had fruit, jelly, milk, melon seeds, and spicy strips in front of her, just like a glowing, beautiful baby pig, being pampered by her own mother. "Wei Wei, this is delicious." Sun Kaiping took out another bag of cupcakes from the refrigerator. "That's enough, Auntie, I still want to try your cooking, I won't be able to eat dinner later." "That's true." Sun Kaiping glanced at Lin Xinghua and told him to go make the chicken soup. Lin Xinghua looked at the time, it was only a little after 3, but since his wife had spoken, he naturally went to the kitchen. Lin Chuan sat over and asked, after making sure his parents weren't paying attention, "What did you say to my mom?" "I didn't say anything." Jiang Wei held some fruit in her hand and looked at Lin Chuan sideways. "What are you afraid of?" How could Lin Chuan not be afraid? If his parents really thought that Jiang Wei was their daughter-in-law, and they got divorced in the future, where would he find another daughter-in-law for them? Jiang Wei pursed her lips and threatened, "Lin Chuan, my aunt really likes me, so you should treat me with respect. You're just like a crow taking a magpie's nest. It's only natural for a mother-in-law to love her daughter-in-law." Lin Chuan looked at Jiang Wei's reasonable gaze and got up to go back to his room. The orange light was very warm and sprinkled down on the dining room. On the table were 3 dishes and a bowl of soup. Sun Kaiping served Jiang Wei and Wei Wei some chicken soup. "Drink up, this mushroom soup is very fresh, I made it especially for you." Jiang Wei took a sip with a spoon, praising, "It's delicious, Auntie, you're a great cook, Lin Chuan is really lucky." Sun Kaiping felt a great sense of satisfaction. After all, Jiang Wei was sweet-talking and pretty, and it was really hard for people not to like her. In the past, Su Xiaowan would also come to the family for dinner, but she rarely spoke, and basically just finished eating and then played with her phone with her head down, or just finished eating and left. When it came to conversation, she would only answer one question with one answer, and was not as outgoing as Jiang Wei, so the emotional value provided was different. Lin Chuan looked at his mother's kind eyes and Jiang Wei's put on good girl act, and always felt like he had been duped. Jiang Wei didn't eat much either. After all, she was full from the snacks and fruit. Sun Kaiping said, Wei, you're only eating so little, no wonder you're so skinny. If you're hungry at night, just let me know and I'll make you a midnight snack. Lin Chuan, however, looked expressionless as he watched. After all, Jiang Wei is used to having everything done for her at home, and she never lacks anything delicious to eat or drink. She is also a person who rarely speaks, but it is really hard for her to put on such a good act when she comes to her own home. She really goes to great lengths to create trouble for herself. Lin Chuan, you should eat more too. Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chuan and said, You're not losing your appetite, are you? Your uncles and aunt made such delicious food, and you haven't even touched much of it. I ate a lot. Lin Chuan felt aggrieved. You, on the other hand, didn't even finish your rice. Look how wasteful you are. Then you can eat it for me. Jiang Wei's tone was frank. It's always been like this anyway. Jiang Wei's white, delicate hands held the bowl and placed it in front of Lin Chuan. Eat? Me? Sun Kaiping coughed twice. This is also a good way not to waste. Although Lin Chuan has been tamed by Jiang Wei and keeps lowering his bottom line, he still doesn't want to do something so misleading in front of his parents. Besides, it's just a little bit of rice, so what's the big deal if it's wasted? Jiang Wei sighed and suddenly said, In fact, in the middle of last month, Lin Chuan and I eat. I eat. Lin Chuan quickly picked up the bowl. I just don't like wasting things. Jiang Wei smiled contentedly. Sun Kaiping was curious, though, what did you do last month? Nothing much, just ate some delicious food together last month. Lin Chuan was very full after eating, and after he finished, his mother threw some quilt covers at him and told him to clean up the guest room himself. Jiang Wei was in her room, holding her phone and opening the memo, casually typing some notes. There were some things written there: create intimate contact, create an ambiguous atmosphere, make everyone think it's ambiguous so as to achieve a sense of atmosphere, deliberately do things that violate boundaries, and constantly test the other person's boundaries. These were the things that Jiang Wei had learned from the book 30 Days to Make a Man Fall in Love with You. She looked at the content that had not yet been completed, afraid that it would create a sense of dependence on the people around her. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Wei heard the knock on the door and put away her thoughts and went out. Her originally sensible and serious face revealed a slight smile as she opened the door. Auntie. Sun Kaiping smiled and said, Wei, let Xiaochuan go with you to buy some pajamas. There's a shop nearby that just opened a few days ago, and I even charged 1,000 yuan as a member, so you can just go buy them. Jiang Wei glanced at Lin Chuan, who had been called out of the room unwillingly, and said, Yes, Auntie is really considerate. I didn't bring any luggage with me, and was thinking about going to buy some laundry. Lin Chuan took the key to the family electric moped and went downstairs. Jiang Wei followed behind Lin Chuan. What are you walking so fast for? Wait for me. Are you unhappy? Because I'm living in your house and causing you trouble? Lin Chuan slowed down inside and said, No, it's just that my parents really like you. Is that a bad thing? Jiang Wei was curious. Everyone likes me, except you. Jiang Wei, there are many people who like you, you don't need me. Lin Chuan spread his hands. You don't need my liking. If I like you, it will become a kind of trouble for you, just like the kind of trouble that a white swan gets tangled up with a toad. So, don't kid around. I still say the same thing. If my parents really like you, and you treat this as a little journey that you will forget about as soon as you turn your head, their feelings will be wasted. Night has fallen, and the street lamps outside are lit up. Many people in the community are walking their babies and taking a stroll. The evening breeze is blowing, and they are very carefree. Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chuan and saw defenses and concerns in his face. Are you afraid of getting emotionally involved yourself? When you like Su Xiaowan, you put your heart and soul into it, but in the end the result disappointed you. So when you face a woman again, the first thing you think about is the result. Because you're afraid of being disappointed again, you simply choose to resist, right? Lin Chuan pursed his lips, not knowing how to refute her, but isn't that the truth? Jiang Wei is a completely different person from me, but she is so full of charm. Unconsciously, people will turn their attention to her. If I don't like her, I can still talk to her normally, but if I do, I'll be like Li Xiu, who couldn't get her out of his mind, and fall into a one-sided, obsessive love, which will be a burden for both of us. Jiang Wei's tone softened a little. Lin Xuan, although our acquaintance was ridiculous, we have gotten along very well these past few days. My mother really likes you, and your parents are very nice to me. Can we be considered good friends approved by both sets of parents? Lin Xuan pondered. Friend? Sort of. Lin Xuan, as long as we are friends, the feelings we invest in each other are mutual. Jiang Wei's tone was very calm and serious. You, on the other hand, are afraid that I will leave, so you dare not get close to me. Will you lose a good friend like this? Lin Xuan pondered in his heart. He didn't really want to be good friends with Jiang Wei. However, what Jiang Wei said did make sense. If they just got along as friends, it would be much easier. Jiang Wei laughed and said, "So now, please take your new best friend to buy some clothes to wash and change." "Oh, that's right, I forgot to ask my mom which store it is." Lin Xuan took out the membership card from his pocket and glanced at the store name. "Let me see the store, May, the bra and underwear store." Sometimes, Lin Xuan really hates his reading speed. By the time the last few words came out, he had already realized that something was wrong, but although his brain had reacted, his mouth did not, and he just read it out directly. Under the street lamp, his face instantly turned red. Who would name their pajama store this? Is this serious? Did his mother do this on purpose? Chapter 35. Everyone knows about the relationship. Just ask, who has good friends who go to this kind of store with their shoulders hooked together? Lin Xuan stuttered a little. Otherwise, let's go to a different store. This store doesn't feel professional selling pajamas. Many lingerie stores sell lingerie and pajamas together. Don't you know that? Jiang Wei laughed and walked away. Auntie meant well, and I can't let her down. Lin Xuan rode the electric donkey and glanced at Jiang Wei's skirt. Are you comfortable? If not, we'll walk. This electric donkey is usually used by Lin Xuan's parents to buy groceries in the county. It's very convenient and you don't have to worry about parking, so it's very suitable for getting around. I've never ridden in one of these, but I guess I could try. Jiang Wei sat sideways in the back seat, holding Lin Xuan's waist, and asked hesitantly, "If I straddle, my skirt will get in the way, and it doesn't seem very stable. Do you mind if I hold onto your waist? I'm afraid I'll fall." Lin Xuan's waist was already being held by those slender arms, and he felt the body pressing up against him. He felt a little embarrassed, but Jiang Wei was already holding on, so there was no way he could let her go. Then sit tight. The car started moving. The wind blew in their faces, the air was fresh and comfortable. Jiang Wei's long hair also fluttered in the wind, her pretty face was a little serene, and from a perspective that Lin Xuan couldn't see, there was a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, not fake, but an uncontrollable smile. She leaned on Lin Xuan, and in fact, this kind of life was also very good. Lin Xuan didn't hear clearly. What did you say? The wind was too strong, I couldn't hear you, speak louder. I said, drive faster. Lin Xuan let out a sound of exasperation. No, the electric moped is limited to 25 miles per hour, it can't go any faster. After stopping in front of the store, he looked inside the glass window and saw a lot of underwear, which made Lin Xuan feel a little embarrassed. You go in and buy it yourself, I'll wait for you outside. Jiang Wei, however, said, it's not appropriate for me to use your aunt's card directly, is it? You do it. The clerk greeted them, little girl, you're so pretty, what would you like to buy? There's a lingerie sale these days. Really? Jiang Wei looked around and asked Lin Xuan, which one do you think looks better? The salesperson laughed and asked, is this your boyfriend? No, he's a friend. Jiang Wei said deliberately. The salesperson knew what was going on. Who would come with a friend to buy underwear? Absolutely impossible. Lin Xuan also blushed, you buy it yourself, I don't know anything about this. Jiang Wei picked up a purple lace one and a beige lace one, which of these two colors suits me better? Lin Xuan's eyes were starting to glaze over. I don't know. Well, I've left my card here, so when she pays later, she can just swipe it. With that, he fled. Jiang Wei looked at Lin Xuan's back and reflected on whether she had gone too far. After all, they weren't that familiar with each other, and teasing him like that might make him think she was a flirty person. Your friend is so shy. The shop assistant snickered. He is a bit shy. Jiang Wei also lost her interest in teasing him outside, and returned to her usual self. She chose 2 sets of underwear and pajamas for Lin Chuan to change into, and asked for the bill. How much are these? The original price was 1,100, but the discounted membership price came to 646 in total. Jiang Wei thought about it for a moment, took out her phone and wanted to pay for herself. After all, it wasn't easy for Lin Chuan's family to make money. But then she thought, this is also the aunt's goodwill. If she doesn't use it, it would seem like she's letting someone down. After paying, Jiang Wei took out her phone and called a saleswoman she knew well. Help me choose a bag that's suitable for a female elder. It should be a bit classic, preferably priced at a few 10,000 yuan, not too expensive, as I don't want to embarrass the person by giving them too much. I'll send you the address later. The woman on the other end of the line spoke respectfully. Sure, Ms. Jiang. Recently, the brand has released a few limited edition bags. Shall I send you a picture? No, I'm not interested in that. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Lin Chuan was standing on the street outside, holding a bottle of ice water in his hand and drinking from it. When he saw Jiang Wei come out, he offered to take the shopping bag she was holding. Do you need to buy anything else? Do you want to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries? Yes. Jiang Wei took a shower that evening and then lay on the bed in the bright yellow pajamas she had bought. On her phone was a message from her mother, to which she replied. Then she started to daydream, and it wasn't until the phone rang that she came back to reality and answered it. Lu Xinyue was anxious on the other end of the line. Wei, are you with Lin Chuan? Yes. Jiang Wei admitted frankly, I've been staying at his place for the past few days. No way. No wonder you didn't go on a trip, you went to Lin Chuan's place. Protect yourself, don't be like those college girls who have 2 kids in 3 years and become news. Jiang Wei snorted, would he do that? No, Lin Chuan is quite honest and responsible. Lu Xinyue said, someone posted a photo on the confession wall today, a photo of you and Lin Chuan. It says that the school flower is dating an ordinary guy. I'm asking if it's true. Now a lot of people are commenting on it, and I'm afraid it's really confirmed the rumors of your relationship with Lin Chuan. I feel like the person who took the photo also deliberately wanted everyone to know. A lot of your suitors have also come to ask me, and I don't know how to answer. Mainly because the photo is too damning, and I don't know how to explain it. Jiang Wei didn't care at all. Whether I was in a relationship or not was none of those passers-by's business. Oh, you don't care, but you're the school beauty queen. So many suitors, and suddenly the flower has a master, and the suitors will be heartbroken and run away. I'm not a celebrity or internet celebrity, I don't need to make money from them. The photo was published, so as to avoid people bothering me all the time. Jiang Wei even felt that this was not a bad thing. If the photo is very striking, then it will be difficult for Lin Chuan to fall in love in the future. As far as she knows, although Lin Chuan has been dating Su Xiaowan for a long time, he is also liked by girls because he is popular. Lu Xinyue also became serious. I was just looking at that photo. The place where it was taken should be by Lin Chuan's house, right? Who would have taken it? I'll send it to you, take a look. Jiang Wei looked at the photo. The contributor was from our school, knew Lin Chuan, and lived in this county. If she didn't ask directly but posted it on the confession wall, it could only be Su Xiaowan. Lu Xinyue hurriedly said, I agree. Originally, your relationship with Lin Chuan was very low-key, and no one knew about it secretly. Now it's blown up, and I don't know if it will cause any bad influence. Jiang Wei pondered, was it really low-key before? I thought it was very high-profile before. Then it seems I have to thank Su Xiaowan. Lin Chuan has already applied for a marriage license with me, but he still wants to keep the secret of our relationship. It's just that now. It's his ex-girlfriend who made it known to everyone, so she has nothing to do with it. Lin Chuan can't blame it on himself. Chapter 36, Pissed Off the Ex. As the person involved, Jiang Wei had already received the news, so naturally Lin Chuan had also received it. He looked at the photo and felt that it should have been taken by Su Xiaowan. However, the person who sent the photo to him was not his roommate Su Chang, but a schoolmate named Yi Tian. On the other end, the schoolmate sent a message to confirm. Senior, I heard that you broke up before. I tried to find you several times but couldn't find you. I didn't expect that you would be with the school beauty. Congratulations to you. Lin Chuan casually replied that they weren't dating, and she sent another cute emoticon over, which Lin Chuan also didn't reply to. He looked at the photo and felt that no one but Su Xiaowan could have done such a thing. He was a little disturbed. Most of those comments were about how he wasn't good enough for Jiang Wei, and some people who didn't know about Jiang Wei's family background just assumed that he must be rich and made wild speculations about Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei has suffered an injustice and is also unlucky. He called Su Xiaowan, who answered quickly. It was you, wasn't it? Su Xiaowan seemed to have expected Lin Xuan to contact her and laughed. Yes, do you want to blame me? You took a lot of photos and videos with Jiang Wei at the kindergarten opening ceremony this morning, and they have been all over the city. I saw them in Lu Donglai's circle of friends, and many people are talking about them. You think that because you two are so high profile in your displays of affection, no one at the school will see them? And now you're blaming me? I'm just adding fuel to the fire. You're a couple anyway, so what's there to be afraid of people knowing? It's not like your identity is something to be ashamed of, is it? Lin Xuan snorted. There's nothing between Jiang Wei and me that we need to be ashamed of. Yes, you really like her, don't you? Well, she is beautiful and rich, no man would not like her. Su Xiaowan's tone turned cold, with some resentment. You are so good to her, you were also good to me before, no wonder you suddenly treated me so cruelly, even in front of Zhao Jingyang, making me so embarrassed, so you have fallen in love with someone else a long time ago. Lin Xuan, you are so hypocritical, if I didn't break up with you, you would have forced me to do so and give Jiang Wei the way, right? You see, everyone is dirty when you are dirty yourself. Lin Xuan's tone was contemptuous. Since you are so unreasonable, I can't wait until the trial starts. Within 3 days, if I don't see the money, I will send the bill to your future mother-in-law. Let's see who is more ashamed. Lin Xuan, you dare. Do you believe I will find Jiang Wei's mother and tell her what kind of person you are? Don't forget, Jiang Wei's mother is that internet celebrity professor at the graduate school. I can easily get her email address. Lin Xuan exhaled, don't make it sound like I'm fighting with you. Go ahead and send it, I don't care. With that, Lin Xuan hung up. Su Xiaowan didn't sleep well that night. When she got up, she had dark circles under her eyes and her brow was full of anxiety. She didn't dare gamble. What if Lin Xuan really sent the evidence to Zhao Jingyang's mother? She had invested too much to give up on her dream of marrying Zhao Jingyang. However, she tried to call Lin Xuan again, but the call went unanswered. He was so ruthless to me just to protect Jiang Wei. But despite her hatred, she had to face the urgent task at hand. Su Xiaowan opened her phone and added the WeChat account that had been waiting for a long time. It didn't take long before the other end showed that she had been approved as a friend. Su Xiaowan sent a message. On the other side, Jiang Wei was lying on the bed, her body wrapped in a soft quilt. The sunlight streaming in through the window made the room look bright and comfortable. Su Xiaowan, I'm Lin Xuan's ex-girlfriend. You don't know what kind of person he is, do you? I can tell you his true face. I hope you won't be fooled by this scumbag. Cut it out. A look of helplessness appeared on Jiang Wei's beautiful, cold face. True face? I've seen him get beaten up with his bare bottom. How could I not know his true face? Jiang Wei pondered, this Su Xiaowan, isn't she involved in some financial entanglements with Lin Xuan? Trying to sow discord between them here? Lin Xuan has wasted so much of his youth because of such a woman, and she felt a little upset when she thought about it. She smiled slightly, and a trace of playfulness flashed in her eyes. She took out her phone and typed a reply, I'm Lin Xuan, she's not awake yet, delete. After sending it, she deleted Su Xiaowan. Jiang Wei snickered under the covers, her hair all messed up, but her pretty, fair face was radiant with a particularly happy mood. Su Xiaowan was naturally furious when she saw the reply. She had expected a puzzled inquiry from Jiang Wei, but never expected such a message. And then she realized that she had been deleted. Lin Xuan, you're not even human. After breakfast, Sun Kaiping explained, Xiao Chuan, I'm afraid I'm going to trouble you with something today, Mom. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Mom, don't be like that, it's weird, like watching a horror movie. Sun Kaiping glared at him. Isn't he trying to seem kind and amiable? She coughed. Your grandmother has run out of her blood pressure medication. I went to the hospital this morning to buy some, but your father and I are going to a friend's child's wedding this afternoon and won't have time to deliver the medication, so you'll have to run the errand. Lin Xuan heard this and thought, is it really that serious for such a trivial matter? It's so scary. Okay, I'll go later, just leave the medicine on the table. It takes more than an hour to go to Grandma's house by car, and if the parents want to eat at the banquet, the time for the round trip is a bit too tight. So Lin Chuan also felt that it was reasonable for him to deliver it. Sun Kaiping laughed and said, "Your father and I are going out soon, and there will be no one at home. Wei Wei will definitely be bored alone, so you can take her with you. It's just that the persimmons at Grandma's house are ripe, and your grandma is old and has difficulty walking, so you can help her pick them." Lin Chuan glanced at Jiang Wei and said, "You'd better not go to the countryside. There are a lot of geese there, and they're dirty. They also chase people, and it hurts if they bite. I'll go wherever you go." Jiang Wei blinked. "Don't you know how to protect me?" Lin Chuan blurted out, "I'm afraid of geese too." "Then I can protect you." Jiang Wei smiled with pursed lips. Lin Chuan let out a breath. Why is it that this young lady's words are always so easily misunderstood? If you don't know, you might think she's flirting with you. He thought, if he went to the countryside, he could also let Jiang Wei see how dirty the environment in small places is. If he could scare her, it would be best if she returned to a city as soon as possible. Therefore, Lin Chuan also changed his thinking and laughed. "That's great, I'll take you to catch a goose to eat, it's all natural." Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow. Although she was smiling, there was no smile in her eyes. She wasn't blind, and she knew at a glance that Lin Chuan was holding a grudge against her. Chapter 37, I'm used to it, so I don't want to give it up. Lin Chuan took Jiang Wei out of the residential area. As soon as they appeared, the car parked on the roadside opened its door directly. Two men got out of the car and rushed over directly, startling Lin Chuan. He subconsciously raised his hand to protect Jiang Wei behind him. His face was a little guarded. "What's going on?" Lin Xinghua and his wife, who were not far behind, also noticed something was wrong and hurriedly ran out. Lin Xinghua stepped forward. What was he doing? The man stopped in his tracks and realized that his appearance was a bit abrupt. "Are you Boss Jiang? We have seen your donation to Chuanhai Kindergarten and are very grateful for your contribution to our county. It's like this, we have a project here, I don't know if Boss Jiang is interested?" Jiang Wei frowned. People with money and a high profile are prone to attracting these people with ulterior motives. In City A, there are actually no shortage of such people. I'm fine, probably because I'm better protected, but my parents often have to deal with these situations. So, Jiang Wei doesn't feel strange about it. "Excuse me, I don't participate in the family business, so if there is any cooperation, please contact Manager Lee directly." She took a business card from her bag. But the other party didn't pick it up. If they wanted to go through the formal process, they wouldn't have to wait here. It's just that they saw that Jiang Wei was young and rich, and just letting some money slip through her fingers would be enough for them to eat. "Boss Jiang, don't bother, our project is very simple and profitable, we only need 3 million. Jiang Wei sneered, her eyes narrowed, her demeanor instantly cold as ice. "Do I need to ask you to leave, or should I contact the bodyguards? Do you think I came here alone?" Her eyes were cold. "Maybe I can also call the leader here and talk about the harassment I encountered." The men glanced at each other, a little intimidated, and quickly left after taking the business card. Sun Kaiping looked at the cold-faced Jiang Wei, who was completely different from the obedient, smiling and sweet girl she knew, and felt a little strange. After Jiang Wei and the others had left, she pretended to pat her chest. "You scared me to death. Luckily I acted better, otherwise they definitely wouldn't have just left like that. Hey, what do I know about investment?" And she asked for 3 million right away, making it seem like I'm rich. Sun Kaiping reacted, realizing that it was all an act. No wonder. It's true, if you don't act like a difficult person, you'll be hassled. "Xiaochuan, you have to protect Wei Wei after this, there are still a lot of people with ulterior motives." Lin Chuan didn't expect this to happen either. In fact, thinking about it, with Jiang Wei here, she is indeed like a fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Before, an uncle he knew got millions from his family's demolition, and many people approached him for investment deals. During that time, he even talked to a very pretty girlfriend, but in the end, all the money was gone. It can be seen that once wealth becomes apparent, there are many people who will go to great lengths to cheat. In a county like this, there are definitely no people as wealthy as Jiang Wei, which makes people even more eager to get close to her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Wei was puzzled. "Have you been fooled by me too?" "No." Lin Chuan said, "I just suddenly feel that the richer you are, the more you have to guard against it." Jiang Wei lowered her voice and whispered to Lin Chuan, "Of course, you don't even know, my father and my brother participate in so many schemes with ulterior motives every year, and I have seen a lot of them, so naturally I am wary of these things." Lin Chuan was curious, so you're not afraid that I also have ulterior motives to cheat you of your money? I've already given you the supplementary card, so why don't you just spend it? Why go to all that trouble? Lin Chuan's face flushed, as if it was true. His phone rang, and when he saw it was Yang Ruihen calling, he said, "Yes, Mr. Yang, what's up? Xiao Chuan, has Miss Jiang gone back yet? A lot of people have called to ask for her contact information, and my phone is blowing up. You guys should be careful." Lin Chuan heard the reminder and understood. Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chuan with clear eyes. She had clearly heard the phone call, but she wasn't worried, which made Lin Chuan wonder if she was just confident or if she didn't know how dangerous the situation was. Lin Chuan got into the small car that had been in the family for several years and set off with Jiang Wei. In the car, Jiang Wei sent a message to Uncle Wu, asking him to pay attention. He quickly replied. In addition to being the driver, Uncle Wu was also responsible for protecting Jiang Wei's safety. Don't look at him as just an amiable uncle, but in fact he was very capable in the past. Uncle Wu is also responsible for the Jiang family's security. When they arrived in the countryside, Lin Chuan took Jiang Wei to pick crisp persimmons, ignoring the fact that her grandmother was not at home. So they played for a few hours, and when they got hungry, they returned to the county town. Lin Chuan's plan to scare Jiang Wei with the goose also fell through. Jiang Wei spent another night. In the morning, she suddenly said that she had received a call from home and she had to go back to City A. Before leaving, Sun Kaiping and Lin Xinghua also reluctantly saw her off to the roadside. Sun Kaiping waved her hand and said, "Wei Wei, send a message to the family to report that you are safe." "Auntie, I will. When are you coming to City A to play? I'll take you to eat something delicious." Jiang Wei waved with a smile. "That's right, my gift for you has arrived too, remember to pick it up from the courier." She glanced at Lin Chuan again. "I'll go first." Lin Chuan had become used to being ordered around in the past 2 days, especially in familiar places and in front of people he knew. He was embarrassed time and time again. He was originally a little annoyed, but she left faster than he thought, and he was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. He stiffly said, "Here are some snacks I bought for you, eat them on the way." "Okay." Jiang Wei said to Sun Xinghua again, "Bye, uncle." "Bye, Wei Wei." The car drove away. Sun Siping's face was full of reluctance. These past 2 days with Wei Wei had been like having a daughter. "If only she were my daughter-in-law, I could smile in my sleep." "Mom, don't think about impossible things." Lin Chuan returned to his father's house. On the sofa, there was the jelly that Jiang Wei had put there on the bathroom sink. There was the facial cleanser that he had bought for Jiang Wei and the hair tie that she had picked up and put down casually on the coffee table. There were the flowers that she had bought by the river during their walk last night. On the balcony, Jiang Wei's pajamas were drying in the sun. Even in his own room in the second bedroom, the quilt was still rolled into 2 balls, and there was long hair on the pillow. This was Lin Chuan's home, the place he knew best, but it had left traces of a woman. Lin Chuan thought, this might be Jiang Wei's first and last time here. He regretted getting too close to Jiang Wei. He had grown accustomed to seeing her pretty face every day, watching her huddle on the sofa while her mother fed her, and ordering him to finish eating what she left over. The vegetables he had bought her on purpose were still in the kitchen, as he had not had time to cook them yet. He took out his phone and couldn't help sending Jiang Wei a message, asking if she could go back to a city with him in a few days. She replied quickly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Chuan sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. He felt that he had lost his sense of boundaries. He typed, "Forget it, I mainly want a ride, which will save me more than 100 yuan in bus fare." 3 minutes. Lin Chuan looked at the message, a little incredulous. He thought that Jiang Wei was just teasing him again. After all, she would be happy if she could make him unhappy. Besides, how could Jiang Wei change her itinerary just because of something she said? Lin Chuan stood by the window and looked outside. After a while, the car that had left and returned appeared. He was a little happy. Had she really come back? Chapter 38. Jiang Wei's playing hard to get. 5 minutes ago. Uncle Wu parked the car in a corner and looked helplessly at the young lady in the back seat, fidgeting and looking at her phone. "Young lady, are we going back today or not? Should we let Madam know?" "I don't know." Jiang Wei looked at the empty conversation box on her phone and simply didn't want to pay any attention to Uncle Wu. She looked at her phone and muttered to herself, "This can't be right, can it? I've treated him so badly, how could he let me go? Is there no network?" She lifted her phone and shook it, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Is the phone broken? I just replaced it. She touched her chin, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Could it be that he actually didn't care if I left or not? Could it be that what the book said about playing hard to get was a lie? Jiang Wei's expression was so ugly it could drip water, and she was very unhappy. Her eyes were also floating and sinking, full of suppressed emotions. Uncle Wu was a bit speechless, not knowing why the young lady was going to such trouble to pull this stunt. Young lady, if you want Lin Chuan to keep you, you can just tell him directly, and I think he should do it. Uncle Wu, you don't understand. Jiang Wei leaned back in her chair, pondering, her tone a little deeper. He doesn't like me. Oh? Jiang Wei's snow-white face tilted slightly, as she looked out the window at the trees. The sunlight falling on her face made her skin look luminous white. Her dark eyebrows were knitted together, her eyes lonely, her lips slightly pressed down, her face taut. Her slender hands rested on her side of her face, as she fell into deep thought. If I don't go home, he won't ask where I've been. If I talk to another man, he won't get jealous and will even distance himself from me. He won't be the least bit surprised when I come here to find him. I suddenly said I was leaving today, and he didn't try to stop me. Maybe he's been wanting to get rid of me for a long time. Jiang Wei has known since she was young that you can't get everything with money. Money is just a form of currency. It can be exchanged for some things, but not for many more. For example, she can't just write a check and give it to Lin Chuan, and suddenly make him fall in love with her. It's just not the right time. Jiang Wei sighed. Every time I show up, it's the wrong time. Uncle Wu, do you think I'm destined to be alone forever? Uncle Wu smacked his lips and said, I think you're just overthinking things. Logically speaking, you're past puberty now, and you shouldn't be thinking about things that make you sad. In fact, you can also tell Lin Chuan directly that you were actually engaged as children in kindergarten. Uncle Wu. Jiang Wei lowered her eyes. The engagement was a joke that her grandparents had played on Auntie Sun because I had fallen and hurt my head when I was little, and they were afraid that I would be left with a scar. If I mention it, doesn't that make me seem like I'm pushing too hard? Maybe Lin Chuan will just think it's so funny that he won't take it seriously. Uncle Wu didn't know what to say. He had been looking at that photo for a few days, and it was only when he combined it with the kindergarten incident that he connected Jiang Wei and Lin Chuan's childhood. The old couple had also mentioned it occasionally, and he had heard a little about it. In fact, which child hasn't been joked about being married off by their parents when they were in kindergarten? To be serious about it would be a bit too much. Ding dong. The phone rang once. Jiang Wei glanced down and saw that there was actually a message in the chat box with Lin Chuan. Her irritated, intense face instantly melted into a spring breeze. Uncle Wu turned back. Uncle Wu didn't ask any more questions when he heard this. Fine, he is just a tool person. If the young lady can really fall in love, this tool person who is always available, also deserves a lot of the credit. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Wei explained to Sun Kaiping, Auntie, I was about to get on the highway, but Lin Chuan messaged me to tell me not to go. I thought about it for a while, and then I decided to take him with me in a few days. Sun Kaiping glanced at her son, who looked like he was playing dumb. Auntie told you before, remember? Jiang Wei nodded. Sun Kaiping knew that her son was just pretending. The more she talked to him, the more he pretended to be dumb. To put it bluntly, he's got an itch he can't scratch. He's in front of people, acting like he doesn't care, but as soon as they turn their backs, he's desperate. She shook her head, not sure who her son had inherited his stubborn personality from. You've been tormenting Wei Wei so much, you'd better make it up to her. Lin Chuan looked at Jiang Wei, and some of his emotions had changed. I know, I'll treat you to a goose for lunch. Jiang Wei thought about it for a moment, but no, I don't want to go out with you. Why? No reason. Jiang Wei now knows Lin Chuan's character well, so why would she agree to whatever he says? I'll stay, so I'll go take care of some business, and I'll be back for dinner tonight. Don't worry, I'll have Uncle Wu to keep me company. Jiang Wei didn't stay long before heading out. Sun Kaiping couldn't help but cross her legs and pop a melon seed. See, girls, if you don't treat them right, they won't appreciate you. She couldn't help but reminisce. When you were in kindergarten, that chubby girl you had a pretend marriage with kept saying she wanted to marry you. You paid her no mind, and then her family moved away. You cried for a week when school started, and it was impossible to comfort you. Lin Chuan retorted, Mom, that never happened. You just made it up. I don't remember any of that. Sun Kaiping snorted, "You have your father's memory." As she was saying this, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chuan thought it was Jiang Wei returning, so he quickly opened the door. He was a little disappointed to see Lu Donglai and Wang Xiaohua standing there. "You're not happy when I tell you to go out and play?" Lu Donglai was puzzled. This expression seems to indicate that we are not welcome. "No, where are we going to play?" Lu Donglai laughed and said, "Haven't you checked your phone in the past few days? I'm inviting you to play mahjong. We're one short." Lin Chuan was not very interested, but since his friends were already at the door, he could not refuse. He told his parents and went out. Wang Xiaohua's family had a room dedicated to a mahjong table, and the three of them bought some drinks and went over. Lu Donglai laughed and said, "Actually, we asked you to play because we wanted to ask you, you went with that pretty boss Jiang before, are you familiar? What kind of relationship is it? Are you courting her?" Lin Chuan said awkwardly, "Jiang Wei is the school beauty queen, her family is very rich, she went to kindergarten here when she was little, so she came here to donate. As for my relationship with her? We are friends in a club at school." Lu Donglai was shocked, "Such a beautiful goddess, you don't like her?" "Me? I like her." Lin Chuan said frankly, "The problem is what's the use of liking her?" Wang Xiaohua was nosy, "So you haven't confessed to her? How did she react?" "No." Lin Chuan said guardedly, "I have a good impression of her, but it's not that kind of thing." "Don't talk nonsense. She's living in my house now, and she's made it clear that she sees me as a good friend." Wang Xiaohua pouted, a little disappointed. "It's a pity. From the sound of it, it's like she doesn't fancy you." "That's fine. If she doesn't like you, there are still people who like you. There was someone else playing mahjong today." "Guess who?" Lu Donglai sold a mystery. "Who?" "Chao Yu." Lu Donglai lowered his voice. "In the first year of high school, didn't you like someone? I'll create an opportunity for you." Lin Chuan suddenly didn't want to go, but was dragged away by Wang Xiaohua and Lu Donglai. He really wanted to beg these two friends not to harm him. If Miss Jiang found out, he would die without knowing how. Chapter 39, Miss Jiang's jealous rage has been stirred up. Xiaoyu is already at Wang Xiaohua's house. She is very gentle-looking, 1.6 meters tall, wearing a white cotton and linen skirt, with long, straight black hair and a pair of glasses. Her small, white face is tender and delicate, with almond-shaped eyes that always carry a soft smile. "Lin Chuan, it's been a long time." Xiaoyu smiled at Lin Chuan, "You seem to have grown taller again. We haven't seen each other since the end of our first year of high school. I heard that you are studying at a university, and I am also in a city, but at a city normal university." Lin Chuan scratched the back of his head, "That's pretty close." Xiaoyu didn't say anything else, but went to the mahjong room. The four of them started playing mahjong. At first, they were a bit rusty, but as they chatted, the atmosphere became livelier. Wang Xiaohua dealt the tiles and casually said, "Lin Chuan, before, you and Su Xiaowan were practically the model couple of the school. At that time, you were the best student in your class. After you started dating, not only did your grades improve, but Su Xiaowan, who was in a bad class, also bucked the trend and got into a university. Rumors about you are still circulating in the school." She gave a sly smile and said, "If I had been the one dating you, would I also be a top student at a university?" Lin Chuan froze when he heard Wang Xiaohua's words, and he even forgot to catch the cards. Many memories from the past surfaced, and the development of his relationship with Su Xiaowan seemed to become clear. Wang Xiaohua saw that Lin Chuan's face was not right, and waved his hand in front of him. "What's wrong? You're not scared of me, are you? I'm just joking with you." "No, I may have figured something out." Lin Chuan frowned, his face very gloomy. In the beginning, Lin Chuan was always in the top 30 in his grade at school, his family lived near the school, and his family gave him a lot of living expenses during the week. He was considered to be in a good situation among the students. He liked to stand in the corridor in the sun doing math problems, and that's when Su Xiaowan came over to ask him about his solutions. She said that she had always admired herself, saying that she was very good, and later she always pestered him with questions and praised him. They became familiar with each other. Lin Chuan kind of understood. He was a brilliant student at County No. 1 Middle School, and his family was well off, so that was why Su Xiaowan pursued him. But after he went to a university, his brilliance faded into the background, so Su Xiaowan looked to the even more outstanding Zhao Jingyang. He was the vice president of the student union, liked by many people, from a good family, and had been accepted into graduate school. So that's it. Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He had previously regretted his years of feelings, because Su Xiaowan had not withstood the temptation and ruined it. He never imagined that from the beginning she had never liked him. Lin Chuan really laughed out loud. He suddenly realized. It turned out that he had always been a stepping stone, or a fashionable item she used to enhance her status? Although the relationship was over, after figuring it out, why was he so angry? This is so fucked up. Wang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Wow, Lin Chuan, it's not that I mentioned your ex-girlfriend, you just can't handle the blow and went crazy, right? Wake up, if you keep this up, I'm going to laugh at you. Lin Chuan put down the mahjong. You guys play, I'm not feeling well, I'm leaving first. Walking out of the community, he heard footsteps behind him. Xiao Yu chased after him. Her somewhat pale face was full of concern. Lin Chuan, are you okay? I've always wanted to see you before, but you do have a girlfriend after all, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to meet you. This time, I also heard that you broke up with Su Xiaowan, so I specifically asked Flora to arrange to meet you. Lin Chuan looked back at Xiao Yu. I'm fine, I'm doing pretty well. It's just that there's been a lot going on recently. You go back first. I suddenly don't feel well. I'll ask you out again when I get back to City A. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Chuan's face, frowned, and was very worried. You must be sad. If you are, you can tell me. We used to be very good friends. I'm really doing fine. Lin Chuan was just very annoyed, walking aimlessly, not caring about anyone else. Xiao Yu, Wang Xiaohua, and Lu Donglai followed from afar. Wang Xiaohua was worried. Did I say the wrong thing? Why did he suddenly become like this? It may have hurt him deep down. Lu Donglai sighed. He had talked to Su Xiaowan for so long, and they had even talked about marriage. Although he appeared to be very strong on the surface, the failure of this relationship should have been a big blow to him. Xiao Yu clenched her hands, her plain little face full of regret. At that time, if only they hadn't been in different classes, it would have been better. Wang Xiaohua frowned. Yes, if he hadn't met Su Xiaowan, he would have been a scheming woman, so why was he suffering so much? Xiao Yu had been excellent in both character and studies since childhood, but she had been brought up under a strict regime. Her parents were both teachers, so if she got close to a boy, her parents would soon find out and give her a severe lecture. So, even though she had once had a crush on Lin Chuan, she had rejected his advances out of fear. Later, they gradually grew apart. By the time they were in their third year of high school, Lin Chuan already had an inseparable girlfriend, Su Xiaowan, by his side. She didn't know when it happened, but Su Xiaowan had already completely entered Lin Chuan's life. Although she had been concerned for a while, she knew that the two were engaged, so she stopped caring. It wasn't until she learned that Lin Chuan had broken up that she wanted to see him. Xiao Yu thought, and chased after him. Lin Chuan, do you want a drink? I'll buy. Lin Chuan had already recovered from his previous emotions. Thinking about it, the past didn't matter, it just made people feel a little sick. No, I'll buy for you all, I've made you worry. Xiao Yu glanced at the two people behind them who had not yet come over, pursed her lips and said, Lin Chuan, in fact, you don't have to just look at someone who isn't worth it. If you want, you can start a new life. Lin Chuan was puzzled. Huh? One should look forward. Lin Chuan smiled, thinking that she was concerned about him. Thank you for your comfort. It's no big deal for me to break up with someone, and it's embarrassing. Xiao Yu added, in fact, what I want to say is that I'm also single now. Lin Chuan was completely confused. Xiao Yu, you can. Lin Chuan, I'm thirsty. A female voice rang out. Lin Chuan looked at the roadside and didn't know when a car had been following him, the windows open, for how long. Bang. Jiang Wei got out of the car and slammed the door, her face cold and terrifying, exuding an aura of keep away. She walked over to Lin Chuan, put her hand on his arm, and then looked at Xiao Yu with a smile, asking knowingly, is this your friend? I've never heard you mention him. Lin Chuan was stunned. He glanced at Jiang Wei's hand. When did she come? And her expression. Why did she seem angry again? Is she a pyrophoric personality type? Is her ignition point so low? Xiao Yu was also stunned as she watched the two of them holding hands. Her face turned pale for a moment. Are you? Jiang Wei did not answer Xiao Yu's words, but her pretty fingers unceremoniously squeezed Lin Chuan's waist. The smile on her face was very sinister. Lin Chuan, did you forget the family rules I told you again? Chapter 40, Like a Couple in Love. Xiao Yinhua, family rules? Lin Chuan naturally knew what Jiang Wei was talking about. It had been agreed that during the 30-day divorce cooling-off period, he was not allowed to associate with any girls. But he hadn't meant it deliberately. Lu Donglai looked at the beautiful woman next to Lin Chuan, his eyes went straight, and he couldn't help but spit it out. He said, "Good friends? Who has good friends holding hands? Lin Chuan, you're really a dog. Even cheating on your best friend?" Lin Chuan introduced, "This is my best friend, Lu Donglai, this is Wang Xiaohua, we were in the same class before, grew up together since childhood, and this is Xiaoyu, my high school classmate." Then, he said to Lu Donglai and the others, "Jiang Wei." Lu Donglai nodded, "Jiang Beauty." Wang Xiaohua was also a little constrained, hello. Where are you guys going to hang out? Together. Jiang Wei glanced at Lin Chuan and said, "I just finished working too, and I don't have anything planned here. Do you mind if I join you?" Lu Donglai was a little flattered. "We were just going to play mahjong. Do you know how to play?" "No." Jiang Wei suddenly laughed, "But Lin Chuan can teach me." Lin Chuan frowned, "No, it's not fun." But Jiang Wei didn't care what Lin Chuan thought. She just felt that he was being evasive, afraid that her contact with Xiaoyu would affect his good plans. His wishful thinking is too loud. With her there, the abacus beads will all be blown away by him. Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Xiaohua and was a little unhappy. But Wang Xiaohua just smiled and was embarrassed to say more. After all, she knew that Xiaoyu had a crush on Lin Chuan. They went back to Wang Xiaohua's house together. And Lin Chuan went to cut the fruit plate. Jiang Wei sat down, put her phone aside, and said to the three of them, "Can you tell me the rules?" Xiaoyu didn't say anything. But Wang Xiaohua explained to Jiang Wei with a smile, and they were only playing the simplest type of game, so they all made it clear to Jiang Wei. As Wang Xiaohua was talking, she locked eyes with Jiang Wei. The emotions in those amber eyes rose and fell, long, thick eyelashes lowered, the corners of her eyes slightly raised. Although she wasn't wearing any makeup, her skin was as white and tender as a peeled egg, and her lips beneath her upturned nose were also very rosy. Her thick, silky hair was loose, and a few strands of hair hung down from her delicate, melon-shaped face. Her skin was really white, as were her neck and arms, and she had slender, well-proportioned limbs. Coupled with her tall build, small head and face, long hair, and a faint, pleasant fragrance, she was a real beauty that really caught the eye. "Okay, that's it. Do you understand?" Wang Xiaohua couldn't help but look away, blushing a little. Jiang Wei was really too pretty, even the other girls looked at her and felt a little shy. It was strange, she was clearly Xiaoyu's best friend and on her side, but at this moment she felt that Lin Chuan was not good enough for Jiang Wei. She coughed, "Jiang Wei, if you didn't understand, I can say it again." Jiang Wei couldn't help but smile. "No, thank you, I understand. What are you being polite for?" Wang Xiaohua, with her easygoing personality, felt a little shy. In the face of a beautiful woman, she really knows how to hold herself back. "What do you want to drink? What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Jiang Wei smiled and waved her hand, "No, let Lin Chuan get it." Xiaoyu pursed her lips and frowned, not expecting her friend to be so quickly conquered by Jiang Wei. Lu Donglai sat across from Jiang Wei and was also very shy. After all, he had never been involved with such a beautiful woman in real life. If you turn on the beauty filter online, everyone can be much more beautiful, and he can point and laugh at the beautiful women in short videos, but in real life, beautiful women are rare. Especially someone as pretty as her. The mahjong game had started. Lin Chuan came over with some fruit and saw Lu Donglai and Wang Xiaohua, both of them grinning from ear to ear, like idiots. Lu Donglai was fine looking at pretty girls, but why was Wang Xiaohua looking at pretty girls too? "You guys are playing mahjong, why are you looking at Jiang Wei?" "Ah, right, it's my turn," Wang Xiaohua said, looking down. "Jiang Wei, where are you eating tonight? Why don't you eat at my place? My parents won't be home for a few days, so we can cook our own food." "Wang Xiaohua, will you please restrain yourself?" Lin Chuan couldn't understand. In fact, he didn't understand that nowadays many girls like to look at beautiful women, and in contrast don't really like to look at handsome men. Lin Chuan also didn't expect that no matter where she was, Jiang Wei was always so popular. Whether it was her parents or her friends, they all liked her. Jiang Wei smiled and said, "No, auntie, I bought a lot of food tonight, so I'd rather eat at home." Wang Xiaohua suddenly tasted the key to this remark, home? Jiang Wei called Lin Chuan's home? It seems that she looked at Lin Chuan and said, "Lin Chuan, can I ask you something?" "What? Can we be family?" "Get out." Wang Xiaohua sighed, "Looking at you, you really aren't loyal." Jiang Wei smiled with pursed lips, her hands with clearly defined joints holding a pink and white mahjong tile. Blinking, "Lin Chuan, do you think I've won?" Lin Chuan supported the back of Jiang Wei's chair, bent over and looked closer, and it seemed like yes. "You learned so quickly?" Jiang Wei tilted her head, and her breath brushed past Lin Chuan's neck, as if it wasn't difficult. Lin Chuan's neck itched from her warm breath, and he quickly straightened up, but a slight ripple rose in his heart. Looking at Jiang Wei's beautiful profile and soft long hair, he fell into a daze. Jiang Wei was busy with the next hand, and casually asked, "Where's my hair tie?" Lin Chuan took out the hair tie from his pocket and handed it over, but Jiang Wei just glanced at it and then busied herself grabbing cards. "You do it for me." Lin Chuan looked at Jiang Wei's long hair. He froze for a moment. He had never tied anyone's hair before, and he didn't know how. But after watching Jiang Wei play mahjong, she lifted her hand and went to get some fruit to eat, so she didn't have time to tie her hair. He pulled a stool and sat behind Jiang Wei, listening to the sound of the mahjong in his ears, but his hands nervously lifted and gathered Jiang Wei's long hair. It was as supple as he had imagined, with a hint of fragrance, faint and probably the scent of shampoo. The supple long hair slid restlessly in the palm of his hand. No one was paying attention to him, but his ears were a little red, which was a very nervous thing for him. He held Jiang Wei's long hair and tied it with a hair tie, 1 loop, 2 loops, a very messy and untidy tie. "Okay." Jiang Wei didn't even look up, and said, "Lin Chuan, I want some water." Lin Chuan naturally got up and went to get some water. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but she saw everything. Lin Chuan, a man, always had Jiang Wei's hair tie in his pocket, and he always obliged Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei also used Lin Chuan as she pleased. They looked like a couple in love. They even looked pleasing to the eye. "Lin Chuan is really good to you." Xiaoyu endured the discomfort and spoke. Jiang Wei nodded, "Well, after all, his parents are also very nice to me." Xiaoyu felt even worse as she held the cards. She had just lost Su Shaowan, and now she had Jiang Wei. Why? Chapter 41 Lin Chuan, would you please give a love lesson? During a game of mahjong, Lin Chuan sat next to Jiang Wei and watched her play without saying a word. But whenever Jiang Wei raised her hand, he would hand her paper, peel an orange, and Lin Chuan would help her throw the orange peel away. Jiang Wei was very satisfied. "You're watching me play, aren't you bored?" "No." Lin Chuan wasn't playing with his phone either, but he didn't feel bored. His focus was on Jiang Wei, and he found it very interesting. It was past 4 o'clock when the phone rang. Lin Chuan answered the call, which was from his mother, telling them to come home for dinner. "Stop playing around and come home for dinner." Jiang Wei let out a sound of exasperation and said, "Okay." She picked up the phone, said goodbye to them, and left. Wang Xiaohua rested her chin in her hand and watched the two of them leave, sighing, "I envy Lin Chuan so much. He's so happy." "Xiaohua." Xiaoyu frowned and asked, "Whose side are you on?" Wang Xiaohua reacted and quickly said, "I don't think they'll last long. They're obviously from different worlds, and sooner or later they'll split up." Xiaoyu nodded, "That's right." Lu Donglai counted the change in his pocket. "Damn, I lost 200 yuan on a 2 yuan bet?" Wang Xiaohua waved her hand, "I lost too." Xiaoyu snorted, "I lost too." Wang Xiaohua was stunned, "What? Jiang Wei won all that money? She doesn't know how to play mahjong, does she? You let her win all the time." Xiaoyu gave her a cold stare. How could she not win? Lu Donglai, however, said, "Maybe it's a newbie protection period." On the way, Jiang Wei gave all her change to Lin Chuan. "I won, so I'll give it all to you." Lin Chuan looked at it and said, "You're so lucky, you're winning 3 times? You weren't there, so what are you surprised about?" Jiang Wei leaned closer to Lin Chuan, stared at him in fake surprise, and spoke in a drawn-out voice, still saying, "You've been secretly watching me the whole time, paying no attention to anything else?" Lin Chuan coughed, "Not at all, I was playing with my phone, who was watching you?" "Isn't this slander? But why are you giving me the money you won?" Jiang Wei changed the subject. "Weren't you in a bad mood before?" Just think of it as treating you to something delicious, so you don't walk around with a long face and sleepwalk anymore. Lin Chuan was taken aback. I wasn't in a bad mood. Jiang Wei gave him a knowing look. If you won't admit it, I'll just ask your friends later. Lin Chuan also didn't think it was a big deal. It was nothing, just that he suddenly realized that the previous relationship had been a complete and utter sham, so he was a little angry. Jiang Wei let out a little gasp and said indifferently, then she really has no discernment. Lin Chuan mentioned Su Xiaowan and remembered the photo, and quickly said, by the way, yesterday our photo was posted on the confession wall. Su Xiaowan did it. I contacted the confession wall and asked them to delete it. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble. Is there such a thing? I didn't pay attention to my phone, I didn't know. Jiang Wei touched her chin, as if she was also helpless. Hey, but it's not your fault, and I can't blame you, forget it. Lin Chuan, however, felt a little guilty. If it weren't for himself, Jiang Wei wouldn't have gotten into all this trouble. In the blink of an eye, the few-day holiday was over. During that time, Su Xiaowan transferred 10,000 yuan to him from WeChat, telling him not to rush into anything and that she would figure out how to pay him back as soon as possible within a month. Therefore, Lin Chuan did not deliberately go looking for trouble with her. The day before the end of the holiday, Lin Chuan took Uncle Wu's car and returned to City A with Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei went straight home, because she had been playing with Lin Chuan for the past few days, so she had not finished her group assignment yet. He went back to the dormitory to work on his assignment with his roommates. It wasn't until after 3 a.m. that he finished and submitted his work. When it was time for the morning class, he almost didn't wake up, but Su Chang dragged him out of bed. Then, with dark circles under his eyes, he went to class like he was sleepwalking, sat in the back row, and collapsed. Su Chang gave him a cold drink to cheer him up. This teacher likes to wander around the most, and you'll be embarrassed if you get caught. Lin Chuan looked at him and agreed. It was true that some teachers didn't care about their students in some classes, but some teachers did care about discipline. He gulped down a few sips of the drink and felt much more energetic. Lu Yao, the class representative in the front row, teased, Lin Chuan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so tired? Are you secretly happy every night under the covers, so you can't sleep? Why would I be secretly happy? You're dating the school beauty queen, aren't you secretly happy? Lu Yao was nosy, you're really something, how did you get the school flower to fall for you? Can we start the class yet? I'll definitely sign up. Lin Chuan didn't expect girls to be so interested in the school flower. I'm not in a relationship, don't talk nonsense, we're just friends. Lu Yao laughed deeply, okay, we're just friends. But my classmates from other classes have been messaging me asking if Lin Chuan is in our class, asking me what kind of person you are, and I've all said that you're very nice. Lin Chuan smiled politely and said, thank you for the compliment. Lu Yao could tell that Lin Chuan was being perfunctory, so she didn't say anything more. Jiang Wei was very famous at a university, and not just there. Ever since she entered the school, she had always ranked first in the university's beauty pageants, so naturally, she attracted a lot of attention. Even many talent agencies had approached her, wanting to sign her and launch her career. However, she had rejected them all. She didn't need money, and she didn't need fame. Once this confession wall photo was posted, many people discussed the matter, and Lin Chuan felt that people were looking at him from time to time when he was sitting in the classroom, which was a bit strange. Lin Chuan, please tell us the answer you calculated for this question. The teacher on the stage also looked at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was glad that he hadn't fallen asleep and quickly answered the question. After sitting down, he let out a sigh of relief, lowered his voice, and said, wow, I discovered it too. Su Chang sighed, pretended to be deep, and said, in the future, I will wash my hair frequently when I am around you, otherwise I am afraid that when others look at you, they will think I am oily and post it online, which I would be afraid of. Lin Chuan was about to die from his laughter. But seriously. Su Chang changed the subject, saying, you have to face all this attention when you are with the school beauty queen. This is normal. It is the era of big data on the internet, and there are many people in the melon field, so basically there are no secrets. He patted Lin Chuan's shoulder with deep meaning, you have to be more careful in the future. If someone sees you meeting a massage parlor girl at night, I'm afraid Jiang Wei will find out very quickly. Lin Chuan was speechless. What are you talking about? Who is meeting a massage parlor girl at night? Is he really such a frivolous person in his friend's eyes? Su Chang laughed, isn't this a kind reminder? I'm not joking with you this time. I was just checking my phone and saw that someone in the school's second-hand group is selling idle goods. Guess who it is? Lin Chuan didn't care much, and he didn't want to guess. You can talk all you want. Su Xiaowan. Su Cheng handed over his phone and said, take a look. She posted more than 20 things at once, even posting lipsticks that were about to expire. It seems that she is in a hurry to make money. Chapter 42. The lawsuit was won, and the ex-girlfriend wants to pay back the money. Lin Chuan glanced at it and saw that there were many things hanging out in the group. In addition to used cosmetics, there were also skirts, bags, books, and a Swarovski necklace that she had worn around her neck before. Su Chang was curious, is she planning to pay you back? She paid back 10,000 the other day. Su Chang was shocked, that's pretty good, just pay back the money, she's actually so self-aware? She even knew how to pool money to pay it back? Lin Chuan also remembered that today was the day of the trial, but he had just handed everything over to his cousin and forgotten about it. He also sent his cousin a message asking about the result. When dinner time came, Su Xiaowan had already sold everything she could, making a total profit of more than 5,000. The gap was very large compared to the money Lin Chuan wanted her to pay back, and she didn't want to go to dinner. She sat in her dorm room with a worried expression. The court had already concluded in the morning. Of the 200,000 yuan that Lin Chuan had claimed, 150,000 yuan had to be repaid. She knew that if she sued again, she would probably get the same result, so she began to face reality. Fortunately, the gold jewelry she had bought earlier for 30,000 yuan had appreciated quite a bit, and she had recovered 40,000 yuan for it. Together with the 5,000 yuan she had on hand, it was still a drop in the bucket. She counted on her fingers, but all the calculations only made her more depressed. Su Luoluo returned with a package of noodles and looked at Su Xiaowan curiously. Xiaowan, you've been frowning all day. You sold so many things, what's wrong? What happened? It's still for paying Lin Chuan back. Su Xiaowan was in a terrible mood. I didn't go to court today, but the lawyer said I was sentenced to pay Lin Chuan 150,000 yuan within 10 days. That much? Why do you have to pay back money after a relationship? What kind of world is this? It's so unfair. Su Luoluo was very surprised and indignant. You also gave your youth, does it have no value? Moreover, this money was also given and received. You should print out the money you spent on Lin Chuan as evidence. Su Xiaowan is not stupid, would she not have done this? It's just that she really didn't spend much money on Lin Chuan. Of the 50,000 deducted, some were recognized as gifts, and the special numbers 520 and 1314 were recognized as gifts and do not need to be returned. Otherwise, the amount would be even greater. She sighed, there was nothing she could do. He deliberately wanted to get back at me, what could I do? A scumbag like him can still date the school beauty. I really don't know what the school beauty sees in him. Does she see that he is poor, stingy, and bad? Su Luoluo was very angry. So how much money do you still need? Try to get some help from your family. Still 90,000 yuan. Su Xiaowan felt a chill run down her spine when she thought about her family. Her family had taken all the money, but now they refused to give her a single penny to help her. She had come to realize that she had to change her own fate, and that she could do that without having to worry about her family. So as long as she married Zhao Jingyang, it didn't matter if he didn't want to give her a dowry. Su Luoluo saw Su Xiaowan's expression and knew that her family still refused to help. In fact, 90,000 yuan is a lot for us, but if you ask Zhao Shui, he has a car that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, so it's not a big deal for him. Besides, he got a good scholarship, so he must be very rich. Su Xiaowan frowned. He had already said that if her family took the money, it should come from her family, otherwise it would be like a blood-sucking sister helping her brother's family. The two were silent for a while. Su Xiaowan had only received a student grant at university, which was only a little over 1,000 yuan. As for scholarships, she had never received any. In the past, she had also saved some money by working part-time with Lin Chuan, and she had also earned some money working as a summer job. However, she had spent a lot of money on cosmetics and clothes while dating Zhao Jingyang. The rest had been transferred to Lin Chuan. Su Luo, can you help me think of a way? If I can pay this back, I won't have to be controlled anymore. Is there any way I can get 90,000 yuan in a few days? Su Luoluo's family was just average, and she couldn't afford to help Su Xiaowan. She thought hard and came up with only two options. 2. Su Xiaowan's eyes lit up. The first was a loan. Su Xiaowan quickly rejected the idea. How could that work? You wouldn't be able to pay it back. The second option was the ads in the bathroom. Su Xiaowan pondered, that's definitely not an option either, it's very harmful to the body. Su Luo sighed in relief and said, you might as well talk to your senior. You've been with him, and you gave him the first time, so he should be responsible for you. Su Xiaowan thought about this and didn't go to her evening class. But time waits for no man. If she couldn't pay the money back within 10 days, she would become a deadbeat. She took out her phone and, after weighing her options, she still dialed Zhao Jingyang's number in a distracted manner. Zhao Jingyang's tone was still gentle. Su Xiaowan, I sent you a message this evening asking you to dinner, why didn't you reply? What's wrong with you? Are you coming out to study with me tonight? Senior, I accidentally fell asleep this afternoon and only just woke up. Su Xiaowan hesitated, can I borrow some money from you? Zhao Jingyang was silent for a moment. You're not going to ask me for 200,000 yuan, are you? I'm telling you it's impossible, and it's also your parents' obligation to pay back the money, don't be stupid. If you keep doing this, you'll always be a burden on your family, and in the end, even our family will be drained of blood. You want to be your brother's blood bag for the rest of your life, and you want to drag me down with you? No, no. Su Xiaowan's voice suddenly trailed off. It's 90,000. Isn't that the same thing? Zhao Jingyang was speechless. Forget it, I'm hanging up. Think about it yourself. Su Xiaowan looked at the phone that had been hung up and was so sad she could hardly breathe. She remembered that when she was with Lin Xuan, she had said that the family was short 20,000 yuan for a house and had just called it in, never saying anything so harsh. But she had not been able to borrow a single penny from Zhao Jingyang and had been humiliated. Her mood was at an all-time low. She called the lawyer again. Lawyer Zhang, what happens if I don't pay back the money on time? Actually, it's not a big deal. It will just be registered in the credit system and you will be restricted from buying public transportation tickets. But it will affect your chances of getting into graduate school or the civil service. After all, your background check will be rejected, and if you want to get a school grant or scholarship, I'm afraid you won't be able to get it. Su Xiaowan ended the call, her heart cold. It was noisy at school. After Lin Xuan finished the evening class, he glanced at his phone and saw that there was no message from Jiang Wei, so he didn't plan to go back to the staff room. Instead, he went directly with Su Chang and Wang Quan to eat spicy hot pot. They were walking along the crowded boulevard when suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated. He was overjoyed, thinking that Jiang Wei had sent him a message. But when he looked at the screen, he saw that it was actually a text message. His bank card had received a transfer of 140,000 yuan, with the note payoff debt. Lin Xuan immediately understood, but he also knew that Su Xiaowan's family would definitely not pay her back this money, which meant that she had found a way to get the money somehow, and most likely Zhao Jingyang had lent a helping hand. Although he was not very satisfied with the result of 150,000, after all, he had recovered a lot of losses, and it was also a good thing that he would not have to have anything to do with Su Xiaowan in the future. He quickly sent his cousin a 1,000 yuan red envelope to thank her. After all, his cousin had also worried about this for a period of time. Chapter 43, I'll pay you to keep pretending to be my husband. My cousin called. Xiaochuan, I've transferred the money back to you, so don't send me any red envelopes. Seeing how you are, you've also received the money, which is a good thing in terms of ending a bad relationship. Keep the money for Wei Wei. I've heard from my aunt that you've got a new girlfriend. Congratulations. This cousin is called Su Wanrua, the daughter of Lin Xuan's aunt, and she graduated from law school and now works in a law firm. Lin Xuan didn't expect that his cousin would know about Jiang Wei's existence. He thought that his aunt had probably spread the news about him and Jiang Wei all over their hometown, and he felt very helpless. Sister, when are you free? I'll treat you to dinner. Su Wanrui nodded, saying that she was free this Sunday afternoon, and they would get in touch then. After hanging up the phone, Su Chang also heard Lin Xuan's phone conversation. Did you get the money? Lin Xuan didn't hide it. You don't have to mention Su Xiaowan anymore. She has already paid back the money the court ruled, so I'm even with her. Su Chang nodded solemnly. Okay, then you should mention Jiang Wei more often in the future. After all, Su Xiaowan is already in the past tense. Lin Xuan patted him on the back and said, what nonsense. After eating the spicy food, Lin Xuan went back to the dormitory to sleep. Before going to sleep, Jiang Wei still hadn't sent him a message. This woman spent every day with me when we were in the county, but as soon as we got back to a city, she turned her back on me and forgot all about me? He glanced at Jiang Wei's circle of friends, but there was no activity. Lin Chuan sighed and gave up, switching off his phone and going to sleep. He knew that he definitely liked Jiang Wei, but her attitude was that she would only look for him when she was in a good mood, and when her mood changed, she might be with Jiang Huainan. He might just be a pastime for her. Lin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that she and Jiang Huinan had a fight and she sought him out? He thought and couldn't sleep. It was 2 days before Jiang Wei notified Lin Chuan to come over and stay. During that time, even Zhao Yueying, who was usually very kind to him, didn't contact him, making Lin Chuan feel that something might have happened. For example, Jiang Wei might have confessed to the fake relationship between them. Or maybe Jiang Huinan had made them like each other even more, and she didn't want to face him. When Lin Chuan returned to the house they were living together, it was quiet. He thought Jiang Wei was not there again, so he turned on the lights directly. He heard the girls rambling and looked at the sofa. He found Jiang Wei lying on the sofa, covered with a small blanket, sleeping. She was caught off guard by the blinding light and immediately pulled the blanket over her head. Her bag and some papers were on the coffee table. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Should I turn off the lights so you can continue sleeping? No need. Jiang Wei paused for a moment, then asked, Can you cook me some noodles? I'm hungry. I'm going to take a shower. I'm not a very good cook. That's fine, as long as I can eat. I don't want to trouble Auntie Shui at this hour. Lin Chuan felt a little strange about her, but he agreed. He saw Jiang Wei go straight to the bathroom, and then curiously walked over to the coffee table and glanced at the papers on it. The name was Zhang Dingen, a name she had never heard before, but since it was a family name, she assumed that Jiang Wei was a relative. So, she had been in the hospital for the past 2 days? Lin Chuan went to the kitchen and boiled a simple bowl of noodles. When they were ready, Jiang Wei also came over, wearing a pair of cute slippers and a loose-fitting pajama top. She sat on the sofa, her hair hanging down lazily, with her bangs pinned to the top of her head with a fluffy hair clip. She looked a little dazed. I'm so tired. Jiang Wei yawned, cupped her face in her hands and sighed. My grandfather went to plant vegetables the night before last and suddenly fell, and then he was in the hospital. He had a bit of a cerebral hemorrhage and only just got out of the ICU. Auntie Shui said that you haven't been staying here for the past 2 days? Why? I've been busy with group work, and I've just finished. How is your grandfather doing now? Lin Chuan sat to one side. He had already eaten dinner and wasn't hungry at the moment. The doctor said it was okay, but it mainly depends on the follow-up recovery. Jiang Wei took the chopsticks and picked up the steaming hot noodles. My grandfather had lived in the county town when he was young, and then he returned to City A and didn't rest. He got a big piece of land and grew vegetables. In theory, his health has always been very good, but I never expected such an accident. He is over 70 years old, and he shouldn't be so tired. Lin Chuan nodded. You've worked hard, and being a caregiver is very tiring. It's not that I need to be a caregiver, but if something happened to my grandfather, my grandmother would be very worried, and I would need to be there for her and take care of her mood. After a few casual conversations, Jiang Wei focused on eating. After she finished eating, she looked at Lin Chuan and said, I asked you to come over today because I still have something to discuss with you and I want to ask for your opinion. What? According to the agreement, you and I should get a divorce this month, but due to the current situation, I can sign a contract with you, and you can pretend to be my husband for a while. I can pay you 30,000 yuan a month. 30,000? Lin Chuan frowned, then relaxed. It's okay, we're friends. I can understand that you're in a special situation, but how long will this delay be? 3 months at the shortest, half a year at the longest. Jiang Wei didn't mean to trap Lin Chuan this time, and she didn't have the heart to trap him, but the family had other plans. The old man was sick, and she didn't know what he was thinking. He might have been worried about suddenly passing away, so he suddenly began urging his younger family members to get married. Grandpa and Grandma had 2 sons. The eldest son had 1 daughter and 1 son, and their father, who was second in line, also had 1 son and 1 daughter. None of them had started a family. This is also the biggest worry of the elderly. Suddenly falling ill, they realize that they have reached the end of their lives. They are afraid that they will not see their younger generations get married in their lifetime. They have been sighing with difficulty for a long time, and some even say that if they don't get married, they will donate all their wealth. When the aunt heard that there was money to inherit, she directly said that her cousin already had a fiancé, and even promised to bring her future son-in-law to the old house for dinner on weekends. In fact, Jiang Wei's family and her cousin's family had already broken up and were at loggerheads. So, my mother was not far behind, and she also told everyone that she had already gotten married and had a certificate, and that she would let her son-in-law come over to keep the old folks company on the weekends. This caught Jiang Wei a little off guard. Originally, if this hadn't happened, she might have chosen to suddenly go abroad and disappear for a few days to delay the divorce. She also hadn't thought about letting Lin Chuan get in touch with the Jiang family so early, and that such a rapid pace of progress might backfire. I will transfer this money to you every month, because you will need to cooperate in many ways, and you may have to come to my house to eat with my grandparents from time to time. Lin Chuan scratched his head. 30,000 a month, that's too much, isn't it? Not really. Jiang Wei answered honestly, if grandma gives me money, it will never be less than $1 million at a time, so. Lin Chuan understood that in the families of some wealthy people, when the older generation is on the verge of death, the younger generation will rush to get married and have children, just to increase their chances of inheriting. Although he has never experienced it, it doesn't mean he hasn't seen the news. But when other people get married, they look for influential celebrities or wealthy second-generation children from the right family background. Wouldn't it be a disgrace for Jiang Wei to bring herself back? However, he just agreed, and now he has to be involved with Jiang Wei for a while longer. He doesn't know if anything will change in 3 months. He still has some doubts. Jiang Wei looked at him and said, "Don't you always work part-time? You won't make much money doing that, so you might as well take what I'm offering as a job." Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and agreed that it was a good idea, but he felt that he wasn't worth that much. Jiang Wei couldn't help but laugh. "You're wrong. You're worth it. Compared to the men my cousin finds on the fly, you definitely have a lot more weight." Chapter 44, Newlyweds, Meeting the Parents at the Old House. Jiang Wei got up early in the morning again, but when she got up, Lin Chuan had already bought breakfast and returned. She was a little surprised, drank some soy milk and ate a little congee before leaving. She went to the hospital to visit her grandfather, and by lunchtime, her mother's car was already waiting outside. The car drove to a private restaurant near the hospital. Sitting in the private room, Zhao Yueying sighed with a worried frown. Your grandfather is only just out of danger, and the eldest family members are already thinking about fighting over the family assets. Are they worthy of that? If it wasn't for them, you would have been lost for a few years when you were young. It's outrageous that your grandparents are still looking after them. Jiang Wei took a sip of tea and didn't say anything. She herself had no recollection of being lost by her cousin when she was young. It was too long ago for her to have any impression. But she always knew. I don't want to argue, but if they get their hands on the money, I'd rather your grandparents donate the family fortune. Zhao Weiying's mention of it reminded her that she had just given birth to Jiang Wei in the hospital and was so weak. But because she trusted them, she was careless and let the baby be taken away by Jiang Weining. Afterwards, she looked for the baby like crazy and didn't find Jiang Wei until 3 years later. If she hadn't found the baby, she would have divorced for sure. However, at that time, Jiang Wei was in very poor health and was unable to travel, so she needed to rest and recuperate. She could only stay in the county town for 3 years before she was able to take the baby back to City A. During those 3 years, her grandparents looked after the baby out of guilt, but that didn't stop Zhao Yueying from hating the eldest family. Zhao Yueying's gentle face would only become indignant when she mentioned the eldest family. Your aunt eats vegetarian food and prays every day, and what's more, the incident was caused by Zhang Wannin when she was a child. She just said she didn't know any better, and now she's even slowly gaining the forgiveness of your grandparents. It's really unfair. Jiang Wei comforted her, Mom, I'm doing well now, aren't I? Don't be angry. Zhao Yueying also calmed herself down a little. She had had a smooth life, and this was the only knot in her heart. She forced herself to calm down. The man that Zhang Wan's voice had found was Dr. Turtle, from a scholarly family, very respectable, and I heard that he is also handsome and sensible. I'm afraid that he will steal the limelight at the old house this time. You know that your grandmother likes educated people the most. You should bring Xiachuan with you, I'm afraid he will feel a sense of loss. You should tell him to keep his mind level. We are not there to compete, we don't need to be outstanding, just be good. Mom, you're wrong. Jiang Wei played a trick on her, not using the words Dr. Turtle at all. The reason why Grandma forgave Uncle's family was because she values relationships above all else. We're definitely going to win this time, so you can rest assured. Oh? Zhao Yueying was curious. Do you think you and your husband will do better than they did? Jiang Wei didn't say anything, so you'll just have to wait and see. Before they knew it, it was Saturday. When Uncle Wu went to pick up Lin Xuan, he was still muttering to himself about what to wear, wondering whether to dress casually or formally. He felt that his temperament would not come across if he wore a suit, and he would look like an insurance salesman. So, he chose to wear something more casual. At least I don't want to get thrown out. Lin Xuan changed his clothes, tidied his appearance in the mirror, and nervously went downstairs. He sat in the car and rubbed his hands, still a little anxious. Uncle Wu laughed and said, "Lin Xiaobing, don't be nervous. The old lady is a very kind person. Everyone in the Zhang family knows that she is very easy to get along with and has no airs at all. She is like the kind old lady next door." Jiang Wei said that her cousin also brought her boyfriend, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get along with her, and I'll embarrass her. Uncle Wu, however, disagreed. You don't need to compare yourself to others. In the Zhang family, Wei Wei and Wan Yin have completely different statuses. Even if you are not as mature and stable as others, it doesn't matter as long as you get along well with Miss. Still, you, Uncle Wu, can see it in a broad-minded way. Lin Xuan could only say this. If he and Jiang Wei were a real couple, it would be fine, but the problem is that he is someone hired to spend money. If he doesn't perform well, it would be a bit of a waste of the salary Jiang Wei is paying him. Lin Xuan sat in the luxury car and arrived at the old mansion. He felt a bit of a disconnect when he got out of the car. He was an ordinary college student from a small county, and now he was at the doorstep of a local rich man in City A, and he had to go in as the son-in-law. It made him feel like he was dreaming. Jiang Wei saw Lin Xuan at the door and waved, "You're here." It had cooled down a bit last night, and Jiang Wei was wearing a loose-fitting, white, soft knit sweater, with slim, straight-leg jeans and a pair of casual sneakers. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she looked very approachable. Lin Xuan saw that Jiang Wei was dressed so casually, without any special makeup, just powdered and not made up, and was glad that he hadn't worn a suit, or it would have been a bit too abrupt. There were quite a few people in the courtyard of the old house. As soon as Lin Xuan appeared, many people who were busy working looked over, their eyes full of curiosity. Let me tell you, Jiang Wei took Lin Xuan's arm and lowered her voice. These are all uncles and aunts who work in the old house and have been with my grandparents for quite some time. Grandma's side knows that we have already gotten married, so we have to act like a newlywed couple. Lin Xuan was a little apprehensive, as if he had entered an assessment that was very unsuitable for him. He felt a little tense. I know, but would it be bad if I came empty-handed? It's fine, I usually come empty-handed. Jiang Wei whispered, and later, you'll meet my cousin and her husband. My parents and my brother will also be there, so you have to act like you know them well. Lin Xuan thought about it for a moment, let out a breath, and said, Don't worry, I know this dinner is very important to you, and I will behave myself. Jiang Wei pursed her lips and smiled at Lin Xuan. Don't be nervous, it's just a meal. You don't have to compare yourself to my brother-in-law, you're already very good. Passing in front of the scenery, walking past a small pool, they arrived in front of a classical house. Inside came the sound of talking and laughter. Stepping in, there were some mahogany furniture with beautiful carved flowers and birds, and some exquisite vases were placed. The air was filled with a very relaxing and pleasing fragrance. In the living room there is a lattice screen, and behind it comes the clear voice of a man, Grandma, my grandfather was a famous traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I learned some of his skills. You look tired these days, and I can tell you haven't been sleeping well. I can take your pulse and prescribe a nourishing formula. Zhou Xiao, you actually know so much? Grandma is so lucky to have found such a wonderful fiancé. The elderly woman with the kind voice laughed and said, When you get married, I'll definitely give you a big present. Sigh. At least Wan Yin understands what's going on. Unlike your two brothers, they deliberately go against me and refuse to get married. Zhao Yueying sat on a stool, coldly watching Jiang Wan Yin's smiling face. She thought to herself, keep up the act, keep up the act. Who doesn't know what kind of people you are? And here you are pretending to be kind. The boss and his wife dare not come, so they just let their daughter come and test the waters. She would have been happy to just leave. However, she could not let Jiang Wanyin have a chance to turn things around with the old man, so she had to keep an eye on them, lest the old man soften his heart and forgive them for all the ridiculous things they have done. And the boss and his wife can come back with their heads held high? Chapter 45, The son-in-law and father-in-law are not familiar with each other at all. Jiang Wei walked in at this time. Grandma, Xiaochuan is here. Everyone looked at the young man who was following Jiang Wei. Jiang Wanyin was wearing an elegant Chinese cheongsam. She was about 26 years old, with a classical oval face, long black hair tied up, and a jade bracelet on her wrist, looking very poetic. Her hand rested on the shoulders of the handsome man, and it looked like the two of them were on good terms. When she looked at Lin Xuan, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she took a head-to-toe look at Lin Xuan with her eyes. Then her furrowed brows relaxed, as if she felt much relieved. Wei Wei, I heard that you got married. I didn't believe it, thinking that you were just joking with your family. Jiang Wei's expression was plain. She had received her marriage certificate more than half a month ago, so how could there be any lies? Lin Xuan quickly looked at the elderly man sitting in the main seat, with an amiable appearance and some gray hair. Hello, Grandma, I'm Lin Xuan, a junior at University A. Gao Huxiu looked at Lin Xuan and was a little puzzled. This was very different from the image she had of Wei Wei's husband. He looked too young, as if he was just joking around, and was not as mature and stable as Wei Wei's fiancé. And, why did it feel so strange? She subconsciously felt that this was not someone just picked to deceive her. She looked towards Zhao Yueying and Jiang Koan, who were acting as her parents-in-law. Lin Xuan, Wei Wei said that you have been busy with your studies these few days, so don't tire yourself out. Zhao Yueying quickly got up, intimately caring for Lin Xuan, while giving her husband a dirty look. Jiang Koan was dressed casually, tall and well-proportioned. Although he was 50 years old, he still looked well-maintained, not old or greasy, but rather refined. This was the first time he had seen Lin Xuan, and in fact, he was not happy to agree to this marriage. After learning about Lin Xuan's family situation, he even wanted Jiang Wei to divorce him quickly. So, naturally, his face could not look good. His face was ashen, and he looked at the bastard who had taken his daughter with a suppressed anger in his eyes. It was as if his well-raised daughter had been abducted by a punk on the street, which made him feel indignant. After all, what kind of good son-in-law would lie to his daughter and get a marriage certificate without telling her, and then never visit her again? Isn't he just an irresponsible, scheming bastard? Koan, why don't you talk to your son-in-law? Gao Huxiu became more and more suspicious. You two don't seem to know each other well at all. Mom, you've got it wrong. Jiang Koan forced an ugly smile, went over and slapped Lin Xuan on the shoulder, and said with a forced smile, Xiaochuan is a university student who hasn't entered society yet. He's shy and doesn't like to talk, so please don't be offended. I'll personally train him up, and he'll become more outgoing. But don't let his introverted nature fool you, he's simple, keeps to himself, and not ugly, which is to my liking. Lin Xuan is afraid to speak, always feeling a heavy sense of murder. Gao Huxiu frowned, not believing it at all. What about you? Yunhan, why don't you talk to your brother-in-law? Zhang Yunhan has been in the army for a few years, with a lot of sinewy muscles on his body. He is tall and big, with rough and dark skin. His eyes are fierce and he looks very difficult to deal with. He sits there like a statue of a war god. Hearing his grandmother's words, his eyelids twitched a few times. When he met his mother's warning gaze, he reluctantly got up, walked over to Lin Xuan, took his arm, and laughed. Brother-in-law, you're too late, the whole family's been waiting for you. What are you, a snail? Why are you so slow? Zhang Yunhan said, and pretended to be intimate by slapping Lin Xuan on the back a few times. Lin Xuan almost coughed, quickly suppressed it, and laughed. Dad, brother, you've been waiting a long time, I'll leave earlier next time. Jiang Koan's back molars clenched, this mouthful of a father is really shameless. However, he had to put on an appearance of a kind father and filial son. It's okay, young people love to sleep in, and it's good for the body to sleep more. Zhang Yunhan put his arm around Lin Xuan and forced a smile. Yes, it's too early to go out in the sun, and it's not good to get a tan. After all, Wei Wei likes fair skin. Zhao Yueying let out a breath and couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead. The acting was so fake. Why were her husband and son such bad actors? Look at the boss's family, how well they put on an act. She was speechless. Jiang Wanning smiled slightly and said deliberately, Uncle, it's strange. You don't seem to know your brother-in-law well, and your relationship is not very cordial. Did you not have much contact with your brother-in-law before? But if you didn't have much contact, you wouldn't have agreed to let Wei Wei and Xiaochuan get married. You can't just find someone to please your grandmother. No, after all, she hates deception the most, and I don't think my sister would do such a thing to deceive her. Zhou Jin smiled gently. It's not necessarily the case. Sometimes it's normal for a couple to not know each other well. Nowadays, young people's views on marriage are very trendy, and they are already different from our ideas. Jiang Wanyin smiled meaningfully, only feeling that the actor that Jiang Wei had found was not up to par. She already had the winning hand. Zhao Yueying listened to her most hated niece, who was openly and secretly saying that her daughter and son-in-law were fake, and was a little annoyed, but she suppressed it. Wanyin had a delicate mind, but you really were overthinking it. Gao Huxiu coughed twice, her face looked bad, and she endured it without saying anything. Although she, as a grandmother, was very happy when the younger generation brought their partners home, she didn't like being coaxed. Even if the intention was to put her mind at ease, she couldn't accept such kindness. Forget it. I don't feel well. Cohen, you guys go home first, I need to rest. You and Han are both busy, Ying is always busy with things, and Wei never likes these kinds of scenes. Come back someday when you can really make me happy. I'm old, I don't need you to go out of your way to please me. Zhao Ying's face changed. Mom, you've misunderstood. Jiang Wanyin supported the old man and spoke with concern. Second aunt, don't worry. I and Zhou Jin will accompany Grandma and make her happy. You can go about your business with peace of mind. Jiang Kuan and Jiang Yunhan were also a little helpless. Although they had done their best to cooperate, they were still being treated like imposters. Seeing that the old man was already angry, they were afraid of adding fuel to the fire. In earlier years, Jiang Kuan had already seen the ability of his eldest brother's family to coax people, and at this time, he was unable to stop it. He just thought, maybe his wife will be angry again when she gets home. Lin Chuan realized that he was not welcome and was also a little at a loss. He looked at Jiang Wei with guilt, not knowing what to say. Jiang Wei, however, spoke without haste or urgency. Grandma, haven't you always been nagging about Xiaochuan? Why do you have to give the order to evict him when you see him? Chapter 46, Sharing the Same Bed? Everyone present was stunned. Gao Huxiu looked at Lin Chuan again, and suddenly had a sudden realization. Joy and disbelief burst out of his cloudy and disappointed eyes. Xiaochuan? Is he the Xiaochuan I arranged a child marriage for when he was young? Not only were the Jiang family members dumbfounded. Even Lin Chuan himself was confused. No way? It's fine for Miss Jiang to want to fight over the family assets, but why did she make up a whole story about her background? What dull marriage? His own 3 generations back were from small places, and they would never have been related to such wealthy families. He was sweating a little. Although it was okay to make things up a little, if you went too far, there would be no way to end it. He was a little worried for Jiang Wei, afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep up the lie. Yes, Grandma. Jiang Wei took Lin Chuan and walked up to Gao Huxiu. When I was little, you and Grandpa took me to Lianqi County to recover from my illness. At the time, I was taking medicine and wasn't feeling well, so you forbade me from running around. But I just loved chasing after Lin Chuan. At the time, I was fat from the medicine and was a big fat girl. He didn't want to play with me because he found me disgusting, and I even fell and hit my head. You were worried about me, so you went to find Lin Chuan's parents and said that if I got a scar and couldn't get married in the future, then Lin Chuan should marry me. Jiang Wei spoke slowly with a smile, always mentioning things that her grandmother had told her. Although she was smiling, her eyes were deep and unfathomable, making people wonder what she was thinking. Gao Huxiu nodded. Yes, at that time I also said that your grandfather was overbearing and unreasonable. It was obvious that you fell by yourself, but you still made him responsible. Unexpectedly, fate is so amazing. I always wanted to go back to Lianqi County before, but now that I have trouble walking and don't like to travel, not to mention that even if I go back, things will be different. Gao Huxiu looked at Lin Chuan at this moment, and her eyes had changed. It was as if she were looking at a very dear junior. After all, in her opinion, Lin Chuan had grown up under her watch and was a young man she knew well. Looking at him, she felt a little sad and a little sentimental about the passage of time. She herself had come from a small place, and seeing that Lin Chuan had also come from a small place and had even become a student at a university, she knew how hard it had been for him. She didn't place much importance on family background. After all, she was on good terms with Lin Chuan's parents and grandparents, and had an emotional foundation. As long as the child is motivated, that is more important than anything else. Xiaochuan, you ate a lot of the meals I cooked back then, and now it's good that you're coming to my house to eat again. Lin Chuan always felt that he was kept in the dark. Although he was full of doubts and suspicions, after all, he came to help Jiang Wei, so he could only suppress his discomfort and put on a smile. Grandma, can I eat with you? Of course you can, you are our personally selected son-in-law. Gao Hushio took Lin Xuan's hand and said, "Tell me, has Lianqi County changed a lot? Are your parents doing well? Are your grandparents still alive? You come with me to the pavilion and sit and talk. You others go back. Just Xiachuan and Wei Wei stay. I'm in a good mood today and don't have time to receive you." Lin Xuan glanced at Jiang Wei and matched her smile, deciding to talk about anything after today. The living room fell silent. Zhao Yueying looked at Jiang Wanyin and didn't want to say a word to her. "Second aunt, it seems that you have also gone to a lot of trouble to find this son-in-law that grandma likes, trying to please her." Jiang Wanyin's smile remained unchanged, and she was not angry that Lin Xuan had stolen the limelight. Her parents always said that you don't like to bother with such things, but it seems that people can change. Grandma is rarely so happy, and as her granddaughter, I feel very happy when I see it. Jiang Wanyin did not pay any attention to Zhao Yuying's attitude, but instead continued to smile. "I'll go first, and I'll come visit Grandma again some other day. By the way, I hope to be able to attend my younger sister's wedding banquet soon." After saying this, she left the old house with Zhou Jin. Zhao Yuyin let out a breath and said to Jiang Kuan, "I absolutely won't allow them to come back. If you go soft, I'll divorce you." Jiang Kuan was helpless. "My dear, I don't want to either, but the elderly are prone to go soft as they get older." Facing his wife's cold expression, he changed the subject. "I don't approve of this Lin Xuan. When this is over, he still has to leave my daughter. Give him 5 million and don't let him bother my daughter's life anymore." Zhao Yueying snorted, "Lin Xuan is a good boy, you want him to leave? What do you care? I'm waiting for them to get married after graduation and have a banquet. I want to hold my grandchild." "What?" Jiang Kuan raised his voice, "I forbid it." Zhao Yueying frowned, "Then you take your son and leave our lives." Jiang Yunhan touched his nose, his parents were arguing and he didn't dare to interrupt. After all, he didn't have much status in this family. Lin Xuan accompanied the elderly for an hour, thinking that she would get tired after a while. However, she got more and more energetic, and she was not satisfied until the nanny came to urge her to rest. Jiang Wei also helplessly said, "Grandma, Lin Xuan won't run away with wings, so you should go rest. Don't get tired, and we can chat later." Gao Hushio looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Don't go home tonight. Xiaoli, prepare a room for Wei Wei and Xiachuan. It's the weekend anyway, so stay here with me. You don't have any urgent matters, do you?" Jiang Wei replied, "I'm fine, but I don't know about Lin Xuan. I can cooperate." Lin Xuan nodded. "Okay, then you should go take a nap too. Napping is still good for your health." After Gao Hushio finished speaking, Xiaoli helped her go back to her room to take a nap. After a while, someone came to say that the room was ready and asked the two of them to go take a nap. When they got to the room, Lin Xuan saw that there was only one bed, so he said, "I'll sleep on the floor tonight. I wonder if there are any extra quilts. After all, it's cooled down a bit, and I'll definitely catch a cold if I just lie down. Do you want to blow your cover?" Jiang Wei shut the door and said disapprovingly, "We'll just sleep in the same bed. After all, we're newlyweds now. If anything is found to be wrong, all the lies will be exposed, won't they? Sleep together? You and me?" Lin Xuan couldn't believe it. "Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you at night? Would you?" Jiang Wei was curious. Lin Xuan glanced at Jiang Wei's figure and pretty face. Did this young lady underestimate her own charm a little, or was it possible that she had overestimated his moral bottom line? There was a knock on the door. Xiao Li's voice came through. "Miss, the old lady told me to prepare some home clothes and pajamas for you. The old lady said you will be staying here a lot in the future, so she asked me to go buy some groceries. Do you have any other special requests? Or is there anything in particular you want to buy?" Jiang Wei opened the door and took the clothes. She didn't have any special requests. Xiao Li scratched her head. "Miss, this place is far from the supermarket, the nearest one is half an hour away. Sometimes it's a hassle to buy some things, so it's best to buy everything at once, otherwise if you need something afterwards, you'll have to wait more than an hour to go back and forth." Jiang Wei thought about it, but still couldn't think of anything she needed in particular. "It's not necessary, you can go back to what you were doing." Xiao Li smiled shyly and said, "Okay, then I won't disturb you too." Jiang Wei closed the door, sat on the bed, and saw Lin Xuan standing by the bed, trying to avoid suspicion. She couldn't help but frown. "Why are you standing so far away? Come up here." What if the servants see us being so distant? You've come all this way, you might as well get used to sleeping in the same bed with me. Lin Chuan was already feeling hot. We never said there would be this kind of work content between us. Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow, so now you know. Chapter 47, Taking a Nap Together. Lin Chuan did not move closer as Jiang Wei had intended, but instead made sure that there was no one at the door before walking over to Jiang Wei and looking at her. The room was quiet, and Jiang Wei knew what he wanted to say, so just say it. Lin Chuan sighed. What did you mean when you said those things to Grandma before? Why did it seem like she knew me and was familiar with the situation in my family? Did we meet when we were young? Jiang Wei did not hide it. After all, the conversation had reached that point, and any fool would know the situation. When I was young, I went to kindergarten in Lianqi County, in the same class as you. My grandparents took care of me, and we already knew each other back then. The first time I saw you, I knew you were Lin Chuan, but you didn't recognize me, so I didn't say anything. She said and explained, and at that time, I didn't intend to have anything to do with you. Lin Chuan actually had a more sinister suspicion in his heart. After all, his ex-girlfriend had cheated on him so badly, and he was now afraid of women. You still have doubts? Jiang Wei was surprised. Instead of thinking things up yourself, you might as well just ask me directly. Since I'm your bargaining chip for your family's inheritance, are you saying that everything before that was all a lie? Lin Chuan looked at Jiang Wei's face. Even if that's what you're planning, I won't blame you. After all, our relationship is just about money. I just want to know the truth. Jiang Wei raised her hand and rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Why would you think that? Do you think that my relationship with you, including the one that has brought us to this point, was all a design on my part? She then asked in return. My grandfather was fine before, and it was only these past 2 days that something happened to him. Before that happened, I had no intention of fighting over the family assets. Could I have predicted it? Lin Chuan thought about it, and it was true. Jiang Wei could not have predicted what had happened up to the present in the past month. Then it can only be said that everything was a matter of chance. I never thought that you would have spent so much time in Lianqi County when you were young. It's quite amazing when I think about it. Jiang Wei nodded. I was very weak when I was 3 years old because I fell ill. I had to stay in the county seat to recover, and apart from my grandparents, there were also many doctors and bodyguards around me. They were all afraid that something would happen to me, so I couldn't run, I had to eat at regular times and in fixed amounts, I couldn't have snacks, and my physical data had to be checked every day. The playmates that my grandparents found for me didn't really play with me. It wasn't until I met you in kindergarten that you didn't treat me specially, but also didn't treat me like a human at all. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. My mother said that I have been a warm-hearted boy since I was young, and I take good care of girls. If you are weak and sickly, I should take good care of you. You're wrong. Jiang Wei laughed and said, I chased after you to play, but you ignored me. I ran until my lips turned purple, and you asked me if I had stolen any fruit and wanted me to share some with you. Fortunately, the bodyguard was following in the shadows, or I would have been dead. Later, you even asked me if I had eaten poisonous fruit and gotten poisoned. Lin Chuan opened his mouth, then fell into deep thought. Is this really how he used to be? If so, no wonder after Miss Jiang discovered that they had gotten a marriage license, she not only wasn't angry, but instead started bossing him around. He now understood that not only did his acquaintance with Jiang Wei not give him a warm feeling, but also added a sense of crisis. If he wasn't careful, sooner or later he would fall into her trap. Okay, let's take a nap. It's been so long since we were kids that it's normal if you don't remember. Lin Chuan, however, did not have the habit of napping. Except for the mandatory naps in high school, he never napped. Jiang Wei lay on the bed and fell asleep after a while. Lin Chuan looked at his phone for a while, watching her sleep peacefully. He couldn't help but yawn, too. There was nowhere to lean against to rest. The bed was big, and Jiang Wei slept on the far right, leaving most of the left side of the bed empty. Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment before sitting on the edge of the bed and leaning against it. He looked at his phone for a while, then closed his eyes and dozed off. After the temperature dropped, it was still a bit cold. As he fell asleep, he subconsciously tugged on the quilt. When he was awakened by the knock on the door, it was already 4 p.m. Lin Chuan opened his eyes sleepily and saw a pretty little face. He realized that he had fallen asleep in the bed and leaned close to Jiang Wei, so close that he could see the small folds on her face when she was lying on her side, and could hear her gentle and comfortable breathing. She seemed to have slept well, her cheeks were rosy and flushed with health. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on again. Lin Chuan saw Jiang Wei's eyelashes tremble, as if she was about to wake up. He got out of bed to answer the door, and whispered to the servant outside that she hadn't woken up yet, so don't knock again. The servant also lowered his voice deliberately. Okay, dinner is being prepared in the kitchen, and it will be ready in an hour. The old lady just left to visit the master at the hospital, so let me ask what you want to eat. I'm not picky. Lin Chuan said, just make whatever you like. The maid promised and left. Lin Chuan did not stay in his room, but closed the door and went to the living room. Seeing that there was no one in the living room either, he took a charger and played with his phone. He knew that Jiang Wei was not a person who was prone to sleepiness, but she had spent the past few days in the hospital with him, and she was probably exhausted both mentally and physically, unable to sleep peacefully because of her worries. After Grandpa's condition improved, she had to face the family of her uncle, who she did not get along with, and she probably did not get much rest either. At this moment, it was rare that she did not think about anything and was able to rest peacefully. Therefore, Lin Chuan did not call her. It was not until 5 o'clock when they had dinner that the two of them had planned to accompany their grandmother out for a walk and chat. They had walked to the door when it started to rain, so they had to give up. It will get very cold when it rains in autumn, so you two must keep warm. It is easy to catch a cold when the seasons change. Grandma gave them instructions as if they were two little kids, telling them to cover themselves well at night and not kick the covers off. Jiang Wei laughed. Grandma, do you think we're still 3-year-olds? We can take care of ourselves. I'm not worried about Xiaoshuan. He's been independent and clever since he was little, unlike you, who loves to dress up in thin clothes just for the sake of looking pretty. Cao Hushio said these words with a smile, but her eyes were full of love. She was relieved that you and Xiaochuan are together, and Xiaochuan has now grown up and understands things, and can take care of people. But when are you two planning to have the banquet? You've already got your marriage certificate, so the sooner you have the banquet, the better. It will also help to drive away the bad luck in the house. Jiang Wei naturally couldn't have a wedding. After all, such a rush would definitely scare Lin Chuan away. She could only vaguely say that it wasn't time yet. Gao Hushio had an expression of understanding. Your father and brother don't approve, do they? Jiang Wei thought about it and realized that she could indeed make her father take the blame. Yes, in fact, he had been reluctant to meet Lin Chuan before, and today was the first time they had met, so it was still out of necessity. Gao Hushio nodded. She naturally knew her son's character, and she would still mind the family background, unlike herself, who felt that as long as the person is nice, that is enough. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with your father, he dares not disobey. I still want to hold a great-grandchild. Lin Chuan's face immediately flushed when he heard this. How did the birth start? Chapter 48, Why is she so stupid? The rain was getting heavier and heavier. And Gao Hushio had a therapist coming over in the evening, so she went to her room early. Jiang Wei and Lin Chuan sat in the living room, and Lin Chuan watched TV with Jiang Wei. In the room, Gao Hushio was having a leg massage. Her legs and feet were not very good now, and if they weren't massaged regularly, they would easily hurt when exposed to cold and heat. Xiaoli laughed, saying that Lin Chuan was watching TV with the young lady, and it was so sweet. You can rest assured about the young lady's marriage, too, madam. I'm not a pushy person, but when you reach a certain age, you suddenly get this fear that you might not be around much longer. Gao Hushio sighed, and said that she would feel relieved when she saw her children all settled down. If Wei Wei had married someone else, I would not have been at ease. It was fate that she married Xiaochuan. Gao Nishio smiled happily. She never imagined that the little radish heads of the past had grown up so quickly. It's just a pity about that Huainan kid. He's always liked Wei Wei, and he even came to visit me in the hospital the other day. Xiaoli thought about it. No matter how good it is, it still has to be what the young lady likes. That's true. Wei Wei is a strong-willed child. If she doesn't like it, it's useless even if a celestial comes. There is a separate bathroom in the room. When Jiang Wei and Lin Chuan went to bed, it was a bit awkward again. You go first and wash? Jiang Wei suggested. I'm in no hurry, you go first. I'm especially slow in the shower, so you go first. The two of them declined for a while, but Jiang Wei went to the shower first. During this time, the maid delivered hot ginger milk. The old lady was afraid that you would catch a cold, so she specially asked the kitchen to prepare ginger milk. Lin Chuan felt some warmth in his heart. At first, he was worried that he would not perform well enough when he first came here, but unexpectedly, the old lady was now so amiable, just like a kind grandmother who was extremely caring towards the younger generation. Lin Chuan took 2 sips. The milk had a ginger flavor that was rich and fragrant. He had never drunk this kind of drink before, but he found it novel and took a few more sips. Lin Chuan! A sudden, short, and unexpected exclamation came from the bathroom. What's wrong? Lin Chuan quickly put down the glass and rushed into the bathroom without thinking. The bathroom was filled with mist, the water had already been turned off, and Jiang Wei was wrapped in a white bath towel, her face flustered and at a loss. Her porcelain white skin looked even more delicate due to the moisture, her lashes were wet, her lips pursed, and they were the same color as peach blossoms. Her slender body could be seen rising and falling under the towel. Lin Chuan quickly took her arm and looked up and down. What's wrong? Are you okay? Did you slip and hit yourself somewhere? Jiang Wei's breathing was rapid, and she opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. It wasn't that Jiang Wei was having trouble speaking, but a trace of shame flashed in her beautiful eyes. My phone fell in the toilet. Huh? Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Wei's face and then at the toilet. How did you do that? Jiang Wei pursed her lips, her face instantly turning red. Shouldn't you be comforting Annette this time? Are you thinking I'm stupid? I don't think you're stupid, I just think you're amazing. Jiang Wei raised her fist and pounded Lin Chuan in dissatisfaction. You have to think of something. Lin Chuan looked at her bare shoulders and slender legs, and said, You'd better get dressed first. After a few minutes, Lin Chuan entered the bathroom again and saw Jiang Wei standing there in her pajamas, her wet eyes staring at him. She looked different from her usual delicate self. At that moment, she looked very down to earth, with some remorse on her delicate face and not knowing what to do. Lin Chuan looked around and noticed that his phone was not inside. Where did you put it? Did you flush it? I don't remember, I was so panicked. Jiang Wei explained, I was getting dressed, and then suddenly my phone rang. When I picked it up, my hand slipped and it fell into the toilet. When I tried to retrieve it, I must have kicked the sensor, and... She pursed her lips, this is a smart toilet. Lin Chuan sighed, there's nothing I can do, just buy a new one. It's already gone down the drain, you won't want it anymore. Jiang Wei went silent and went back to lying on the bed. Lin Chuan thought she was in a bad mood, so he took a shower. When he came out, he saw Jiang Wei watching a TV show on her phone and sipping milk. You have a phone again? A spare phone at home? It's only been 10 minutes, even if the maid went to buy one, it's impossible for her to come back so quickly. After all, this place is far from the mall. No, this is your phone. Jiang Wei shook it, curious, you can't even recognize your own phone? After saying that, she continued watching the drama. Lin Chuan got into bed, keeping his distance, and there was at least room for one more person to sleep in between. After a while, he felt a little bored, but he had already slept in the afternoon and was not sleepy at all at this time. Fortunately, there was nothing strange in the background of his phone, otherwise it would be bad. Why do you know my unlock code? Did you peek at me unlocking my phone? Jiang Wei gave him a look. Was it really necessary to go to such trouble? Your phone password is the same as your house's unlock code, or your bank card password, right? You know all this? Your mother told me, she said you like to use one password for everything. Lin Chuan gave a sheepish smile, my mother really doesn't hold back when it comes to selling me. Jiang Wei patted her side and said, if you're bored, you can come watch TV with me, or we can watch a movie. I usually can't sleep if I don't play with my phone before bed, so I'll just have to play with your phone. Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, it's fine, you watch, I'm not watching. Jiang Wei didn't say anything else, either. She also had to go buy a phone tomorrow morning, and it was late, so she didn't want to bother. Ding dong. A WeChat message appeared at the top of the screen, showing that it was from Xiao Yu. Lin Chuan, you have a message on your phone, let me take a look. Oh, it's from Xiao Yu. She wants to visit a university tomorrow, Sunday, and asks if you have time to show her around. What should I reply? Lin Chuan wonders if he can't reply himself. But seeing that Miss Jiang is so addicted to her phone and has no intention of letting go, he says, just tell her that I won't be at a university for the next 2 days. Jiang Wei nods and replies for him. It said entering on the other end, but in the end, no message was sent. After a while, Xiao Yu sent a photo, saying that her computer was very slow and she couldn't even access the internet. Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chuan with a half smile, wondering if he knew anything about computers. And it seemed that he was very helpful. Chapter 49, Is this a big red envelope for your son-in-law? Lin Chuan felt like he was being mocked when he met Jiang Wei's gaze. Where do I know anything about computers? Lin Chuan explained that she probably really didn't know anything about computers and thought that any man would know how to use one. I usually just go directly to the repair shop when my computer breaks. Jiang Wei let out a sound of realization, and Lin Chuan didn't reply, otherwise he felt that she might continue to make conversation out of thin air. Lin Chuan didn't really care either. He hadn't really talked to Xiaoyu before, so it didn't matter if he didn't reply now and just explained that he was sleeping. He watched Jiang Wei intently as she watched the drama. He sat down by the bed, and without further ado, got into bed, pulled the covers up a little. Just watch, I'm sleeping. Lin Chuan couldn't sleep at all. He didn't know how long he had been keeping his eyes closed, listening to the sound of the TV drama in his ear. Gradually, his head grew heavier and heavier, and he fell asleep. When Jiang Wei woke up, Lin Chuan was no longer in bed. She subconsciously reached for her phone, but realized she didn't have it. Then she remembered that she had dropped her phone. After she finished washing up, she went downstairs and found Lin Chuan returning from outside with the maid. Lin Chuan was carrying some groceries. The maid was taken aback when she saw Jiang Wei, but quickly explained, "Miss, you're awake. This morning, Mr. Lin got up and said he was going out to buy breakfast. On his way back, he stopped by to get the groceries for me." "It's fine, you go ahead." Jiang Wei didn't care. Lin Chuan explained by rubbing the back of his head, "I went to bed early last night, woke up at 5 a.m., got up early and was hungry, and saw the aunt go out at 6 a.m., so I just followed her out. By the way, I went out of my way to find a store and bought you a phone. It's the same as your previous one, see if it's okay?" Lin Chuan lifted a bag and handed it to Jiang Wei. "I see that you like playing with your phone so much, I guess you can't go a day without it." Jiang Wei took the bag. She didn't really like playing with her phone that much, but she was just holding Lin Chuan's phone to see if he had any secrets. "Thank you for the gift, I really like it." In front of other people, she couldn't ask Lin Chuan to reimburse her, so she could only wait until the next time she paid Lin Chuan's salary to add the cost of the phone. After all, for Lin Chuan, this money might be a month's living expenses. However, she still overestimated Lin Chuan. In fact, if he saves a little, this phone can be his living expenses for a semester. When Gao Haxiu went downstairs, Jiang Wei naturally went over and took Lin Chuan's arm. She smiled at her grandmother, who was walking downstairs, and said, "Grandma, how did you sleep last night?" "Very well. I'm in a good mood. When you reach this age, you always miss the old days." Gao Haxiu smiled and leaned closer to the young couple. "By the way, I've been thinking, you two are also newlyweds, and I haven't given you a gift yet. Young people have a lot of pressure. I hope you can focus on your own lives and not be stressed out about material things." She told Xiaoli, who was standing nearby, to give them the gift later. Xiaoli smiled and agreed. After breakfast, Gao Haxiu went to the hospital to visit her husband again. Jiang Wei also prepared to go back to school with Lin Chuan. Xiaoli also took out the wedding gift that the old lady had prepared. "Miss, this is what the old lady gave you." A box. Jiang Wei took it and opened it. Inside was a property transfer contract and house key, as well as a bank deposit slip for 1 million. Xiaoli took out another check and gave it to Lin Chuan. "This is the old lady's gift to you," she said. It was the red envelope given by the son-in-law when he first came to the door. Lin Chuan wanted to decline, after all, he had not earned it, but when he thought that it was also for Jiang Wei, he took it. Upon looking at it, it was 100,000. He was a little surprised. He knew that in his hometown, the bride price for a daughter-in-law was either 80,000 or 100,000 yuan, and that the gift for a man visiting a family was 100,000 yuan? He suspected that he had married into the family. But even if he had married into the family, it was not worth this much, was it? The two of them rode in the car that the old lady had brought, so they didn't talk much on the way. When they got out of the car, Lin Chuan quickly returned the check to Jiang Wei. "Here you go." Jiang Wei had always known that Lin Chuan was a person who could not be swayed by money. There was a look of helplessness in her eyes, as well as a strange expression of regret. "Take it, you deserve it as the grandson-in-law of the Zhang family. By the way, I have something to do later, so you go back by yourself. Don't stay in the dormitory, there is a lot of food in the refrigerator, it would be a waste if you don't eat it." Lin Chuan nodded. "You are still as thrifty as always." I used to think that rich second-generation kids didn't care about these things. Jiang Wei smiled. I'm not some rich second-generation kid, I'm just an ordinary person, no different from you. With that, Jiang Wei walked towards the car. Lin Xuan looked at the slender and tall back, her hair slightly swaying in the wind, her steps firm, as if nothing could ever make her turn back. Lin Xuan had not failed to notice Jiang Wei before she was tied down by the marriage certificate. It was just that she always looked straight ahead without looking away, never giving others a glance. Her beautiful eyes were only focused on her own world. She was extremely detached. It was like a cold breeze blowing by, leaving no trace behind. It really is you. He gave her shoulder a little tap. Lin Xuan turned around and saw Lu Yao, the class representative, and a few other girls from his class at the school gate. Judging by their appearance, they had walked from the subway station, and they were carrying shopping bags, so they must have gone shopping on the weekend at the pedestrian street. You just got off Jiang Wei's car, didn't you? She's changed cars again, she's so rich. Lu Yao's eyes were full of envy, and she smiled in a gossipy and mischievous way. You're in a relationship, absolutely, don't pretend. She even specially drove you back to school after your date, so consider it. It's simply bliss to be in a relationship with such a girl. The other girl said, you're with such a beautiful girl, everyone will think you're rich or talented. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. Really? If I stand next to Jiang Wei, won't it make me look even more handsome? No, it will only make you look even more dull. The girl said honestly, but I think you are definitely an expert in love. I admire you. Lin Xuan didn't understand the way these girls thought, but they didn't mean any harm, they were just joking and envious, so Lin Xuan didn't think anything else about it. Lin Xuan had always been very popular. Otherwise, the girls wouldn't have come over to joke with him. Lu Yao said, it's strange. When you were with Su Xiaowan before, she never seemed to lack money. This time, when the poor students were being selected, she came to my best friend crying and said she wanted to be selected for the highest bracket. She said there had been a recent family change, that her father was seriously ill and dying, and that she was waiting for money to save his life. My best friend thought of you as the person she knew best, and asked me to ask you if this is true. Su Xiaowan's class committee member is Lu Yao's best friend. It's not really strange to ask about Lu Yao when gossiping. Lin Xuan was puzzled, and remembered that a few days ago, Su Xiaowan's family was still arguing with him in such a good spirit, and he didn't expect that in such a short period of time, it would turn out like this. He also answered honestly that he had no contact with her after breaking up with her, so he didn't know about her family's situation. Chapter 50, The Disparity of Life. After returning to the house, Lin Xuan opened the refrigerator and sure enough, there were a lot more things. There were all kinds of fruits in the refrigerator section. Looking at the label on the box, it was the name of the very expensive fruit store near the school. While others sell a small box of blueberries for more than 10 yuan, that store sells a box for 40 yuan. The reason I know this is because I once walked past it with Su Xiaowan. She didn't see the price and took a box of blueberries. After asking the price, she felt it was expensive, but she was embarrassed not to buy it, so Lin Xuan paid for it after seeing her embarrassment. Lin Xuan looked at all this fruit and thought that it would be a waste not to eat it quickly. This fruit must have cost quite a lot of money. To be honest, Lin Xuan himself would never buy such expensive fruit to eat. After all, apart from the packaging and appearance of the fruit, there is almost no difference. He washed a box and sat on the sofa. His phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw it was his mother. Xiao Chuan, didn't Wei Wei give me a bag before? I didn't really care about it when I left it at home. I don't know anything about bags, but I just thought it went well with my clothes. Today I went out with it on, and one of your cousins said that bag was very expensive. She said it was worth tens of thousands of yuan. What was it? What was the brand again? I can't remember. Anyway, your cousin said it was a luxury item. I said it was a gift from Wei Wei, and she said it was probably a fake. But I thought, Jiang Wei's condition must be to give the real thing, but it's also too expensive, I don't know if I can return it? The boxes are still there. Lin Xuan heard and agreed that it was Jiang Wei's style to give. You can keep it, it's also her intention. If you just return the money to her, she might not be happy with her personality. I gave her a mobile phone today, it's not as valuable as the bag, but it's considered a return gift, right? Lin Xuan bought that phone for more than 8,000 yuan, and if a bag costs 10,000 yuan, he still got a bargain of 2,000 yuan. He saw that Jiang Wei didn't lack for anything, and didn't know how to return the favor. With all this back and forth, he would only owe Jiang Wei more, and maybe he wouldn't be able to pay it back sometime. He also felt that the 100,000 yuan check in his hand was too hot to handle, but as long as he didn't cash it, he would be fine. Lin Chuan suddenly remembered Su Xiaowan's situation and said, "Mom, I heard that Su Xiaowan's father is critically ill? It's really an unpredictable world. You guys have to take care of your health, or I'll make an appointment for you to get a physical examination? Regular checkups will also make me feel better." Huh? Sun Kaiping was very puzzled. What's critical? Who's critical? Su Xiaowan's father. Who told you that? Sun Kaiping was a little speechless. I went out to buy groceries this morning and saw Su Chunsheng and Wang Suohua playing mahjong together. They looked healthier than anyone else. Lin Chuan was very puzzled. It was Su Xiaowan who told him. Lin Chuan was afraid that his mother would misunderstand that he was still in contact with Su Xiaowan, so he explained the situation. Sun Kaiping, however, decisively said that there was absolutely no way. It was only a little over 2 hours, so he couldn't be in critical condition. Lin Chuan thought about it and agreed. Moreover, Su Xiaowan probably approached the class committee before that. So, this was a lie. She was short of money and was lying to get some. He understood immediately. It seemed that the 150,000 yuan had already made Su Xiaowan's situation very bad. It seemed that Zhao Jingyang had not given all the money unconditionally. Lin Chuan sighed, thinking about Su Xiaowan's previous haste to distance herself from him in order to marry Zhao Jingyang, the golden son-in-law. However, it had nothing to do with him anymore, as he had already received the money. Su Xiaowan should have been studying at the library on Sunday, and the day of the exam was just a few days away, but she had no choice but to work as a waitress in a fast food restaurant. She was wearing her work clothes and was busy working, with a layer of sweat on her forehead. Her beautiful and delicate appearance was gone, replaced by embarrassment and exhaustion. "Waitress, is my burger ready yet? Hurry up, will you?" A man impatiently urged. Su Xiaowan apologized in a low voice, bowed her head, and walked back to the kitchen. She opened the hot oven but accidentally scalded her hand. The pain instantly made her lose consciousness. When she looked at the back of her hand, in addition to numbness, there was also a red and swollen area. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, covered her hand with her sleeve a little, took the meal, and went out. When it was time for lunch break, she hid behind the back to eat, tears already rolling in her eyes. She was in so much pain. "Your hand was scalded?" The waitress Annie took Su Xiaowan's hand. "You little girl are so stupid, this burn needs to be washed with cold water quickly, did you wash it?" Su Xiaowan shook her head. "I was too busy, where was the time?" "Sai, you are still studying at this age, right? Why do you need to do this kind of part-time job? I see that you students only get 14 yuan an hour, study hard and you will earn more in the future." Su Xiaowan's throat felt astringent. Yes, Lin Chuan had told her the same thing before. So, she didn't have to work part-time herself. Even if she did, Lin Chuan found someone to recommend her as a tutor for elementary school students. It was very relaxing, 50 yuan an hour, and each lesson was 2 hours long. Su Xiaowan waited until her aunt had left before taking out her phone and checking the message Zhao Jingyang had sent her asking if she wanted to go out and have fun and treating her to something delicious. Su Xiaowan really wanted to go out, but when she opened the app and saw her debts and the high interest rates, she didn't dare waste any more time. She had to find a way to pay them off, otherwise she knew it would end badly. Her phone rang. Su Xiaowan hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hey, I'm working part-time right now, I don't have time to hang out, maybe some other time." She was not afraid of Zhao Jingyang finding out, because he had no idea what kind of part-time job she was doing. She was afraid of running into someone she knew, so she deliberately chose a fast food restaurant that was more than 20 stops away by subway. Zhao Jingyang was surprised. "Part-time job? Why are you doing a part-time job? You don't lack money. After all, didn't your family pay you back the money that Lin Chuan owed you? Are you trying to make money to support your family?" Su Xiaowan pursed her lips, her feelings of inferiority spreading, and she could only lie. "I don't have living expenses." "Living expenses? How much living expenses do you need a month?" "I'll give it to you, is 1,000 a month enough? You've always been very frugal anyway, and you can also eat and live with me every day, which doesn't cost much." Su Xiaowan listened to his relaxed tone and felt a burst of anger in her heart. Zhao Jingyang was still very generous with small favors, but when it really came down to it, he was reluctant to help. They could only have fun together, but not share weal and woe. Senior, then just transfer it to me, she said. Zhao Jingyang froze for a moment. You really want it? Didn't you used to say you didn't like spending a man's money? Forget it then. Zhao Jingyang still transferred the money to her. Where are we meeting tonight? Su Xiaowan looked at the 1,000 yuan that had been credited to her account. It was a drop in the bucket compared to her monthly repayments, but she still endured the sense of loss in her heart and agreed with Zhao Jingyang on a time and place to meet that evening. If she could have confessed her predicament to Lin Chuan in the past, she wouldn't have had to feel inferior, because Lin Chuan would have done his best to help her. But now Lin Chuan had driven her into a dead end. She longed for the time when Lin Chuan had given her 100% of himself, but she also hated his current cold-heartedness and viciousness. Su Xiaowan's hand hurt, and her heart hurt too. She felt that her future was bleak, and the pressure of life was making her feel a little breathless. Chapter 51, Blocked by My Brother-in-Law. After 2 days, Lin Chuan was already able to calmly accept everyone's gossip when he was in class. He was getting involved with Jiang Wei more and more frequently, and even his roommates felt that he was pretending, let alone that it didn't matter. During the lunch break, Su Chang still asked, Lin Chuan, are we good brothers? Of course. Then tell me, what is your relationship with Jiang Wei? Do you know that every time I say you two are not related, other people think you are even lying to me? Lin Chuan pondered for a while and then confessed, it's not what you think. If I have to say, she and I are in a relationship where I am the one supporting her financially. What the hell? Su Chang was dumbfounded. It was already enough to be in a relationship with the beautiful school queen, but he was also supporting her financially? Why? He looked at Lin Chuan up and down. Good brother, I finally understand what it means to be a hidden talent. Lin Chuan laughed and said, I'm just joking with you. Soft rice is not that delicious. Although it really is very fragrant, it can easily make people lose their minds. I could have worked hard and steadily, but now, I can only lie down. Isn't that terrible? I want to be corrupted like this too. Su Chang cried with envy. Please save this kind of pain for someone who needs it, okay? The two of them walked together towards the cafeteria. But before they reached their destination, Lin Chuan was blocked in the road by a tall, burly man. He looked at the somewhat familiar man in front of him in surprise. He was very tall, had a tan, and a stern and serious face with arched eyebrows and starry eyes. It was his nominal older brother-in-law, Zhang Yunhan. Zhang Yunhan glanced at the wristwatch on his wrist and spoke without any courtesy, you lead the way, and anyone else who isn't with you can just go. Lin Chuan was a little speechless by his condescending attitude. Su Chang looked at him and thought, this guy doesn't seem like a nice person. Just looking at the strong muscles on his arms, it feels like a punch could knock me out. Lin Chuan, do you want me to call someone for you? Lin Chuan shook his head, no need. This is Jiang Wei's brother. You go eat by yourself, I'll talk to him alone. Su Chan walked back and forth, looking back every step. Lin Chuan didn't take Zhang Yunhan to the cafeteria, but went to a small restaurant on the back street. He took the menu and ordered a few dishes. There was no communication between the two at all, and it seemed very awkward and dead. If Lin Chuan hadn't firmly told himself that he had to be forced to do business if he took other people's money, he might really not be able to stand this atmosphere. Even if he doesn't give Zhang Yunhan face, he can't not pay face. Brother-in-law, can you take a look at these dishes? Zhang Yunhan didn't care at all. Fine, you can just watch. I just came here today to get to know you, so you don't have to be nervous. Lin Chuan glanced at his sandbag-sized fist and sighed silently in his heart. As long as you talk nicely, everything is fine. After the waiter took the menu and went downstairs. While the two of them waited. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Zhang Yunhan suddenly took out a check from his pocket and slapped it in front of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's eyebrows jumped, and he had a hunch in his heart that it was finally here. He knew that this day would definitely come. Although Jiang Wei's mother and grandmother could accept him, Jiang Wei, as the apple of the family's eye, must have also grown up under the care of his older brother and father. Therefore, it is probably difficult for these two people to accept him, the man who has married their daughter. Sorry, brother-in-law, I truly love Wei Wei. Lin Chuan spoke with righteous indignation as he pushed the check away. Although I am only a poor student now, I don't care about the 100,000 yuan. What, you still think it's not enough? You have such big appetites? Zhang Yunhan's eyes became dangerous, and the corners of his mouth pressed down, obviously already unhappy. He is a straightforward person who does not hide his emotions, and whatever emotions he has are directly piled on his face. At this time, he was already on the verge of a rage. I advise you to be pragmatic. I know your family's annual income is only 150,000 to 200,000 yuan a year, and I'm giving you 100,000 yuan at once, which is not considered a small amount. I know that I'm not saying it's not enough, but money cannot measure the relationship between Wei Wei and me. Lin Chuan folded his arms, knowing that Zhang Yunhan was very difficult to deal with, but still looked Zhang Yunhan straight in the eye, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. If you want to bribe me with money, I just want to say, it's not enough. The two were both taken aback. Lin Chuan realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to argue. Oh no, what I meant to say was, you are too materialistic. Even if you give me $1 million, I won't leave Wei Wei. I won't let Wei Wei know about this, so please take your money back. Zhang Yunhan stared at Lin Chuan fixedly and suddenly laughed. Do you think I want you to leave Wei Wei? If I wanted you to leave her, the check I would give you would be at least 10 million. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. Isn't that right? 10 million? Even if you don't want to, you can't use 10 million to test his sincerity? He definitely agreed without saying a word. Next week is Wei Wei's birthday. She has fallen out with her family because of you. As her older brother, I don't approve of you, but I just want her to be happy. You take this money and give my sister a good birthday. If she's not satisfied, you better watch out, I'll come looking for you. Zhang Yunhan knocked on the table and spoke in an unfriendly tone. If you want to become my brother-in-law, you won't be able to make me happy, and I won't be able to accept you. Even if it's a tough attitude, I will still break you two up. Lin Chuan actually wanted to say, why be so tough? A voluntary gift of 10 million, he promised to stay away from Jiang Wei. That's the level where you can live on the interest earned in the bank for a month. He said solemnly, big brother-in-law, I don't think I'm a very good person. I'm not considerate enough, I'm not presentable enough, I can't make people happy, and I don't have much ability. Maybe you should evaluate me properly. Zhang Yunhan was amused. You're quite humorous. At this time, the meal was also served. Zhang Yunhan didn't say anything else to Lin Chuan, and took the chopsticks and bowl. The food near the school is really simple, it reminds me of when I was a student. Enough said, I'm going to eat 3 bowls of rice today. Lin Chuan watched his older cousin start bragging about rice. He was a little speechless. Cousin, can't you be a little more forceful? Eat, why are you just looking at me? Are you trying to drug me? Lin Chuan found it hard to break the ice. No, how could I do such a thing? Eat, eat. Do you want something to drink? Sure, an ice soda. Zhang Yunhan was not at all polite. By the way, apart from my sister, are there any other beautiful women at your school? I haven't seen any beautiful women. Lin Chuan thought about it for a while, probably because the beautiful women were not out at this time, crowding around the meal. That makes sense. Zhang Yunhan nodded, no wonder he didn't see any beautiful women. He had originally thought that he would be able to see many beautiful and beautiful college girls, and he had even washed his hair specially for the occasion, but it was all in vain. Chapter 52, A Lesson in Love. Lin Chuan actually had another thought. After all, Zhang Yunhan sees Jiang Wei every day, so would he really find someone else attractive? Spending a long time with Jiang Wei, you always feel like your aesthetic standards will be raised without you noticing. After eating 3 bowls of rice in a row, and eating almost all the vegetables, Zhang Yunhan finished his drink with satisfaction, and said, okay, I'm going back, I'm busy. Add me on WeChat, don't bother me if you have something to do, and don't bother me if you don't. Lin Chuan was speechless. Why add it then? It's convenient for me to find you. Zhang Yunhan opened the QR code. You pay the bill, I'm leaving. Lin Chuan saw that Zhang Yunhan really left. He was always in a hurry and had a very straightforward personality. It's just that he looks a bit fierce and it's not easy for people to approach him. He didn't pocket the money, but he did consider whether or not to tell Jiang Wei. After all, Jiang Wei is his boss, and it doesn't seem very good to make decisions over his boss's head. What if Jiang Wei found out and got angry again? But if Jiang Wei found out, there would be no surprises in the birthday arrangements. So he just sent a message to Jiang Wei saying that he had met with Zhang Yunhan and been told some things, and she replied with a no without asking any questions. That was the best outcome. Lin Chuan was also full, so he put away his phone and went to his afternoon elective class, the college romance class. Su Xiaowan had signed him up for it, and they both signed up. When he arrived in the classroom, Lin Chuan found a corner seat and sat down. Su Xiaowan arrived late, slipped in through the back door, and sat in the back row as well. She saw Lin Chuan by the window and looked away with a complicated expression in her eyes. Lin Chuan naturally noticed, but just treated her as a stranger. The teacher on the stage was talking about a hot topic of love on the internet recently. It was about a guy who desperately pursued a girl but was still treated as a spare tire. Many students were listening with interest and had very different opinions. Lin Chuan did not participate in the discussion, but the teacher said, "Now, please divide into groups of 6 and come to the stage to express your views on the topic of what is love." Lin Chuan was afraid of being in the same group as Su Xiaowan, so he quickly greeted Wang Quan in the front row. Me. Wang Quan smiled and said, "Okay, come sit over here." Lin Chuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly sat over. In the back row, only Su Xiaowan and a few people who were not very sociable were left, and they had also formed a team. Wang Quan lowered his voice and said, "You used to tell your girlfriend everything, right? Now that you're separated, it's awkward. Come on, stop it." Lin Chuan was also speechless. It was just a coincidence. They were going to go on stage in a moment, so they quickly discussed it. Lin Chuan's group was all about hacking in class. They were about to defend the high ground, so there was no time for classroom discussions. They simply handed over the task to him. He was also speechless. After thinking about it, he started writing on his laptop. Jiang Wei had no classes in the afternoon. She had previously taken a screenshot of Lin Chuan's class schedule, so she also knew that he was taking a relationship class at this time. She was a little interested, so halfway through the class, she snuck in through the back door, found a seat, and sat down. However, since she was wearing a mask, no one paid much attention to her. The first few groups had already presented their discussions. And Su Xiaowan went up to the stage. I think the boy's behavior in this case was wrong. He placed a burden on the girl in his pursuit of love. Knowing that the girl was not a good match for him, he should have either given up or chosen to silently protect her, rather than pursuing her aggressively and obsessively. This was a burden for both of them. In short, I think that love should appear when it is needed and withdraw when it is not. Love is about completion and protection, and it is a selfless dedication. The teacher didn't say anything, so he said, "Okay, please invite the next group to come up." Lin Chuan was the next group. Originally, he had written that love should take courage, but at this point, he simply didn't read from his script anymore. I believe that love is equal. A truly healthy romantic relationship is definitely not one-sided giving and one-sided taking. That is just a profitable scheme, not love. Love is a mutual rush, and there is no sacrifice of one person for the sake of the other. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he got off the stage. While everyone was expressing their opinions, the teacher smiled and said, "Would the students who just spoke please stand up? Raise your hand if you are in an intimate relationship." Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment, but then raised his hand. Su Xiaowan and a few other people also raised their hands, but some people did not. The teacher indicated for those who did not raise their hands to sit down. "May I ask if you could share your situation in an intimate relationship?" She pointed at Su Xiaowan and said, "You." Su Xiaowan pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. "My current boyfriend is my senior. He's amazing, always helping and caring for me, giving me gifts and so on. Because he has been accepted into the graduate school of this university, he is fully focused on my studies, hoping that I can also become better and be able to study for a graduate degree with him." The teacher's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation, but she also noticed that she was talking about her current boyfriend. "So have you ever had a failed relationship experience? What kind of lessons have you learned?" Su Xiaowan nodded. "In the previous failed relationship, I was like the girl in the case. Although I received the other person's kindness, those were not what I needed. I needed to improve together and become better together. So when the other person's rate of improvement could not keep up with mine, the gap between us grew wider and wider. So under rational choice, I decided to stop the loss in time and end the relationship. Stopping the loss in time also requires courage." The teacher nodded with satisfaction, indicating that she should sit down. Lin Chuan, who was listening on the side, was about to laugh out loud. They had broken up, so why was he still flogging the dead horse? It was a bit disgusting. The teacher looked at Lin Chuan and obviously thought that his views on being in love were still quite correct. "What about this student? What about you?" "I ended a relationship not long ago in which I was cheated on. For a while I couldn't accept the reality, but now I have completely cut ties with the past. The teacher looked sympathetic when she heard this. That's really unfortunate, but the tolerance rate in life is surprisingly high. After being hurt, you must have the courage to start over in order to start a new relationship. I hope you can learn from the lessons of your previous relationship and gain experience, so that you can better see the people around you. The teacher said, and suddenly saw a girl in the back row raise her hand. She was a little confused. Classmate, do you have something to say? Jiang Wei stood up, removed her mask, and with a calm and composed expression, she said firmly, Teacher, I don't think he needs to learn any lessons. He just met the wrong person in the past, but now that he has met me, he won't be let down again. The classroom suddenly erupted in chaos. Holy shit, there's dog food. Chapter 53, Replace this class. Lin Chuan looked back at Jiang Wei in surprise, feeling a little incredulous and a little regretful. Why is she here? Doesn't she feel self-centered? People around them were also talking. Isn't this the school beauty? Is this guy Lin Chuan? Wow, the rumors are true. I don't understand, where am I worse than this guy? I'm so envious, Jiang Wei is so beautiful, and this guy is also a guy, it feels so sweet. He's just broken up and already got the school beauty's attention, what kind of shit luck is that? It's fake, it's all fake. I know this question, this guy must be a rich second generation. Su Xiaowan clenched her fists. Although she had faced countless times the situation between the two of them, the more high profile they showed their affection for each other, the more she felt that what did Lin Chuan have to be so proud of? You have to understand that she had also been involved with Zhao Jingyang for more than half a year, always doing what he liked and giving him the most precious thing she had, and only then did they get to where they are today. And Lin Chuan had never been involved with Jiang Wei before, so what made him suddenly so highly regarded by the school beauty queen? She had heard from Zhao Jingyang that Jiang Wei's family was so wealthy that no one else in the family could reach it even after generations of hard work, and even Zhao Jingyang envied it when he mentioned it. Zhao Jingyang was an opportunity that he had worked hard to seize to transcend his class and change his fate. But Jiang Wei had the opportunity to directly rise to the top. How could Lin Chuan just be so lucky and get everything for nothing? It's not fair. Su Xiaowan's face was distorted with anger. Su Luo, who was standing next to her, saw that Su Xiaowan's face had become distorted with anger and misunderstanding, so she whispered in her ear, Xiaowan, don't be angry. They've broken up, so if he wants to show off his affection, let him. It's all in the past anyway. You're doing well with your senior now, and you'll get married after graduation. What kind of family background does the school flower have? She was just playing around with Lin Chuan, and it's not going to work out. We'll laugh at him when he's dumped in disgrace. Su Xiaowan said, I wonder how much Jiang Wei spent on Lin Chuan. Su Luo shook her head. It shouldn't be that much. He's not some handsome male model, and Jiang Wei is paying for it? No way. Jiang Wei's statement was unexpected at first, but the teacher quickly composed herself. Although Jiang Wei is very beautiful, she is still a young person, and young people's love is just that sincere. Even a pretty young girl can sincerely like an ordinary young man. She also feels that such campus romances are very precious. This classmate, it seems that your girlfriend really treasures you, and you are very lucky. Lin Chuan opened his mouth, yes, I'm so lucky. The teacher smiled and motioned for Lin Chuan to sit down, whether it is guiding a relationship that becomes better together, or this kind of sincere and companionate relationship is very good. Others also spoke one after another. However, everyone's attention still unconsciously looked towards Jiang Wei. Lin Chuan sat on the stool, a little sweaty on the back, always feeling like there was a gaze staring at him, but also feeling that he was overthinking it. He took out his phone and opened the dialogue box with Jiang Wei. Typed and deleted. After all, what Jiang Wei just said was a bit too sensational, and it made him a little confused. A message popped up on the other side of the dialogue box. Jiang Wei, helped you save face in front of your ex-girlfriend, you buy milk tea later. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. It turned out that she had deliberately said those words because she saw him on the same occasion as his ex-girlfriend, just to save face for herself. Fortunately, he didn't think about it too much, otherwise he would be too narcissistic. He just replied with a thank you. The strange feeling in Lin Chuan's heart also disappeared, and he immediately felt a lot more at ease. It wasn't until the end of the open class that Lin Chuan walked to the back of the classroom and looked at Jiang Wei, who looked carefree. Why are you here? You also signed up for this class? What a coincidence. Is that not allowed? You're the only one who can register? Jiang Wei propped her chin in her hand and looked up at Lin Chuan. I just picked the class at random, I didn't even look at it carefully. Lin Chuan nodded. Oh, that's right, this open class is very relaxed, and it doesn't require much brainpower, so it's very easy to get credits. Jiang Wei, however, looked right through him, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. You didn't register just because it's easy to get credits, did you? Jiang Wei's eyes swept over Su Xiaowan, who was preparing to leave the classroom, and everything was implied without saying a word. Lin Chuan knew what she meant. He sighed. At the end of last semester, when selecting courses, it was indeed not because it was easy to get points, but now it is. Jiang Wei didn't say much. In fact, she was not a person who liked to dwell on things. This was not her personality either. It's just that she didn't know why she could never keep her mouth shut. It was really strange. It makes her seem like she's always arguing. Probably because she hates it when Lin Chuan plans the future with other people. You should switch to another open class. Just tell the teacher it's not a good fit and switch to something else, like a class with more boys. Lin Chuan is puzzled. Can I really switch? Jiang Wei nods. Of course you can. Just let me know what you want to switch to and I'll talk to the teacher for you. Lin Chuan looks at her. I don't know. Jiang Wei takes out her phone and looks it up. Then I'll help you choose a small program design. Lin Chuan frowned. This thing, I guess there really aren't many girls, right? Jiang Wei was satisfied. She glanced at the time. Are you leaving? I don't have any classes after this. Do you want to go back together for dinner? If you want, I'll ask my aunt to cook something. Okay. Lin Chuan nodded. You're not busy today? Are you sleeping here? Yes. Jiang Wei didn't say much, her face was expressionless. Let's go. Before we go back, you have to pay up the milk tea you owe me first, win signature milk tea. The two of them left while chatting. Su Xiaowan felt a lump in her throat, and her phone rang. She looked at the screen and saw it was her mother calling. Mom, what's up? Her mother's angry voice came from the other end. Xiaowan, you're killing me. I was just shopping for clothes with your brother's girlfriend on the street, and I ran into Sun Kaiping in that store. The shop assistants were so snobbish, they all gathered around Sun Kaiping just because she had a designer bag, and they ignored us completely. I thought she was carrying a fake bag, but I didn't expect the sales assistant to say it was real. That attitude was mocking me, and it made me lose face in front of your brother's girlfriend. It really made me mad. Su Xiaowan was impatient, but she still kept her voice down and said, Mom, why are you comparing yourself to her? If she has the money to buy a designer bag, then let her buy it. Who said she bought it? Lin Chuan's girlfriend bought it. Wang Suewa's tone was a little resentful. You tell me, before Zhao Jingyang also came to our house for the first time, wasn't his family very rich? He just bought some worthless cigarettes and alcohol, and he couldn't also get my mother-in-law a bag? Su Xiaowan gritted her teeth, but for the sake of her pride, she said, the student's family is very rich and he is an only child. Everything in the family will be his in the future, so what's the rush? Lin Chuan's girlfriend also has an older brother, so the family money has nothing to do with her, she's just putting on airs. Wang Suehua didn't care about any of this at all. I've lost face anyway. I've already told Sun Kaiping that the bag my son-in-law gave me is even more expensive. She told me to carry it out and show it off. I have to carry it around these days, otherwise I'll have said it out loud. What a shame. You and Zhao should ask for more money, don't be stupid and get ripped off. Just buy it for me anyway, it'll all be yours in the future. Su Xiaowan wanted to say something more, but the call had already been disconnected. Chapter 54, Don't compare yourself to Jiang Wei. She just felt like one wave after another. Originally, she owed so much in small microloans, owed several platforms, and now her own mother is asking for designer bags? Is this not treating her like a human being? Moreover, Jiang Wei even gave Lin Chuan's mother a designer bag? She actually spent so generously on Lin Chuan? Su Xiaowan was still looking a little pale and distracted outside the teaching building. Zhao Jingyang came over and said, What are you thinking about? Come with me to have barbecue tonight, let's go. Senior. Su Xiaowan took Zhao Jingyang's arm, still suppressing the negative energy in her heart, and gave a sweet smile. Jiang Wei also came to class today, and she and Lin Chuan even played a trick on him, which was also too high profile. Zhao Jingyang frowned at the mention of it and said disgustedly, Jiang Wei is only playing around, who does she think she is? I guess she couldn't stand Lin Xuan's obsessive behavior and so she took pity on him and started talking to him. What a waste of a good person. She's not going to get serious with Lin Xuan, they won't last more than a few days, I bet they'll break up next week. If I were Lin Xuan, I'd get away from Jiang Wei as soon as possible to avoid being humiliated. Su Xiaowan deliberately said, it should be true. After all, Jiang Wei gave Lin Xuan's mother a designer bag. I haven't even seen a designer bag. She was so generous to Lin's mother, so she must be serious. Pfft, it's just a bag. Zhao Jingyang was speechless. Hearing that Jiang Wei was serious about Lin Xuan, he couldn't help but sneer. He was already jealous beyond recognition. My family has plenty of bags. My mom buys bags just like she buys groceries. What's there to brag about? It's not like I can't give a designer bag. Su Xiaowan quickly said, really? Who are you going to give it to? Zhao Jingyang was embarrassed for a moment, but he had already said it, and when he looked into Su Xiaowan's expectant eyes, he said, it's for you. Really? Su Xiaowan quickly pretended to be a little girl, leaning on Zhao Jingyang and adoringly saying, Senior, you're too good to me. Ha, it's just a bag. People from my family don't take this seriously. Look how happy you are with it. I'll get you one tomorrow. Who says you're my girlfriend, you deserve to be spoiled. Of course Zhao Jingyang wouldn't spend tens of thousands of dollars on a bag. If he were in a relationship with a goddess like Jiang Wei, it would naturally be worthwhile, but if it were Su Xiaowan, he could just go to his mother and get an unwanted bag to appease her. Even if it is a second-hand bag, it is still very expensive. It is worthy of Su Xiaowan. But he still couldn't help but knock. Don't always compare yourself to Jiang Wei. Her family is very wealthy, and 3 generations of her family have been in business. To her, a bag is no different from a plastic bag. Do you like Jiang Wei? Su Xiaowan frowned. Why do you always elevate Jiang Wei and belittle yourself? Me? Why would I like Jiang Wei? I hate girls with high material standards, they're so delicate and have no sense of money. They're so vulgar. I like girls like you who don't like to compare themselves to others. You're simple and pure, and you're beautiful just the way you are. Su Xiaowan felt better when she heard this. Sure enough, even if Jiang Wei is pretty, not all men like her. Dinner is served. Auntie Shui served the last dish of fish and said, Miss Lin Xiaobing, eat more. I haven't cooked for you for a long time. Are you still eating at home tomorrow night? I'll go shopping early. Jiang Wei nodded. Her grandfather's condition had improved, so she didn't need to go there all the time. She would be staying here from now on. Lin Xuan is not picky either. Auntie Shui is a great cook, and I'll eat whatever she makes. Lin Xuan wasn't just blowing smoke up her grandfather's butt. The food in the cafeteria was really quite mediocre in terms of ingredients and taste. Auntie Shui happily agreed, and said that she would go to the market in the morning to buy groceries. After that, she went out to take out the trash. Jiang Wei and Lin Xuan ate together. The orange light fell warmly on the space of the dining room, casting a layer of warm yellow on Jiang Wei's flawless face. She had a small appetite and couldn't eat much. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, started to show off his rice. Jiang Wei put down her chopsticks and casually asked, What do you think of my brother? I had lunch with him today and I think he's quite a nice person. He seems straightforward and friendly. Lin Xuan praised him truthfully, and he looked particularly healthy. Jiang Wei gave a slight smile as she pursed her lips. You think he's friendly? Yes. Lin Xuan nodded. I've heard that your brother is very good at fighting before, and I thought he would be more unreasonable and rely on force to solve problems. But it seems that's not the case, he's quite reasonable. Jiang Wei didn't ask any more questions. Since her brother didn't make things difficult for Lin Xuan, and Lin Xuan had a good impression of her family, that was enough. She picked up a piece of fish, placed it in her bowl, picked out the bones, and then transferred it to Lin Xuan's bowl, saying, Eat more. I'll do it myself. I still like fish. Lin Xuan felt a little embarrassed. At that moment, the door was knocked on. Lin Xuan glanced at the door. If it was Auntie Shui, she could just come in, so who was it that was knocking? He looked at Jiang Wei and asked, Did you order a delivery? Jiang Wei shook her head, I rarely shop online. At this moment, Auntie Shui had not returned from taking out the trash. Lin Xuan got up and opened the door. Standing there was not someone else, but Shelley, the old lady's sidekick. She was carrying some fruit in her hands, and she peeked at the women's shoes on the floor, as well as the women's bag and the man's jacket hanging in the entrance. She smiled. "Xiaochuan, you're home? The old lady asked me to give you some fruit. It was airlifted from abroad. It tastes very good." The old lady said that it's the changing of the seasons, and she wanted the young lady to have some, to replenish her vitamins. "Okay, thank you for running this errand." Lin Chuan pointed inside, and I was having dinner with Wei Wei. Xiaoli also saw Jiang Wei, so she didn't need to be polite. "I'll leave first, so I won't keep you from eating." Lin Chuan mentioned the fruit, and felt that the old grandmother really cared about her granddaughter. In such a large family, there is no shortage of money or things, but she still specially sent fruit when the season changed. It's really kind and loving. After Xiaoli went downstairs, she took out her phone and made a call. She said with a smile, "I've seen it. The young lady is living with Xiaochuan, and when I went there, the two of them were having dinner. The young couple are so young, and they look like children to me, so cute. Yes, if they are together, they can learn to manage their lives better. I think Xiaochuan is shy and gentle, and she is a good match for him. Old lady, don't worry, I can see clearly that it's absolutely true, truer than gold." Chapter 55 Jiang Wei's cousin. Lin Chuan had no idea that Xiaoli was here as an informant, and just thought that the old lady had kindly sent fruit. He sat back down at the table and glanced at the fruit. It was imported from abroad, so it should be quite expensive, right? It still smells pretty good. Jiang Wei didn't say anything, but she hadn't seen her grandmother bring her fruit for years, and she suddenly came to the door to give it to her, so she was still a bit suspicious. But this wasn't her grandmother's character. Could it be that her good sister had said something to her grandmother again? That seemed to be the only reason. "Lin Chuan, eat more." Jiang Wei didn't say much, and she didn't need Lin Chuan to know much about her family's nonsense. Her mother had a difficult labor and went into a coma after giving birth. Her father was afraid that she would die, so he guarded her day and night. As a result, her cousin came to the hospital to see her, but when no one was paying attention, she took her out and put her on a bench outside. A baby left unattended in a place with people coming and going was not long before being taken away by a human trafficker. At that time, Jiang Wanwen was 6 years old. After the incident, her father was furious, and her mother was heartbroken. Only after being pressed did Jiang Wanyin tell them that she had seen a skinny ant take her away. Although she was young, her thoughts were very malicious. It was also because of that incident that her uncle's family, who were not very capable, were driven out of the Jiang family. After doing such a thing, her uncle sent Jiang Wanyin abroad. Over the years, they have tried to visit many times, but were always turned away by my father. My parents have gone to great lengths to find me, while my grandparents have spent years looking after me in the countryside so that I could recover from my illness. This incident is a wound in the hearts of the family. Grandpa almost died this time, and they came back under the guise of coming to see him for the last time. They were attentive and kind, and they even shed tears of emotion several times, talking about the hardships and yearnings of so many years. It so happened that Grandma was extra sentimental and worried at this time, and she even felt that the punishment over the years was enough. Only her own mother still hated the eldest uncle's family. She felt that although Jiang Wanqing was vicious at a young age, she could not have done these things out of thin air, and most likely it was her parents who instigated her to do so. Therefore, the whole family were evil people. Jiang Wanqing seemed to have matured even more, and her thoughts were even deeper. Jiang Wei knew that Jiang Wanqing had secretly returned to China and had been in telephone contact with her grandmother, but she had no intention of getting involved. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Chuan looked curiously at the dazed Jiang Wei. She had been stirring the hot soup with a spoon for quite some time. "Huh?" Jiang Wei snapped out of her daze. "Nothing." Her phone buzzed a little, and when she opened it, she saw that her mother had sent her a message. She frowned slightly, and a chill flashed in her eyes. "My cousin has applied to be a tutor at a university." Jiang Wei couldn't help but suspect that the other party had done all this deliberately. After all, she had started acting too frequently, and her intentions were obvious. It was probably because she saw her grandparents getting old and started to plot against the family property. She had even appeared in her parents' lives under their very noses. A PhD in marine biology, and she didn't go to any of the other schools, but had to come to a university. "Your cousin, the one who was fighting you for the family fortune?" Lin Chuan remembered, there are so many good schools in City A, why did she come to a university? Is it because she has high goals, or is it to facilitate contact with Aunt Zhao? "My mother?" Jiang Wei shook her head. My mother hates her and will not help her. Lin Xuan was not very clear about what happened between them. It was probably just a coincidence. After all, a university was the best school in the city, and she might have high goals and strong abilities. She had a doctorate in finance from abroad, and her parents also had their own businesses. She was more than capable of being more than just a tutor, and it would be a waste of her abilities. Jiang Wei didn't believe this argument. Just don't get involved with her, anyway. Lin Xuan agreed, and the next morning, after class, when he was returning to his residence, he saw Jiang Wanyin standing downstairs in front of the staff building. Jiang Wanyin was thin and slender, looking weak and graceful, with a gentle and scholarly air. She was wearing a plain-colored cheongsam, a thin knitted jacket, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. He was a little surprised, but he silently prepared to walk away, as if he hadn't seen her. Lin Xuan? A gentle and moving voice sounded. Jiang Wanyin seemed a little surprised. Her face was gentle, and when she recognized Lin Xuan, her eyebrows curved in a smile. It really is you. I thought I was mistaken. Do you also live here? Lin Xuan pursed his lips. He did not smile back at Jiang Wanyin's smiling face, but instead looked a little guarded. Oh, yes. I just graduated and returned to China a while ago, and for a while I didn't know what kind of work to look for. It just so happened that I got an interview at a university, but my parents are still out of town, and I live alone at home, which is kind of lonely. I'm going to rent a place here, and the landlord I met last night is in this building. Jiang Wanyin couldn't tell at all that Lin Xuan's face was the same, and she continued gently, I'm not familiar with this area at all. After being abroad for a long time, it will take a while to get used to it. If there's anything, can you please help? My fiancé is not here, and I'm afraid I won't be safe on my own. Lin Xuan quickly said, you should talk to Wei Wei about this. Men and women are different, and you need to maintain a sense of boundaries, otherwise I'm afraid Wei Wei will misunderstand. Besides, there are a lot of security guards at the school. If you really can't handle it, you should ask your fiancé to come over. Why would you go to the trouble of asking a stranger like me, someone you don't know? The more Lin Xuan spoke, the more unreliable he felt. Jiang Wanyin looked a little disappointed. I'm sorry, I thought you were already part of the Jiang family, and since we're all family, that's why. Since you treat me like an outsider, that's fine. Lin Xuan laughed awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang, goodbye. Lin Xuan said and left. Jiang Wanyin looked at Lin Xuan's back, her brows slightly furrowed, and a trace of thought flashed in her eyes. Jiang Wei is indeed married. She is very aloof at heart. If she is not deeply in love with Lin Xuan, it is unlikely that she will marry him. Jiang Wanyin smiled, exhaled deeply, and said, I never thought that my good sister, such an outstanding woman, would fall in love and go so far as to hide her marriage from her family for an ordinary man. You care about him so much? Then I am a little interested in him. I just don't know. You are guarding against me from competing for the family wealth that belongs to me, and the price you pay in the end is losing your lover. Will you regret being so against me now? Chapter 56, Then Kiss Me. Lin Xuan couldn't help but let out a breath when he returned home. In the future, he will be in the same building as this Jiang Wanyin, and they will see each other all the time. He still needs to tell Jiang Wei. However, there was only Auntie Shui at home. He asked, has Wei not returned yet? She'll be back later. Auntie Shui said, and then curiously, why don't you ask the young lady yourself? Lin Xuan scratched his head, He and Jiang Wei are now husband and wife, and they can't seem unfamiliar with each other. My phone is turned off, otherwise I would just ask her directly. I have to hurry and charge it, I forgot to charge it last night. Auntie Shui nodded and said, Lin Xuan, every time I clean up, I see that the sofa is in a mess. Remind the young lady not to watch TV so late, it's still not good for her health. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had slept on the sofa last night, so he had tidied it up a bit, but the traces of his sleep were still there. No wonder Auntie Shui said that. I see, I'll tell her when she gets back. Auntie Shui nodded without thinking too much about it. After all, their marriage certificate was real, and the young lady's attitude towards Lin Xuan was also real. If they weren't husband and wife, the young lady wouldn't have lived under the same roof with a man. By the time Jiang Wei returned, dinner was ready. Auntie Shui cleaned up the dishes and left. Lin Xuan hurriedly told Jiang Wei about Jiang Wanyin and the sofa. Jiang Wei also rubbed her chin, her expression a little serious, her deep-set eyebrows lowered. Starting today, you will sleep in the same room as me. I will be staying here this weekend, and your aunt will come over to make breakfast. It wouldn't be good if you were seen sleeping on the sofa. And since Jiang Wanyin is already living in this building, she will probably come to our house to find out what's going on. Jiang Wei said. Her expression was unusually composed, her lips pursed slightly, and the atmosphere was a bit serious. She must have put in a lot of effort with her grandmother's side, and if she finds out anything, she will definitely make a big deal out of it. Lin Chuan sighed with emotion. Your family's situation is quite complicated. But don't worry, I will definitely cooperate with you. Lin Chuan thought, inquiring, do you trust me that much, and are you not afraid that I will be bought off by Jiang Weiyin? If she pays me enough, I might be swayed. Jiang Wei propped her chin and stared at Lin Chuan. If you do this, that would be great. Lin Chuan was a little confused. She raised the corners of her lips and spoke in an impolite tone. You betray me for money, which means you have a problem with your brain. After all, I am much richer than her. Giving up a partner with a bad brain is not a bad thing for me. It can only be described as stopping losses in time. Lin Chuan always felt like she was being mocked again. He had thought that Jiang Wei would praise him for being a good person and reliable. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you, I'm going to sleep on the floor. Jiang Wei's eyes flickered for a moment, but she didn't stop him. Before long, it was Saturday. Jiang Wei didn't get up early in the morning, but she did have a business event that she was invited to attend, but she refused, too lazy to get dressed. The parties were all networking opportunities for the older members of the family, and the young men and women attended with their parents either to show off the heir apparent and make it easier for them to take over the family business in the future, or to meet potential mates and give the right-aged men and women a chance to get to know each other. Her parents were still young, and she didn't need to show her face or find a partner. She glanced at Lin Chuan, who was curled up on the floor like a chrysalis under the quilt, and took a look at her phone before turning it off and going back to sleep. Lin Chuan woke up when he heard some noise outside. He got up with a sore back, and after sleeping on the floor for several days in a row, he really couldn't take it anymore. He quickly gathered up the quilt to avoid being discovered by Aunt Snow. Jiang Wei, don't sleep. Wake up. Lin Chuan went to the bedside and called Jiang Wei. She looked much softer with her plain face, long hair winding around the pillow, wearing blue pajamas, and a hair tie on her wrist. Her long eyelashes fluttered a little, and then she opened her eyes wide awake, not a trace of sleepiness. We're going out today, so get up early. We'll eat breakfast outside, and I'll tell Auntie Xuan not to cook. Hurry up and pack. Jiang Wei was puzzled. It's Saturday, are you going shopping with me? You're confused, it's your birthday. Lin Chuan was amused. You don't even remember your own birthday? Jiang Wei then realized, I don't have a birthday. In the Jiang family, the birthdays during the 3 years she was lost were taboo for her parents, and she also didn't celebrate her birthday during the 6 years she spent in the countryside. Even after she returned to the city. I was very, very sick, and my life was full of misfortune. My grandmother was a bit superstitious, and she was afraid that if I celebrated my birthday too openly, it would attract the attention of the heavens and I would be taken away. Therefore, birthdays were always kept very low-key. As a result, by the time I reached junior high school, I didn't have any concept of birthdays. And then, when I reached high school, my mother kept crying on my birthday, apologizing to me with guilt. Jiang Wei didn't want her parents to be reminded of sad things, so she made it clear that she didn't like birthdays. It seems that this day is not a day worth celebrating. Lin Chuan still had a task on his shoulders, so he naturally persuaded her. Why? Birthdays are still worth celebrating. It's a nice day, it's Saturday, it's the perfect day to go out and play. Or, do you have any other plans? I was abducted on my birthday, Jiang Wei said. That's why I never celebrate my birthday. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Jiang Wei's expression was neither sad nor happy. It seemed that she was just stating an event. Perhaps to others this was a painful and sad encounter, but she didn't really care. This in turn made Lin Chuan a little shocked and depressed. He quickly laughed easily and said, It's okay, you've already grown up, and you won't be lost even if you celebrate your birthday. Jiang Wei, I'll treat you today, you can go wherever you want, buy whatever you want, as long as the price isn't too excessive, I'll buy it for you. After all, you're the birthday star. You're the biggest today. Jiang Wei's eyes shifted slightly. Oh? Then give me a kiss. Lin Chuan? This isn't appropriate, is it? Jiang Wei averted her gaze, feeling a little awkward. You said you'd do anything, so in that case, there doesn't seem to be any benefit to having a birthday. Missy, are you holding back something bad again? If there's anything I did that you're not happy with, I can change it. Lin Xuan couldn't help but say, "You're making me feel so uneasy, and I always feel like I'm being conned." When have I ever wronged you? Jiang Wei frowned in dissatisfaction. Don't you be paranoid just because you've been bitten once. You're being paranoid, she said, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Lin Xuan with her eyes. What do you think I want from you? Your money? Wealth? She snorted, her mouth curling up in a mocking tone. Or is it sex? Lin Xuan felt the other party's unceremonious gaze as she looked him up and down. It was blatant. Where was the girl in that? It would be fine to call her a hooligan, wouldn't it? She stared at such a beautiful face, but why did she act like that kind of slutty rich girl? Then why did you want me to kiss you? There has to be a reason, right? Is it that you want to test my obedience by suppressing my dignity? Chapter 57, A Kiss. Jiang Wei looked away indifferently. I was just testing the truth of your words. You yourself said that I'm the eldest on my birthday. I've only made a small request, and you resist so much. It can be seen that you are just deceiving me, and there is no benefit to having a birthday. I didn't deceive you. Lin Xuan looked at her suspicious expression, making it seem as if it were his fault, which was strange. Why did he have to coax her to celebrate her birthday? Is there any justice in this world? Could this be the hated capitalist? Lin Xuan coughed, unable to resist the temptation to sweep his eyes over her pink lips. Miss Jiang, don't tempt me, because if I really do fall for you, you'll be in trouble. Jiang Wei suddenly laughed. Really? And what will you do if I do fall for you? Are you going to take care of me and woo me, or get me drunk? Or maybe take me to some deserted wilderness and... Jiang Wei got out of bed. The satin skirt of her nightdress lightly traced the long, slender legs, which were white and glowing. The shapely, long legs were like works of art, flawless. The pretty curve ended at the ankles, which had a distinct bone structure. A pair of beautiful feet lightly stepped on the wooden floor. Lin Xuan, what are you going to do to me? She raised her hand and pointed a finger at Lin Xuan's chest. Or are you just too afraid to like me? Lin Xuan quickly grabbed Jiang Wei's hand. His ears were burning. Stop joking. The beautiful girl in front of him didn't give in at all. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and suddenly kissed her lower lip. It was like a dragonfly's touch, fleeting and illusory. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his mouth. Did she kiss him in the morning? What was she thinking? Kissing herself? Ha! Jiang Wei pursed her lips, her expression deep, repeatedly savoring the taste of the kiss. But the corners of her eyes were raised, and although her lips were tightly pursed, there was still a hint of a forced smile. It seems that the TV dramas I watched last night were all fake, and men don't have any smell. I really can't believe this. Lin Xuan understood. You got carried away watching a TV show and used me as an experiment? What else could it be? I've never been in love before. I can't just go out and find someone else when there's a man right in front of me. Jiang Wei said, tilting her head and smiling. I've already paid you, so if you don't think the price is enough, you can add more. Lin Xuan was speechless. You should watch less TV in general, so as not to damage your brain. Luckily, I'm a gentleman. If it were anyone else, they would have. Jiang Wei let out a gasp of relief. Luckily, I only watch pure love school dramas, not anything adult. Lin Xuan quickly covered her mouth. You're a girl, don't say foul things. When Auntie Shui came, she heard a noise and came over to see the young couple cuddling. She suddenly felt a little amused. Oh, young people, they're already sick of each other after just getting married. Lin Xuan heard the voice of Aunt Shui and quickly pushed Jiang Wei into the bathroom. Jiang Wei's face was moving a lot in the bathroom. She covered her face, exhaled, and patted her chest when she heard no more movement outside the door. In fact, she is not some old driver. She was just pretending. A man doesn't know how to take the initiative, and every time I have to take the initiative, it's really. She shook her head, washed up, and then took out her phone to see that her sister had sent a message inviting her to hang out. She simply refused. Since she had a date, why would she want to hang out with her sister? However, Lu Xinyue's voice was already ringing outside. Jiang Wei, open the door quickly. Jiang Wei's face changed slightly. Did she not even look at the occasion when she came to see me? Auntie Shui had already opened the door. Lu Xinyue, it's you. Auntie Shui, where is Wei Wei? Why is she ignoring me? Lu Xinyue was carrying a cake in her hand, and behind her was a little girl with two bun hairstyles and a puffy dress. Senior. The cute little girl also came into the room. Wow, this place is much nicer than our dormitory, I want to live here with you too. Senior, let me warm your quilt for you, I have a good figure, you can knee me all you like. As the little girl was talking, she saw Lin Chuan sitting in the living room, staring at her with wide eyes. Her expression instantly changed to one of horror. Wow, why is there a smelly man in Senior's fragrant room? Lu Xinyue quickly held back the little girl, this is Wei Wei's boyfriend. Su Cancan immediately covered her mouth, I went out for a year to exchange, and when I came back, my schoolmate had a boyfriend and they were living together? Just as she was saying this, the slender, tall girl came out of the house wearing an apricot-colored skirt and a loose-fitting white sweater. Her expression was impatient, and her tone was cold. So noisy, it's so annoying. Lu Xinyue hurriedly said, it was Cancan who said that today was your birthday and that she wanted to give you a surprise. Since you never talked to us, we just came over. You're going to spend time with Lin Chuan anyway, so it's fine if we tag along, right? Lu Xinyue said this while looking at Lin Chuan with a hostile expression. You don't mind, do you? Lin Chuan saw the clenched fist she was making, and looked at Jiang Wei for her opinion. Jiang Wei snorted, you guys hurry back. Su Cancan, however, directly and unceremoniously leaned in and wrapped her arms around Jiang Wei's arm, acting coquettishly, no, senior, I want to help you investigate whether this boyfriend is qualified, otherwise how can I trustingly hand you over to him? You. Lin Chuan was a little confused on the side. After all, this little lowly seemed to have never met her before, and judging by Jiang Wei's personality, she was actually able to tolerate her so much, so the relationship must be quite extraordinary. Aunt Shui also hurriedly prepared breakfast. The two women shamelessly went to Jiang Wei's room to chat. Lin Chuan helped out in the kitchen, and Aunt Shui, which girl is that? Aunt Shui explained, the tall one is called Lu Xinyue, her parents are very familiar with Our Lady, both are scholarly families, very knowledgeable, and have been in the same class as our young lady since childhood, and have been good friends for many years. The little one is Su Cancan. She is lively and cute, and has always lived with her uncle's family, Jiang. Her cousin is Jiang Huainan, and he is also a childhood friend of our young lady. Jiang Huainan's cousin? Lin Chuan was surprised. I remember that Jiang Huainan and Wei Wei have an extraordinary relationship. If it really works out, wouldn't Wei Wei be Su Cancan's sister-in-law? No wonder they are close. As Lin Chuan spoke, his tone already carried a few emotions of jealousy that he didn't even notice. That's all in the past. Now that Miss has married you, and things have been cleared up with the Jiang family, she can't really be considered your sister-in-law. They grew up together, they're just good friends from the same compound. Auntie Shui explained with a smile, and Miss Jiang Weinan doesn't hold the same attitude towards you. Lin Chuan knew, however, that if Jiang Weinan hadn't left for China without her, she and he would probably never have become involved. Chapter 58, she had long liked Lin Chuan. In her room, Su Cancan unceremoniously lay down next to Jiang Wei, saying, Senior sister, I've missed you so much. I've brought you lots of gifts. You don't know, it's really not easy being abroad, there's nothing delicious to eat. Hurry up and give me a kiss and a hug, I'm hurt. Lu Xinyue took Su Cancan by the nape of the neck, saying, Don't be a pervert, you idiot. Jiang Wei also lifted her long slender hand without mercy, blocking her face with one hand, and then she wiped her hand with a tissue as if it had been stained with Su Cancan's foundation. After another round of chaos, Su Cancan finally calmed down. Senior, I don't understand. We clearly said we would go abroad together, why did you change your mind and come to a university? Everyone we know is abroad. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be studying at a university. Lu Xinyue was dumbfounded. I'm here too, aren't I? Su Cancan was right, because the high schools they attended were all elite schools. Many people could have been admitted to a university, but they would have gone to a better-ranked university abroad, especially in the fields of finance and business, where they would have chosen a university ranked among the top few in the world. My poor cousin, he went abroad and found out that you never went at all. He came back after finishing his studies to find you, but the engagement was broken off. Now he just sits at home every day, depressed. Jiang Wei didn't say anything. At that time, her parents did plan to arrange for her to study abroad, but she was still worried about her brother from her childhood. In her second year of high school, as she got better and her body got stronger, and she didn't have bodyguards and nannies following her around every day anymore, she had the first opportunity to secretly go to Lianhua town by herself. That was the first time she had gone away from home without telling anyone. But when she arrived at the town's #1 middle school, she saw Lin Chuan strolling hand in hand with his ex-girlfriend in the school grounds. She was so angry that she just left. She couldn't understand why he had dared to go back on his promise to marry her when they grew up. When she returned home, her parents thought she was just stressed from her studies and didn't ask any questions. After graduating from high school, she thought that graduation meant losing her love. After learning that Lin Chuan had been accepted to a university, she also went there specifically. On the day of the semester's start, she appeared at the registration desk wearing a beautiful dress, but what she saw was Lin Chuan carrying the luggage for his ex-girlfriend and buying her milk tea. It was just so damn infuriating. But she felt that university was different from high school after all, and perhaps they would break up directly after they had seen the prosperity of the big city. In their freshman year, they worked hard together part-time, and on weekends they would go hiking and visiting parks, going on dates that didn't cost much money. They would also save money to go on some short trips. They were an ordinary young couple that made everyone in the college jealous, with a stable relationship that was simple and pure. She joined the same club as Lin Chuan and watched him from afar. He was very popular and kind to everyone, which was quite different from the boy she remembered who only bullied her. In their sophomore year, their relationship was still going well, but things finally changed in the second semester. She noticed that the girl seemed to have a change of heart. So she continued to wait. Sometimes Jiang Wei felt a little crazy. She comes from a good family, has a lot to do every day, and countless suitors, but she still habitually pays attention to Lin Chuan. It wasn't until he broke up with her, got drunk, and made wild remarks to her that if the two of them loved each other, it would be so easy to get married, and if they wanted to get married, they could just go directly with their ID cards. She deliberately said that they would need a household registration book. Everyone else wanted to drag this idiot who was arguing with her away. But she smiled and led the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She never gives up an opportunity. Since he has come to her door, he won't get away. Jiang Wei came back to her senses and pursed her lips as she looked at Su Cancan. I'm not going abroad because I don't want to. Su Cancan was stunned. What? You don't want to go? You don't want to go even though my brother is abroad? Then what is he? What does he have to do with me? Jiang Wei was puzzled. From beginning to end, I've never liked him, and I've never given him any promises. Su Cancan opened her mouth and thought about the past. It seemed that it was really her brother who took the initiative, but Jiang Wei was indifferent to him. It was just that she was indifferent to everyone, so that when Jiang Huainan appeared frequently by her side, it made people think that they were a match made in heaven. Even the engagement, in fact, was just something the fathers of the two families mentioned casually after drinking too much. There was no paperwork and no formal engagement. When Jiang Huainan told her that he was going abroad, she never said that she was going too. In fact, many people who didn't know the truth later thought that Jiang Wei had been left behind by Jiang Jinshan when he went abroad, and that was why the two of them didn't end up as a couple. My brother is really miserable. Su Cancan said this, but she didn't think that Jiang Wei was at fault, and she had never given Jiang Jinshan any hope. She was curious, so do you like this guy now? Lu Xinyue quickly said, no, she was just using Lin Chuan. Su Cancan let out a sigh of relief. That's good. This Lin Chuan really seems like an honest person. He'd be good as a tool person. I can understand that. I've been thinking of finding a tool person to block my blind dates lately. When are you going to introduce me to one, big sister? Or does Lin Chuan have any brothers? Get me one too. He's an only child. Jiang Wei laughed. Without making her feelings clear to her friends, she said, don't even think about it. I pay him 30,000 yuan a month. Your uncle will give you that much pocket money every month? You're just trying to drive up the price. Su Cancan pouted, I refuse to accept that. Jiang Wei snorted, too lazy to bother with her. Su Cancan left the room and saw Lin Chuan watering the flowers on the balcony. She hurried over to him and said, hey, do you want to take on an extra part-time job that pays 2,000 per appearance? What? Lin Chuan was confused. Didn't you pretend to be Vicky's boyfriend to help her get out of her family's arrangements? Su Cancan looked at Lin Chuan and said, since Vicky trusts you enough to be her boyfriend, it means you must be very professional. So, help me too. It's 2,000 to pretend to be her boyfriend for once, and you'll be provided with meals and reimbursed for all expenses. Lin Chuan frowned, that's not appropriate. What's not appropriate about it? Add me on WeChat, come with me to the Colton Hotel tomorrow night, and follow me around for a meal. It's that simple, and you'll get 2,000 yuan. Why wouldn't you want to do it? Su Cancan was a little surprised. Could it be that you are not actually staying by Vicky's side just to make money? Are you secretly in love with her? Is that why you? No, it's not. Don't say things like that. Then you promise? Su Cancan took Lin Xuan's phone and added WeChat, then transferred him 2,000 yuan. She lowered her voice and said, "Come tomorrow night, I'll tell you about Vicky and her ex-fiancé, you'll definitely want to know." Lin Xuan's eyebrows twitched. Su Cancan had already walked away with a smile on her face. Chapter 59, You are a very important person. Su Cancan returned to her room. Lu Xinyue was puzzled. What did you do? I went to watch Auntie Shui cook. It's been a long time since I tasted Auntie Shui's cooking, and I'm still a little hungry. Su Cancan didn't feel the least bit guilty. Lu Xinyue, however, did not believe it. When she was studying, whenever a man got close to Jiang Wei, Su Cancan would also go and get close to that man. After all, Su Cancan admired Jiang Wei the most, and she wanted what Jiang Wei had, whether it was the brands of clothes and bags or men. It was no different from being a pervert. Although Jiang Wei only used Lin Xuan. But after all, Lin Xuan is now Jiang Wei's man, and he cannot allow anyone else to set their sights on him. Lu Xinyue lowered her voice and threatened in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You'd better not go after Lin Xuan, or I'll break your legs." Su Cancan opened her mouth in surprise. Hey, yo, are you threatening me? I'm not. Lu Xinyue said, "Do you think I've forgotten your old nasty ways? As long as it's something Jiang Wei is interested in, you'll take a bite even if it's shit." Su Cancan pouted, "The past is the past. It's the present. Don't you dare use the past as the present." Lu Xinyue snorted, "I hope so." The meal was lively. Lin Xuan ate in silence, while the women chattered away. Su Cancan and Lu Xinyue were the main ones talking, while Jiang Wei kept her head down and quietly drank her soup. Su Cancan held her bowl, her plump face pouting as she kept shoveling food into her mouth. It was still Auntie Shui's cooking that tasted good. I ate it at home with my brother last night, and the fried rice he made was really unappetizing. Fortunately, I was able to improve my diet with my senior schoolmate, otherwise I would have starved. She said that her phone kept popping up with messages. My brother is so annoying, always asking me about my senior schoolmate Wei Wei. Doesn't he know that he's here? Jiang Wei looked up and said in a neutral tone, "Don't tell him my address, it's annoying." How ruthless. I've only seen you twice since my brother returned to China. The last time was at the class reunion, and the other time was at the hospital. Lin Xuan listened with his ears pricked. Jiang Wei and Jiang Huainan hadn't been in touch for so long, so did that mean that Jiang Wei didn't actually care that much about Jiang Huainan? Why was it different from what he thought? Isn't that each other's white moonlight? Su Cancan said, "My brother said he'll help you throw a birthday party and invite your old friends to celebrate with you. He asked if you want to. Hey, if you mention irrelevant people to me again, you're out." Jiang Wei lifted her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in Su Cancan's bowl. How can you keep your mouth shut no matter what? A few minutes after the others finished eating, Su Cancan and Lu Xinyue were driven away by Jiang Wei. Lu Xinyue felt strange before she left, but she couldn't figure it out. When the house became quiet, Jiang Wei's expression improved. Su Cancan asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, and said to follow her to dinner tomorrow night. Take my phone and transfer 2,000 to me, I'll return it to her now. Lin Xuan quickly said. Don't waste it, you go eat. Jiang Wei didn't care, I won't be home tomorrow night, you eat more. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh silently when he saw Jiang Wei's unconcerned expression. Jiang Wei saw his expression. In fact, the fact that he was able to talk to her reassured her. She explained with a smile that Su Cancan's dinner must have been a family-arranged blind date. Although she is a bit of a schemer, her acting is very poor and her tactics are very low level. I don't think you will suffer. Lin Xuan nodded, okay, then I'll just treat it as going to a buffet. The doorbell rang again. Auntie Shui was about to clear the table when she was quite surprised. There were so many people here today? Are they Mrs. Friends again? It's also Mrs. Birthday today. She went to open the door. The woman standing outside was gentle and charming, wearing a long dress and carrying an exquisite gift box in her hand. Her hair was half tied, making her look gentle and scholarly. Auntie Shui, is Sister Wei Wei here? Auntie Shui was taken aback. Missy, why are you here? She didn't know that Zhang Wanyin had moved into the building, so she was also surprised to see her here. Zhang Wanyin smiled at Auntie Shui and said slowly, I remember that today is Wei Wei's birthday. Since I've come home, I should congratulate her as her elder sister. Jiang Wei didn't continue talking to Lin Xuan, but walked over and frowned at Zhang Wanyin. What are you doing here? Happy birthday, Wei Wei. Zhang Wanyin handed over the box she was holding. Jiang Wei's eyes were cold. Don't pretend. It's not necessary. This isn't the old house. Who are you pretending for? You've got it wrong. It was Grandma who said she hoped we could be sisters without any hard feelings. After all, we're all family, and we're close like siblings. She hopes we can get along amicably. Zhang Wanyin's eyes were sincere, with a hint of tolerance. I apologize for what happened in the past. I know you've always been very upset about it, but things will always pass, won't they? In the future, we will be living in the same building, so we will see each other a lot. Jiang Wei actually really doesn't remember anything from her childhood. So, she can't say whether she hates or doesn't hate these things in the family. She just has to consider her mother's feelings. Her mother never wanted to have anything to do with her uncle's family, so she definitely can't do it. Just go, don't waste your time. Jiang Wanyin frowned. Wei Wei, you're all grown up, I thought you could be more mature. Everyone knows what happened back then, and I don't want to make it too clear. After all, your family is already a stakeholder, why can't you even have a semblance of peace? The reason I came back this time is also because my grandparents are old, and I hope they can enjoy their old age in peace. Jiang Wei directly slammed the door. She didn't even bother to waste any more words with Zhang Wanyin. She really came, and it seems that she moved here on purpose. Lin Xuan couldn't help but say, and she was in the dark while we were in the light. I don't know what she's thinking, but we still have to be on guard. Don't pay any attention to her. Since she has returned to China, she will keep using petty tricks. Whether she comes to a university or lives near us, her goal is actually very simple. Jiang Wei is looking at Lin Xuan. It's all about money and revenge against our family. If it's about money, she should go act in front of her grandmother. Since she's dancing in front of me, it's to get back at me. Lin Xuan looked at Jiang Wei's indifferent expression and became a little worried. Then you shouldn't walk on the road at night, it's dangerous. You're wrong, their family likes to torture people the most. They won't choose simple methods. Jiang Wei said half-jokingly, the more important something is to us, the more they like to destroy it. Maybe they want to take you away from under my nose, so you have to be careful of the sugar-coated bullets. Jiang Wei knew Zhang Wanyin too well. For her, money was not important at all, nor did she have many desires. There was nothing in her career or studies that could be destroyed. The only thing she cared about was Lin Xuan. Therefore, Zhang Wanyin would definitely set her sights on Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan somewhat grasped the point. What you mean is that Zhang Wanyin feels that I am someone very important to you? Jiang Wei smiled at him. Of course she does. You are my husband. You are the most important person besides my family. Chapter 60, I've seen it before. Lin Xuan was moved by Jiang Wei's words. And his brother-in-law's message came, he was told to go downstairs to get the cake and gifts. Lin Xuan quickly said, with a smile, my takeaway has arrived, I'll go downstairs to get it, I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then we'll go shopping. As soon as he left the house, Auntie Shui said, my dear, Su Cancan's attitude towards Lin Xuan is not right. You can't just let things go. Men can't stand the test very often. After all, he is still young and has not seen much temptation. Auntie Shui, I know. Lin Xuan has to go out and see for himself. After the wedding, the temptations that come his way will only increase. It's good to get used to it in advance. Upon hearing this, Auntie Shui agreed. After the official wedding, everyone will know that Lin Xuan is Jiang Wei's son-in-law, and it is estimated that many people will curry favor with him, and among them there will definitely be those with ill intentions. Although Auntie Shui is a nanny, she usually knows a lot of people in the villa area, and when she goes to the supermarket, she also hears other rich people talking about the gossip in their families. Some of it is simply beneath the bottom line. Miss Lin Xuan is definitely very serious, otherwise she would not have considered it for so long. Jiang Wei actually felt that it wouldn't hurt to develop the relationship further. For one thing, it would temper Lin Xuan's character, and for another, it would be possible to see if the relationship could be enhanced with the help of outside forces. What she wanted was not for Lin Xuan to feel good about himself and be with her, but for him to fall in love with her and confess his love willingly. Lin Xuan was carrying a cake and a shopping bag when he went upstairs. Oh. Jiang Wei didn't react much when she heard this. When the two of them went out, Lin Xuan sent a message to the school flower shop, ordering a bouquet of 99 pink roses, which he paid for himself and asked to be delivered at 9 p.m., when they would have had dinner, and it would be a nice surprise for Jiang Wei. During the day, they went to the mall first. Because it was the change of season, and Lin Xuan saw that Jiang Wei didn't have many autumn clothes, so he took her shopping. It was Jiang Kuan's money anyway, and he didn't mind spending it on designer clothes. He also decided to buy Jiang Wei warm shoes and scarves, buying a whole bunch of them. When they arrived at a boutique, he also bought cute gloves and a headband with bunny ears to keep her ears warm. He carried all the bags and packages, while Jiang Wei followed behind, holding a cup of hot milk tea. She didn't try on any clothes, and just let Lin Xuan do whatever he wanted, like a tool person. He felt that it was okay after trying it on, so he just went ahead and paid for it. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, would always say that she liked them. "We'll go buy you 2 more pairs of pajamas that are warmer. The camisole dress you usually wear won't make you kick the covers off in the cold." Lin Xuan kept nagging her. Before he knew it, he was already taking care of Jiang Wei like a girlfriend. He felt that she wanted style over temperature, and that it wasn't enough to just be pretty. What if, when she got older, she developed rheumatism in her legs and feet? As soon as Lin Xuan entered the store, he saw several sets of pajamas with fluff, all in pretty pastel colors like pink, blue, and yellow. The styles were the most conventional long-sleeved pajamas and long pajama pants. He tried them on, and they felt a little out of place on Jiang Wei's cold and beautiful face, but he himself didn't feel that way. This should be very warm and feels quite comfortable. Jiang Wei looked down without saying anything. Her pajamas were all silk, the more beautiful and delicate types, and also from big brands which were more expensive. She couldn't find a set of pajamas like this in her wardrobe. The salesperson looked at the two of them. Jiang Wei's clothes and bag were all big brands, and she could tell at a glance. "Sir and miss, why don't you take a look at the silk pajamas over here? They just got in new ones that are very nice." Lin Xuan glanced at the salesperson's recommendation of a pale purple lace camisole and matching translucent shawl. He frowned. It was autumn, and she was wearing such thin clothes? And the price was 1,000 yuan for just a few pieces of fabric? They were better than the 200 yuan ones I have, which are made of pure cotton and very comfortable. You don't need to recommend them to us. Jiang Wei said with a smile. He thinks what's suitable is the most suitable for me. The salesperson understood, but this girl was obviously either rich or noble, and she was very beautiful and outstanding. Her temperament was also outstanding, and she stood out in the crowd as the most dazzling presence. Unlike some fake socialites who deliberately dressed to stand out, she exuded an air of restrained elegance in everything she did. She was definitely a real lady. And this guy looked very ordinary, with ordinary clothes and an ordinary outlook. Fortunately, he had managed to find such a good girlfriend who also agrees with his views. You two really seem to get along well. I'm jealous just watching you. Really? Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow. She knew it was just a compliment, but she felt good about it anyway. He's attentive and takes good care of people. Jiang Wei said, handing over the card to recharge it. The salesperson was surprised when he saw it. This card can only be opened with a deposit of tens of millions of yuan. It really is luxurious. I'll pay for it, why do you need to recharge it? Lin Xuan hurriedly tried to stop her, saying, I already told you, it's your birthday, I'll buy you whatever you want. Yes, you can pay for my clothes, but I'm going to give you some clothes as a gift, Jiang Wei said. And went to choose some suitable pajamas and loungewear. She then walked to the underwear section, picked up a pair of underwear and asked Lin Xuan, do you like wearing smooth ones or these cotton ones? They seem to be a bit looser and a bit tighter, which do you prefer? I'll buy them myself. Lin Xuan's face turned red. I already have some, and it's embarrassing for you to buy them for me. Jiang Wei pondered, looking at the laundry drying on the balcony. Your underwear is all worn out. You're too thrifty. You should change these intimate clothes often. Then I'll buy 20 or 30 pairs and throw away the ones at home. Jiang Wei laughed, saying that after all, she didn't know if Lin Xuan's underwear had been given to him by his ex-girlfriend, and it was a good thing that she had been killed this time. No, you don't really need to throw them all away. Lin Chuan couldn't explain to her that the older a man's underwear, the better it is. After all, it needs a break-in period. New underwear doesn't always fit so well. Don't want to throw them away? Jiang Wei narrowed her eyes dangerously and whispered in Lin Chuan's ear. Could it be that they were from an ex-girlfriend? Nonsense. Lin Chuan denied it, it's not true. If it's not true, then why are you panicking? Right, you should be wearing a size L, right? Jiang Wei blinked, looking down, and said, right? Right. Lin Chuan quickly turned away, lest she look at the wrong place. Jiang Wei couldn't help but smile, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, don't be shy, I've seen it before. When you were little and got beaten up, your father always took off his pants before hitting you. Lin Chuan's eyes widened. Did they know each other that well?